The only thing I don't like about Linux is that I need to enter my password to do software updates a lot. But that's one of the things that keeps you safe, right? Things just can't update your software without a password. How's it going, guys? Good to see you. Uh, at least it's not the fucking omelet you made last time I was here. Bro, that shit was so good. I still need to upload that video. But I've had a bunch of random bullshit work to do the past couple days. So I haven't I have a Pixel, a Google Pixel now, which is really annoying because to switch cameras on it to go from front back, I need to stop recording and start a new video. So when I had my Samsung phone, if I was just recording on my phone, it was just ready to upload as soon as I was done. But now on the Google Pixel, whenever I'm uploading something and if I switch cameras at all, I need to, after the recording is done, go through with an editing software and stitch them all together, which is just a pain in the ass, especially because it takes time to do that and then it takes time for it all to render. So I just haven't done that yet. If I'd recorded it on my old Samsung phone, then it absolutely would be uploaded by now, almost certainly. But we'll probably do that tomorrow. Like, just had too many things to do the past couple days. Today was grocery shopping day, and I had to do some mail. I had to drive to the post office and all kinds of random bullshit things. So, like, we've done a lot of chores the past 2 days. We'll get back to the regular work tomorrow. How's everyone else doing? Why was I timed out? What type of pizza? I don't know. I can't see in this. Let me see if it shows in Twitch history. Why were you timed out? Um... Oh, because that's the command. The command is if you try and ban someone, the bot times you out. That it's like a meta joke for the people. It's a meta joke for the people that do it to themselves. So yeah, I kind of it's a little bit of trolling on my part. If you're gonna, I see a lot of people have a ban command, so I was like, man, if I were to do a ban command, what would it be? It would be you slap yourself in the face, basically, if you go to ban someone. That's why you were timed out. That's hilarious. We got the classic supreme pizza. I love this stuff. I get it every time I go grocery shopping. I go grocery shopping like twice a month usually, so I have pizza twice a month. We're gonna watch some Atozi videos. Or at least an Atozi video. I don't know if there's two. There's at least one. Yeah, I thought that would be funny. If it would be, I would make sure your socks were fucking damp. So my socks were pretty damp the other day, actually, because the yard is kind of like a swamp right now. We've been having a lot of rain, and I was out. I waited as long as I felt like I could, but it's supposed to rain again. So I tried to let the yard dry out, but it's to a point where there's just like mud lines through the yard right now where I was pushing the lawnmower. And there's also this like big track, like truck tracks through the yard that are actually from one of my cousins before I even moved into the place. And that is basically like a mini canal right now. And I stepped right into it with one of my feet. I went like solidly past my ankle, just deep into a muddy canal. It through my yard. I got my new bed. Ooh, that sounds comfy. I want a new bed. The mattress I have is way too hard. It's my grandpa's old mattress, or actually, it was my dad's mattress when he was really, really young, I think. But my parents, uh, my grandparents bought it, and my grandpa was a hard man, so he bought a hard mattress. You know, I'm not too fond of it. I'm a soft man. I want a soft, cushy pillow top mattress. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. There's a message, a response to something I posted that I need to check real quick. All right, let's go watch this.
This
I'm
kick
done
streamer was
talking with
facing
random
federal
people
charges
on
after live
Discord.
streaming himself vandalizing a million-year-old landmark, and now
What
he's
the
bragging about
fuck?
it.
Oh my god. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? Now it says I've been timed out from chat. Twitch Mobile is stupid. Yeah, you're not timed out still. I agree Twitch Mobile is stupid though. Guys, never sub through Twitch Mobile. At least definitely not if you have an iPhone, because it charges you more money. If you're going to sub, wait till you have a computer, or use a browser to log in and watch on Twitch, because the mobile platforms will charge you extra money to sub using the app. The fuck is wrong with people? That's for sure. Like, why even do some shit like that? Like, I can kind of get the person that climbed the pyramid. There's part of me that would totally want to do that, but just fucking like etching your name into some ancient landmark? No, that's just utter bullshit. Like, I don't even get that at all. Oh, what the fuck? Kick.com? That's so stupid.
I'm here to talk to you about a few things today. Do you have your ID on you, sir?
Yeah. What seems to be the problem first?
So meet Ton Kono, better known as Crazy Ton on Kick. According to his bio on his channel, he's an IRL streamer who travels around the world to explore the wonders of our beautiful planet in his trusty Toyota Prius. However, his name is now
and destroy them whenever possible, apparently.
Most iconic natural landmarks, but nothing more than an unofficial platform promotion stunt for Kick.com. So on January 5th, the guy decided to stream his visit to Arizona's
I hope he gets
Bend
banned
on the
for
Grand
doing
Canyon.
it.
And if you're not familiar with Horseshoe Bend, it's an amazing...
Imagine he goes there to advertise Kick unofficially and gets banned from Kick for advertising Kick. That would be hilarious.
Natural formation.
Of course he drives a fucking Prius. Dude, anytime I see someone driving a Prius, I'm like, there's a 90% chance this person is a problem person. I don't think... there's probably someone I've met. You know, there's always the exception to the rule, but I can't think of a single person I know that drives a Prius that isn't insufferable.
To create. The Colorado River.
Every person I know that drives a Prius is an absolute asset. Absolutely.
Which is why
absolutely 100%.
Spots in the entire.
You can't judge a book by its cover, but you can judge a person by their car.
Grand Canyon is on the bucket list for people all around the world. Now, while most people would be satisfied with taking pictures, enjoying the views, and maybe if you're a live streamer, just live streaming your experience there, that wasn't enough for Crazy Ton here, because he wanted to live stream himself carving kick.com into the rock there.
Can you get a small piece of flat rock? You could sit it on counter and van as a hot plate to sit hot things or coffee.
No, but we could put kick.com real quick. If it works out, let's see. Okay. It works.
Kinshiply at least says, I guess it's better than drawing a piece.
There you go. Took a lot of work. There's a lot of work, chat.
He says this will be gone eventually, chat, not permanent.
Oh yeah, the rain will wash that away over time.
Yeah, so he carved that into some ancient sandstone. I think it'll take a little bit longer than what he anticipated there for it to be gone. I mean, this whole situation is just one big, why are you doing that, dude? He's like, obviously, this isn't even close to being like as serious of a crime as what I often cover here on this channel. But like the punishment he was facing honestly surprised me because I had no idea you can get in that kind of trouble for this kind of thing. So
he probably didn't either. People like this are so dumb.
By saying he carved a 36-inch long.
I don't mean to say that Atozi's dumb. For this, Atozi was just ignorant of the consequences. But the difference between Atozi being ignorant of the consequences and that guy being dumb is Atozi would never do this in the first place. Dude has some really good common sense. He might struggle to pronounce big words sometimes, but I absolutely love Atozi. The dude is very smart in his own way.
And 6-inch tall and a 1/4-inch deep center.
I was once offered a Prius. Never have I swung faster at someone in my life. That's hilarious. I have to drive a Mercedes right now, and I'm not very fond of it. Because, one, I generally don't like Mercedes drivers either. I feel like of all the luxury cars, it's the one that the driver's most likely to be an asshole. I 100% love my dad. I'm just going to start by saying that. But it's my dad's car. And I have to drive it because I sold my car when I was in a rough spot. And it's the only vehicle I have available to me right now. One, I don't like driving it because it only accepts premium fuel, which is the stupidest shit ever. Because I used to have a Cadillac that was way nicer that didn't require premium fuel. I put premium fuel in it twice a year just to clean it out a little bit. And when I did that, I would also run Seafoam through it, and that kept it running nice. But I had a real nice Cadillac 2001 DeVille that just ran on regular unleaded. And two, it's wide. You know, my Cadillac was long, but this thing is wide, and I don't like how wide it feels on the road. It honestly feels wider than some trucks I've driven. It's like driving a dump truck almost, but it's just a car. And three, like, it's just not my type of vehicle. It's like, it feels way different than when I drove my old Cadillac. I feel people judging me when I'm driving the Mercedes, and I'm judging myself for driving it. You know, it's not. I will tell you, it's fun to drive. I get why my dad liked the car and decided to get it because, you know, Mercedes makes pretty good race cars, and it kind of drives a little bit like a race car. Definitely more than my Cadillac did. My Cadillac was fast, but it literally felt like driving a boat. Bro, I miss that Cadillac suspension so much. You just like bounce along the highway. It felt so good. That's my favorite car I've ever driven, my old 2001 Cadillac DeVille. But driving the Mercedes, it does kind of feel like a race car. So I get why my dad likes it, but I don't enjoy being seen driving the Mercedes, you know?
Into the rock. And of course he did all that while
I'd much rather
to about
have my Toyota Camry 95 beater back.
viewers. And while he was live streaming, someone decided to call the park rangers on him. Because, you know, with so many of these live streamers, the
Toyota Camry station wagon.
viewers want to see them in hot water because that's what makes things interesting for them. It just seems like the whole meta and format on kick.com IRL streaming is more on live streams himself doing the dumbest things possible, and the viewers are like, all right, let's get this moron in trouble for doing these things live. And then everyone,
Which is why I'm assuming I'll never be big on Kick. Even though I'm growing, I have like 20 followers on Kick now. We multi-stream on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch all the time now. I'm assuming I'll never be big on Kick just because I don't feed into that type of idiocy that does well on Kick, you know? The only way I'll ever be big on Kick is if I say something controversial and the internet tries to cancel me, which I'm sure will happen eventually. I've said plenty of controversial things that the internet could try and cancel me for. It's just people haven't seen it yet, you know?
just kind of sits here and is like, all right, let's see how that pans out. And things certainly panned out as a National Park Service ranger then showed up to confront him the next day about the vandalism.
Awesome.
As a lot of you guys know,
Get
I've
fucked.
been traveling a lot internationally recently for my videos. And the big problem I used to have was once I landed, I didn't have any data. So then I had to try to find some sort of telecom store to then go buy a SIM.
Oh, is this the
so that I
Sally
could
or
get
whatever?
Data in whatever country I was in. And after a long over 190
Yeah,
different countries,
Sally.
which is basically all of them. And their data packages are priced so well that I know a lot of people in
You would here at home, and use code ATOZI for 15% off of that. But without further ado, let's continue the video. So, continuing the story, when confronted, this was his excuse.
What seems to be the problem first?
I'm here to talk to you about you defacing landscapes within the National Park Service. So yesterday, when you were at Horseshoe Bend, you were scratching kick.com into the rocks.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
That is a federal offense, okay? You're also throwing rocks. Repeat the video.
Yeah, I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could do it. If I knew, I would have even.
That guy looks like he walked right out of the movie Super Troopers, doesn't he? Isn't there a new Super Troopers? I gotta watch the new one still. He literally looks like he walked right out of the movie Super Troopers.
Have done it.
Okay.
I saw other people thinking, I was like, oh, okay, I could do it.
Unfortunately, it is a common thing, but it is.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't even
Do
know.
you have your ID on you, sir?
Do you think he's being serious here? Or is he just playing stupid? Like, did he genuinely not know? Or did he just think it's not that serious? I used to live in Arizona for a few years, and I've been to the Grand Canyon quite a bit. And even if you don't see the signs that are all over the place saying, hey, don't carve in the rock, it's kind of a no-brainer that you don't.
I think it's kind of both. Like, he is genuinely that stupid. I mean, he's a Kick IRL streamer. That's like, if you don't have low IQ, when you start Kick IRL live streaming, you're going to inherit low IQ from Kick IRL live streaming, just because of the way that that platform influences people. And I think it was like he didn't know he wasn't allowed to do it, or at the very least he might not have known how serious it was. But it's also just a really dumb thing to do, you know?
Carve kick.com into rock formations that are millions of years old. I guess you could argue that many rock.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Atozi, most rock formations are millions of years old.
Formations are millions of years old, but let's not do this in our national parks. I mean, just this guy doing this on Kick, and especially engraving Kick.
Yeah,
into the
doing
rocks is
like
just
anything in a
incredible
national.
conduct. However,
Honestly, I don't like going to national parks at all, because if you look up the laws, there are so many insane, ridiculous laws at national parks. I avoid them. I don't like going to national parks just because you never know what random bullshit they're going to hit you with.
But the vandalism at Horseshoe Bend is a problem because the entire area is protected by federal archaeology and historic preservation laws. And not only that, as I mentioned earlier, the article also states there's signs all around the area explicitly telling travelers not to carve into the sandstone because obviously defacing a natural feature in national parks, not to carve into the.
Yeah. Okay, he probably knew. That's a pretty damn big sign. Unless the guy's straight up illiterate, then he almost certainly knew he wasn't supposed to do that.
The sandstone because obviously defacing a natural feature in national parks is prohibited. According to the affidavit, he used significant effort to deepen the inscription into the rock by going over the area multiple times with force and friction. Usually, the National Park Services takes violations like this very seriously. For example, in 2020, when
That got kind of kinky towards the end there.
deepen the inscription into the rock by going over the area multiple times with force and friction. Usually,
using
the
that
National
force
Park
and
Service
friction to get it
takes
real
violations
deep.
like this very seriously. For example, in 2020, when 3 men were banned from Yellowstone National Park after being caught cooking chicken in one of the thermal hot springs. Back then, the officer said it was illegal to touch or throw objects.
Okay, that one just makes me laugh. That's kind of funny. I feel like compared to carving kick.com into ancient sandstone that's part of a national park, cooking chicken in a hot spring is just kind of harmless. I feel like the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to make yourself sick from all the like toxic gases that bubble up in there. Or you like pass out and fall into the hot spring and cook yourself.
Into the hot springs or other hydrothermal features in the park. So they were also sentenced to 2 years in probation, and they were also strictly banned from the park.
I was
and
going to say
fined between
I thought he said
$500
2 years in
and $1,200.
prison. I was going to be like,
Earlier in
that's
April,
insane.
2 tourists were also found guilty of damaging 140 million year old sandstone formations, but just in a harsher way than Crazy Town did most recently. This happened in Nevada's Lake Mead National Park.
why
and they
even
were both
do
set
that?
in the way than Crazy Town did most million-year-old sandstone formations, but
I don't get
just
the
in a
point of
harsher way
that.
than Crazy Town did most recently. This happened in Nevada's Lake Mead National Park, and they were both set to be sentenced on July 8th. The whole point of designating these areas as protected lands is to preserve them in their natural state, so everyone can enjoy these places without human intervention. That's why national parks often operate under a do not harm, do not leave a trace policy, so everyone can enjoy them for generations to come. But defacing national parks is considered a federal crime. Crazy Town could have faced up to a year in prison and $100,000 as fines as a maximum penalty, which is just absolutely wild because that is way more than I ever expected for the punishment to be. However, when he appeared in court on April 25th,
That's why I said I don't like going to national parks, you know? Like, I don't know if people know this, but I'm an Eagle Scout, and I've been camping lots of places all over the country. And my least favorite place to camp is national parks because they got like a million ridiculous rules and like insane penalties for it. It's like doing things that are absolutely normal as a camper anywhere else can get you in a lot of trouble in a national park. And it's just like, what the hell?
$50. So in perspective, that's less than parking in a handicap spot in any large city here in the US.
Rock drawn gone wrong. Didn't go wrong at all. It went right. $350 fine.
So I guess he was pretty much fined exactly what I thought he would be. That risk though is crazy.
Yeah,
but he then
that's
continues
not
the stereotype
too
that so many
bad.
of these Kick IRL streamers are just absolute
Considering
scumbags and
what
continues
type
to
of trouble
brag
he
about
could
how
get
much he
into.
profited off of this whole incident.
Sponsors reached out to me to get me a van. So that $350 that the haters did for me actually got me over $30,000 to $50,000. Who the went wrong?
1 second, I gotta respond to another Discord message. Someone got hacked. So, I played the Star Wars roleplay game thing that I play. Someone that I kind of know from that, but didn't actually message a lot. I like asked them if they could haul some stuff for me once, and they never responded. They got hacked, and they send out spam links to, I think, everyone, which would be a lot. There's like 2,000 active players. Everyone their Discord could get a hold of. Guys, PSA. If someone is offering you a free Steam gift card don't click on it. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, especially if it's someone you've talked to like once, or even if it's one of your friends. I just had the same thing happen to one of my best friends like last month. I got a Steam message that they'd like sent me a game or sent me a gift card or something. But I was immediately suspicious of it because it was a link. And when you do that, it comes as a notification. So I messaged him. I was like, bro, did you get hacked? He was like, yeah, don't click that shit. So do not click sus links. No one is going to give you shit for free unless it's like your birthday. And then if you happen to like get a spam link on your birthday, then that's just bad luck. And I feel sorry for you because I might click that one too, right? But if you're just like chilling, doing random shit, it's like 3 months until your fucking birthday and someone sends you a $50 gift card on Steam, don't click that shit. They're going to steal your account. Let me respond to this guy real quick. Where's the? I need to ask answer a mechanics question too, and I want to make sure I'm right. So I got to look up the rules. I don't like giving bad information. Okay, I was right. I'm always right. Kidding, of course. All right. Let me respond to that. Okay.
Wrong. It went right.
What's up, Midget? How's it going? Are your PC doing better? I didn't see if you responded. No, okay. How it's better to respond in here. Okay. The guy apparently got his account back. So that's good. He said, yeah, I just got to clean up the mess now. If you weren't here to hear it, Midget Cal, don't click sus links. I'm pretty sure that's not what happened to your PC. It's hard to diagnose what you have going on without more details. And the fact that it sounds like you just hard freeze and you can't like open your system manager, your like your system performance or anything like that. It's hard to diagnose it. I don't know if anything is fixed yet. Yeah, I don't know, man. I had an issue where I was getting like not freezing, but kind of laggy, and my fans would spin up. But that was being caused by a certain process, and I was able to kill that process.
Mother.
Well, the messed up part about it is the Eve client still have visuals moving on screen. Oh. So, does it only happen when you're playing Eve?
Went right. It didn't go left. It went right. Even the judge was like, "What the f- is this?" The judge in there was like, dude, she was like looking at me like, "Bro, I'm sorry you're going through this." Like, she even did look like, "Bro, I know there's other carvings on there, but you just were live streaming it, so we have to make you pay a fine." But she even looked like, "I know there's tons of carvings on there."
I don't think that's why she was looking at you sideways, dude. She was looking at you sideways like, why the fuck would you do that, you degenerate piece of shit? I don't know, because I always have Eve open. That's fair. That's definitely fair. My suggestion is try maybe try lowering. There's so many different things. If like find out if Eve is causing the problem first. Run some heavy stuff without Eve on for a couple days. And see if you can get it to freeze.
Tone deaf. He claimed.
Does it normally freeze after a certain amount of time, or is it random? What's up, Poison Hippie? How's it going? Good to see you. I went 9 hours, no problems running 10 clients, the warp belt, then warp to a belt with only one client and it froze. That's pretty crazy. How you been? I've been doing really great, actually. Like I've been going through it for the past like 2 years, but things are getting a lot better. I still got a lot to go to get everything back to square zero, you know? But maybe we're at square zero now. We're not in negative squares anymore. So things feel great. I really hope you get that figured out, Mr. Cat. So that's kind of strange. Were you running? What else were you running when it froze? Have you noticed another program that you're running when it freezes? That's good. No negatives. Yeah, I mean, there's like some minor negatives, but it's more. It's just like adult life things, like whatever. Just gotta deal with that bullshit. But I've been wiping out the more major negatives. The biggest negative right now is I don't know where my Switch is. When I moved, I seem to have lost my Nintendo Switch, and I haven't been able to locate it yet. And that's bugging me because I never beat Metroid Dread, and I was really looking forward to that. I have my controller. I have everything but the Switch itself. I have the Switch dock. I have my Switch controllers, but I have no idea where the Switch itself went. And my parents looked at the house back in Pittsburgh, but they didn't find it. I'm hoping it just got packed into a box somewhere that I didn't realize. And even though I've looked through all the boxes, maybe I missed it, but I don't know. That's kind of annoying. But that's the only major negative. That's if the worst thing going on in my life is that I don't know where my Nintendo Switch is, then things are going pretty good, you know? Oh, dang, you'll find it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Poison Heavy. I hope that you get your PC fixed, Midget. That's really frustrating. I haven't had like any PC problems since I switched to Linux, except ones that I caused myself, you know? And that's totally to be expected sometimes with Linux.
Claims it all worked out in his favor. The risk of $100,000 as a fine, though, doesn't really seem worth it.
I don't know. I was thinking about that last week, actually. But I just had so much bullshit with life lately that it wasn't even, I didn't have time on the to-do list. I'm gonna Google search that though. I'll look into it. I feel like I probably did, because I'm like a security and backup focused guy, and I usually go through the settings whenever I have a new device and set up all kinds of things. So there's a good possibility that I did. It's just a matter of whether or not I saw it. It's like a 50-50. I've opened up a tab and done a search for that, so I can look into how to do that tomorrow. We'll look into that before stream. Thank you for bringing that up. Drawback is that the Switch drains battery. Oh yeah, no, it's been like months. It's not. I was wondering if maybe it'll tell me the last spot it was seen though. You know, because even if it's on standby, a lot of those devices will, like, although it's never connected to the Wi-Fi here, so it's just gonna, the last place it will have any record of it will be back in Pittsburgh. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it seems unlikely that that's gonna work, but I'll try it anyways.
To me, but because I mean, hey, you are simply gambling with what judge you get. But most likely, just like me, he probably had no idea of the potential fines and the prison time that he could have landed into by doing all this. I mean, the bar has just been set so low for all these IRL streamers, and it just feels like carving some text into the Grand Canyon. That's probably like the lightest thing I've covered an IRL streamer do. Still, every time something like this happens, it doesn't really matter the scale, it just only reinforces the negative stereotypes about these content creators. But because of this guy, for years to come, Horseshoe Bend visitors will see Kick.com carved into the rock, which is why I guess we just can't have nice things anymore. But that was the story of how a Kick streamer managed to get federal charges from a dumb decision during a live stream.
After humans nuke ourselves out of existence, aliens are gonna land on the planet 1,000,000 years from now, and it's still gonna be there on that rock.
But if you're traveling this summer, again, feel free to check out.
And they'll be like, I wonder what Kick.com was. There'll be a whole religion based around Kick.com because some idiot carved it into the Grand Canyon.
Daily for a great deal on an eSIM, so you can use your phone abroad just like you would at home, and use code Atozy for 15% off of that. But other than that, feel free to subscribe if you're new here, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
I don't know if I should watch this one while I'm eating. Let's watch this. That one I don't want to watch while I'm eating, because apparently a dead animal fell out of Asmongold's ceiling, which I think is hilarious.
Hasan Piker just ruined his life. Hasan bin Laden.
It won't be long before we'll nuke ourselves with what's going on overseas. Yeah, I heard about the India-Pakistan stuff. That sounds kind of crazy. Especially then we got Russia and Ukraine, and then we got Trump who wants to invade Greenland. It's just insane actually saying that.
Adolf, Osama. What's the whole name? Hasan, Diddy, Bin Laden, Adolf Piker. There we go. We got the whole name out there. Just ruined his life. He is 440% cooked. To quote Nuxador, let's see what's going on here.
The Israeli government. I think I'm gonna go to jail, by the way. That's like, okay.
Uh-oh.
This might actually cause me to go to jail, low key, but high key.
They support. But why can't you support terrorism in the big 2025? I thought this was America.
Hamas, a genocidal
I might literally be going to jail
on their hands. That is not the issue.
Honestly, I'd be fine with it. I feel like he deserves some kind of consequences for all the terrible shit he said, for all the negative energy that he's put out into the universe. And Twitch never did anything about it. Meanwhile, other people, like Tectonic, for example, get banned for saying way less things. Hasan just says whatever evil thing he wants and gets away with it completely. I feel like him going to jail for the things he said on Twitch would be a lesson not only for him, but also for Twitch. He's not going to learn the lesson. He's just going to see himself as a martyr. Like he's being persecuted by evil people, even though he's the evil one. But maybe Twitch will learn. Because if your top golden boy streamer gets sent to jail for shit he said on your platform because you didn't moderate it, it was so bad that it was jail worthy, and you didn't moderate that, then they might look twice at those policies, because there's a good chance that hurts their pocketbook. Advertisers don't want to advertise on a channel that's promoting terrorism.
He's not. He's rich.
I got a temp ban for my name till I had to show them proof. It was a lot of my game names, and that was a short person games. That's ridiculous. That you got banned for your name, but he doesn't get banned for promoting terrorism. What fucking world do we live in?
He'll be fine.
Congratulations to all my haters, bro. You did it. All the liberals.
Massive day for the unemployed. Hasan Piker's in trouble. And we're not talking about getting...
Big day for the unemployed. I'm sorry. That's so funny every time, man. Yeah, I wonder what he's been banned for. Maybe being too gorgeous. Maybe being too perfect.
Wait, did he actually get banned?
What happened? You know, David must have played...
Too gorgeous. Yeah, I wonder what he's been banned for. Maybe being too gorgeous, maybe being too perfect.
Banned on Twitch, and honestly, I don't know what happened. You know, David must have played a secret chord that pleased the Lord. People think Hasan's breaking the literal Anti-Terrorism Act by providing material support and creating content that promotes their cause.
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing his guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
You guys still don't
Yeah,
know
how
who
did he
Hasan
get
is?
banned for that? Oh, here we go. Banned, unbanned after a day. Just always unbanned after a day. He got a couple 7 bans. Unbanned after a few seconds. It says oh, that's 2 months ago. This is May, not March. Whatever. So he wasn't banned.
He's the number 2 political streamer on Twitch behind the Cockroach King.
You're not going to jail. Your family's rich. You're
being called the number 2 political...
That pizza looks too good. I might have to get some pizza for dinner. It's so good. It's one of my favorite pizzas. Aldi's makes better pizza than a lot of pizza places do. It's insane. Aldi's pizza is amazing.
Streamer compared to Asmongold probably felt terrible.
You're rich. You're fine. You're not going. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Rich people don't go to jail.
True. Very true.
True.
No intro today. I got molested by my uncle.
It's legit just a ploy to try to get more attention on his shitty fucking streams, bro. It's so embarrassing.
The only way you go to jail
Relations in the
if you're
yellow
rich is when they're making an example of you, like Diddy.
Retard community.
And if you like didn't do stuff with kids, you're probably just gonna get a pardon from Trump these days anyways. He's been pardoning a bunch of the crypto scammers and stuff that went to jail.
They're collapsing like the buildings at Fight Club at this rate.
Aldi frozen pizza on the smoker is amazing. Tastes like fresh brick fire pizza. I don't get the frozen pizzas. They do ones that are unfrozen. It's just fresh. It's all fresh ingredients. That's what I get. Have I ever had... I think I did try a frozen one of theirs once. But the thing is, the frozen ones are actually more expensive for less food. I get an Aldi's... This Aldi's pizza that I got, it's like $7.50. We'll say $8. It's $8 and I get 2 whole meals out of it. It's enormous. Like, these pieces that barely fit on my plate. It's huge. We don't have that option here. Ours is small. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, it's my favorite. My favorite thing to get at Aldi's. They have like 4 kinds, I think. They probably have a cheese, but that one just doesn't even register for me. Because if you're only getting cheese on your pizza, what's wrong with you? Anytime I get a cheese-only pizza, like if that's what is there, or like someone gives me only cheese, I just drench that shit in hot sauce, you know? I always get the Supreme. The other ones that I've got, the one that they have that I don't get is they just have a plain pepperoni that I'm sure is pretty good because the pepperonis look the same as the ones on these, and these pepperonis are amazing. Then they also have a buffalo chicken one that I like, but I don't get that often because that's a thin crust, whereas this is just like a normal crust. And I eat that entire damn thing in one sitting. It doesn't fill me up, so I just eat the entire buffalo chicken pizza, and I get 2 meals out of this one.
They agree on so many things, but there's still so many infightings because the far
Walmart
left
has
become
decent
so
fresh-ish
far left
pizza.
that
That's
leftist
cool.
Streamers seem like they're far right. That's what's insane. The intolerability of all these big personalities on one conglomeration, it should be studied and laughed at for years to come.
He would go to jail. Got Batman himself keeping the streets safe. Yo, okay, yo, chill. If Destiny goes...
I also want to remind you guys that when you try to ban anybody in Hasan's orbit, it comes with internal error, and you legit cannot ban them. That's what's insane.
Goes to jail for being...
Really? That's insane. I don't know if he's making that up or not.
Piker.
What does that mean?
Definitely a piker, this guy.
Getting clowned on the national news is low-key crazy. What does that mean? I honestly don't know what that means either, but like...
What's crazy is Hasan's getting all this main media attention, and he still can't beat Asmongold in views. That's what's insane.
Anything, he's definitely...
legit. Asmongold be getting more viewers playing Skyrim and Oblivion than Hasan gets covering what the fucking Houthi pirates... Let me rephrase that. Asmongold gets more viewers playing Oblivion than Hasan Piker would get sucking the dicks of Houthi terrorists live on stream.
Yeah, Piker.
I have no problem with the Houthis. Yeah, because I don't.
Dicks of Houthi terrorists live.
A gambler who only makes small bets. A person who withdraws from a commitment.
Live on stream.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I have no problem with the Houthis. Yeah, because I don't.
I just think he flew a bit too close to the sun. You know, if America designates somebody as a terrorist group, you probably shouldn't be quote-unquote glazing them. Like, one thing is like military targets, but when civilians are involved, you can't really justify that. Anyway, I'm not a lawyer, and I strongly doubt he's going to jail. It just sounds like he's playing like victim or something, but nevertheless, he is breaking Twitch terms of service. One piece of advice, you always gotta listen to your black friend. You tricked me. I was hoping he was actually going to jail with 8,000 likes. You know, it's safe to say Hasan has more...
Yeah, look at that, guys. Hasan's not going to jail. Let's throw a party. His favorite, a Diddy party.
I don't think he's
What
actually
a
going
great
to jail
day it's
either.
gonna be.
Haters than supporters at this rate. I ain't gonna get too political because I still want my YouTube monetization, but nevertheless, Hasan was defending some things that, in my opinion, are indefensible, and, you know, take the floor, Rat King.
Like,
Hey, guys, I'm gonna say some things on Twitch that might be controversial. Support our...
Here's the thing. Hasan has been defending terrorism for years now. Basically promoting it, even more than defending it. So, I don't expect he's going to get banned for it. Like, people have tried to cancel that shit so much, and I guess Twitch is just pro-terrorist these days.
Our troops, terrorism is bad, and I think killing civilians, I think it's a bad thing, guys. I know. I think it's a bad thing, and I don't think we should bomb airports. Yep, I know. Hey, guys, I said it. Yep.
number one, kidnapping civilian ships full of Filipinos and holding them hostage. This is not a moral action.
Dog, I'm gonna keep it a $1.50. The Philippines can't catch a break. First they get like kidnapped, and then Vitaly shows up, you know. I'm a random Filipino.
I used to be such a fan of Vitaly's content. It was funny as fuck. And then I saw his penis. And yeah, that scarred me. That Bang Bus episode, that shit scarred me. Can never watch him ever again. Once you see a man's dick, you just can't look him in the eye anymore.
Confirm that we don't like to be kidnapped, even if it's for a moral reason. And in general, justifying anything like that.
The only reason I know who Vitaly is because of that mugshot he got after beating some random woman because he was tripping out on drugs.
a little bit of a gray area. With that logic, you could justify anything. I mean, these guys didn't deserve to get bullied in school. Like, yo, is that XQC? And while we're on the topic of XQC, you know Hasan's really in a pickle when
Those guys were school shooters, by the way, in case you don't recognize them.
French Canadians start making sense. It's like when pigs fly.
But any pro Hasan after debate topic video, bro is consuming all of it. Hey, listen, all I'm saying is, in order to eat the glaze, you have to eat the donut. Sometimes the donut is good, sometimes it's not good. But it's part of the experience to get a little bit of both. Because only glaze, no good.
Hasan wasn't even hungry yet. XQC was cooking it. You know,
whatever he said, I agree with.
Too. Good analogy. XQC is like 1 for 10 right now. And genuinely, Hasan exists in a perpetual echo chamber. You know, Ethan is crazy. Hasan is getting cooked.
I don't even know what that analogy meant. Sometimes I understand XQC, sometimes he confuses the fuck out of me, and this time it was the latter one.
Permanently banned. But in the end, I sort of pity Hasan. He's a 34-year-old millionaire who lives in
45
in West Hollywood and spends all of his time talking to raving lunatics on twitch.com instead of, you know, starting a family or like going out and traveling and enjoying himself. And you know, traveling on stream is not the same. His audience, like locusts, follows him and like.
So 2 things. First of all, that content cop was one of the most annoying things I've ever watched on YouTube in my entire life. I watched like the first minute of it and I just wanted to crawl out of my skin so bad that I had to stop. Second thing, this is my favorite Hasan clip ever because it shows you just how much of a soulless grifter he is. If they're going to show what I think they show. I'm pretty sure that's a woman in a hijab who's going to come up and tell him he's got to stop drinking Coke on stream. And it's okay if he drinks it off stream, but he's got to stop doing it on stream because it's bad for his image. Which shows, and his response is perfect. I'll let it, if this is the clip, I'll let it happen. But it demonstrates 2 things. One, that despite as much as he like talks about being anti-capitalist and anti-corporate and all this shit, he's like one of the biggest capitalist corporate grifters ever. If you doubt that, go look up his house. Just Google Hasan Piker's house and how much he paid for it. All the expensive clothes he wears. There was a whole thing that was like a whole drama that happened over Hasan Piker's outfit because he was wearing like, I don't know, some insane amount of money. And it's like he doesn't realize that a lot of his audience is inherently opposed to everything he does in his daily life. But a lot of his audience realizes that it's all a big lie and they don't care. They just want to force the lie on other people, which is a demonstration of like why even say some shit like that? Or it's like, oh, it's okay if you it's okay if you drink Coke off stream, but you can't do it on stream. You want your favorite streamer to be a fucking piece of shit liar? What does that say about you?
He criticizes him.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream. It's boycott.
If I was streaming...
It's my favorite clip of all time.
Oh, man.
They didn't even say the best part.
So fucking dumb. Jeez.
They didn't even show the best part. We're gonna watch the actual clip. Oh, look, who's that? Oh shit, I'm on the wrong. Let me switch. Why did it? It's not on the wrong one there. I guess because I was uploading videos. It's on the main account. Yeah, it's on the stream account. Okay. This is, you can tell I've watched this before. This is my favorite clip of all time. Because one, it shows you just how like insane, how much of an insane grifter Hasan Piker is, but it also shows you just how disingenuous his fans are. Oh, does it start there? Okay, yeah, I guess it starts right from the beginning.
Whoa. Yo, what the?
Oh my god, you got the shirt. I love your pants.
Okay, I don't.
Oh, it happens later. She comes back afterwards, I think is what it is. Yeah, she comes back.
Yeah, of course.
Watch this. It's so funny. His response is the best part. The first time I watched this, I laughed my ass off so hard because it shows you just how much of a fraud Hasan is.
Thanks so much.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hasan. At least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
See? So first of all, she knows it's all a lie and she doesn't care. She says, at least pretend, just do it off stream. None of these people have any principles at all. They're just all evil as fuck that want to force their own thoughts and narratives upon other people without caring about the truth at all. But his response is so good. His response is so good. Just listen to the whole thing.
Preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hasan. At least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No soda, Hasan.
I didn't know it was like that.
Is Pepsi okay? And he'll say, I'll put it in a glass. It's just, oh my God. How do people like, how is the world so dumb that they make people like this famous? It's just so frustrating to me. Okay, I had to check something real quick. We're good.
Jesus Christ.
Woman walked up to me telling me what I can and can't do. I'd straight up shotgun that Coke Zero. I'd
Yep.
butt chug it. Hasan's stream title, Houthis show the limit of Israel with a f of the Jews sign. PewDiePie did something similar as a joke and people were like calling him a Nazi for like years after. This is honestly kind of crazy. And of course, I'm not gonna be bad faith and misrepresent that Hasan made that sign, but still, I think Twitch should be banning this type of thing, no?
I'll be real. I feel like Hasan deserves the most bad faith arguments against him by anybody because he's been doing them against everybody his entire fucking career. Like, you got to fight fire with fire. You can't take the moral high ground against Hasan because he will do the lowest, most deplorable shit nonstop because bro has no conscience.
I disagree. You don't fight fire with fire. You fight fire with water. The thing is, you don't even need bad faith arguments. You try and frame Hasan Piker in the best light possible, and he still looks terrible.
His only objective is to win it any possible way, whether that means killing a child, setting a building on fire, promoting people who kill civilians, setting off a bomb at a 7-Eleven.
Like, what is the best light possible for all this? The best light possible is he doesn't actually support terrorism. He's just pretending to support terrorism because it gets him views and makes him money. Well, that's pretty fucked up too.
Nothing Hasan, Bin Laden, Diddy, Piker would ever not do to secure a W and farm some easy base in his chat. It's insane.
He already...
I love that name. Hasan is a stupid dumbass. Says only thing Hasan is actually good at is deep throating the Twitch CEO's smegma covered raisin dick. After the 10-second suckfest, he rewards Hasan with cans of Chef Boyardee ravioli. So I will say SpaghettiOs is really good, but the ravioli's weird as fuck. Dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets. Okay, don't say negative shit about dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets. Those are amazing. And a Twitch unban for constantly breaking the team's terms of service. That is true. We just looked at it. And generally, it's like a 1-day ban. How's it going, Hasan? As a stupid dumbass. Good to see you. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even really like commentating about Hasan. I got clickbaited, you know? Hasan might go to jail for this. I got clickbaited. I gotta admit.
In the prison of his 70 IQ mind.
79!
Not a single human with triple-digit IQ takes Twitch seriously because of how they uphold their terms of service. You know, some rules apply to some people and some apply to others.
I'm watching a video of a streamer watching a video about a streamer. This is like some weird Inception level react shit.
Others, like you can just clearly see their bias, and that's cringe. Oh, and trust me, that's just the tip of the iceberg. People.
Yo, Chet, should I buy this shirt? This shit is like the most cringe shit.
The irony of wearing that when you're the rich, holy fuck. It's just insane.
Like, bro is 42 wearing this shit, brother. That's insane.
Are reporting that you can no longer report Hasan on Twitch without receiving an error. Now, as you can see yourself in the bottom right, people are getting internal errors reporting Hasan. All right, let's try this. Advocating harassment. All right. Bullied me. Debunked it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a Hasan fan by any means. In fact, I'd argue I'm more of a hater, a critic.
It was only a bug for like 5 hours.
If you will, but I'm still going to be charitable to him. Now, either Twitch already fixed it by the time I'm checking it, or people were just like getting random bugs, which, you know, happens.
It was bugs and Twitch fixed it.
Time to time. A progressive mind and a body.
But he had so.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a bug because he just got so many reports that the system couldn't handle it anymore. Now, that being said, there's a good chance they just filter those reports out and don't even look at them because he's done so many ban-worthy things that he's never got banned for. The system probably just like automatically files it in the do not care section whenever Hasan gets reported for something. In all seriousness, what do you think Hasan would have to do in order to get permanently banned since he keeps... I don't know, to be honest. Like, no one in his group gets banned. Like, Denim's literally put out a hit on someone and then get banned. I don't get it. It makes no sense. He would have to actually commit a crime. That's the thing. Putting a hit out on someone is a crime. He would need to, like, get arrested for a crime he did on stream or something like that. Like... it would have to be utterly insane, like to the point where Twitch could get in trouble for allowing him to broadcast it type thing, you know? I think that's the only way he catches a legit ban that's more than just a slap on the wrist. If he does something that could get Twitch in legal trouble. Did Vaush get permabanned off Twitch? I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Vaush. I've heard the name before, but I'm not familiar. He was banned from Twitch for saying the U.S. should invade Israel in defense of Palestinians. I mean, kind of called that, didn't he? Yeah, it looks like he did, because even if he didn't get permabanned, it had the effect because he switched to YouTube. What's up, Snow Ninja? How's it going? How you doing today? How'd your games end up going? We also gotta give Midget Cal a shout out. Let me do this. Midget, you gotta start playing. You gotta start streaming Eve. So I was looking into it, and I can't play Fortnite anymore. Fortnite is one of the only games I can't play on Linux, apparently, because everyone kind of agrees that probably the reason is because Tim Sweeney, who is like the head of Epic, I think. What is he? Tim Sweeney, CEO of Epic Games. Yeah, everyone thinks it's basically because he has a stick up his ass that Steam utterly bodies Epic in every single way. And Steam is really pro Linux. So Tim Sweeney is super anti Linux. It's just not able to run on Linux at all. All good on the way to the Asian market. Buy some udon noodles and ramen stuff. That sounds good. I love ramen. Hope you have. I'm having a wonderful day. I got a lot done today. I went grocery shopping. Finally got my tax bullshit figured out. That ended up being more complicated than I wanted. I'm never late, but I ended up being late just because some shit got complicated. I respectfully remember, though I can't actually find the clip of Hasan showing a female officer getting gunned down and him laughing like a dolphin, and Twitch literally did nothing. That's insane, but doesn't surprise me at all. It makes no sense. I mean, it does make sense when you consider that the CEO of Twitch literally had the entire office sing him happy birthday. I don't understand how people like this are given so much power. Like, the CEO of Twitch is just a weird gooner creep that like lurks in titty streamers channels and sucks Hasan's dick. It makes no sense. Like, who thought it would be a good idea to put that man in charge of anything? What the fuck? Nice shirt. Oh, thank you. I think one of my siblings got me this for Christmas years ago when it came out. My brother bought me some homemade fajitas, so I'm... Ooh, dude, I love good fajitas. Especially when you, like, cook them in, like, a skillet, get them all hot and spicy, you know? Not, like, super spicy, just a little bit of kick in there. The flame... I can't think right now. You gotta get it slightly charred around the edges, you know?
Somebody go test it, see if it still works.
Made for the
I am kind of exhausted from the past 2 days, but not like yesterday. Yesterday I was just dead. That was my shortest stream ever yesterday. I streamed for like 30 minutes and then I was done. We're gonna do some gaming after this, probably.
But yeah, somebody go test it, see if it still works.
Made for the manosphere. Although Hasan's 10 years older than me, I can still guarantee I could bench 2 plates for more reps than him AMRAP, and that's a challenge. Right after the election, Hasan's 10 years older than me, I can still guarantee I could bench 2 plates for more reps than him AMRAP, and that's a
I bet you I could as well.
Challenge. Right after the election, the Times of Canada are reporting
I can bench.
I'm pretty sure I couldn't. I haven't lifted in a very long time. Right now I'm just trying to get active again. I've been doing push-ups and crunches, but I haven't used the weights in a couple of months now. Just because, you know, I've been going through it. And as much as I do want to start getting active again, when I went shopping today at the grocery store, I bought an extra thing of milk for the express purpose of using it with protein powder. So we're working on it. But I'm pretty sure, as much as it pains me to say it, Hasan could probably outbench me right now. Hasan's political analysis is so inaccurate. It's like watching someone play a game of chess against themselves and declare victory after moving their own piece to a square occupied by another piece of their own color. His arguments are full of holes, contradictions, and logical fallacies, yet he continues to gain popularity among the easily swayed masses. Yeah, absolutely. I went to school for political science, so not only do I actually know things about political science, but I also know how much of a scam politics are, and how, like, none of the political ideology actually what matters. What real politics is the art of deal making. Pork belly legislation, all kinds of things like that, where they don't really care what the ideologies are. If you really want an example of this, just Google Bernie Sanders historically. Because if you go back far enough with him, he's been a career politician that has been in the limelight forever. So he has been on both sides of just about every single issue. He's been anti-immigration, he's been pro-immigration. It's insane. The dude just says whatever keeps him in the spotlight currently. He's a really good political grifter. And that's all Hasan is a political grifter. And the thing about them is nothing they say needs to make sense. It just needs to get people angry so they stay relevant. And it needs to confirm people's inherent biases. And that's all they need to do to stay relevant as a political grifter. There's a place in my town called Marco's, and they make amazing Philly cheesesteak style pizzas. That sounds really good. I love a good Philly cheesesteak. I get all the stuff on it, you know? I get the onions, the peppers, and as much as I do love provolone, real Philly cheesesteak has cheese whiz on it.
225 for 10 reps in one set. I can do it for 32 over the course of 3 sets. No. 28 over 3 reps. Or 3 sets.
The story as well. Congratulations to my haters.
I'm telling you, man, I'm this close to benching 315.
So Nabi responds to backlash.
Deadlift, 585 pounds.
Fox News criticism might come about for Hasanabi's long-term
That's a big,
pro-Palestinian stance.
Daily
big
Mail,
PR.
article exposing Hasan as a fraud. Stop. The British are coming for Hasan. All right. Okay. Well, I'm not getting ads, man. No, hell no, I'm not reading that.
Yeah. I don't read anything like that either. When you start paywalling people for your news site, you're not a news site anymore. In my opinion, the news is supposed to inform people, not pay them to get to hear your echo chamber. So I forget what I was going to say when I started ranting about the... Oh, I kind of remember now.
Come about for Hasanabi's long-term pro-Palestinian stance.
Daily Mail, new article exposing Hasan as a fraud. Stop. The British are coming for Hasan.
Yes, the British. So I could actually see that. I don't know what they do about it because obviously he's here in the US. But Great Britain is almost like fascism level police state right now. I don't know if you know this, but recently, so first of all, their police don't do shit about actual criminals. There are many, it's not their fault, by the way. I am generally pro-police. I was a volunteer firefighter for nearly 15 years. And I can tell you that after working beside them for that long, most police officers do just really want to help people. But it's the people in charge of the police departments that make everything go wrong. So what happens is in Great Britain, the police aren't even allowed to carry weapons. They get a baton and that's it. Sometimes pepper spray. I don't know about the pepper spray actually, but there are many videos of police running away from criminals with knives in the UK because that's all they can do. They have to wait for a tactical response team to show up with that person. So they're basically kind of useless when it comes to dealing with real criminals. But I recently saw a video where 6 police officers show up to arrest a couple because they were asking questions about the school district in a WhatsApp conversation. And I'm not even kidding. They just run away from actual criminals with knives, but they show up to arrest parents who are concerned about their kids' education. That is the type of insane shit going on in Great Britain right now. So I would not be even the least bit surprised if the British wanted to arrest Hasan for something. Yep, 100% agree. Yeah. Let's see. UK WhatsApp police. I don't know what this website is. I've never heard of Straight Arrow News before. So I'm just going to say that look how the left doesn't report on this at all. That's insane. I'm like here. The crazy thing is I'm slightly left leaning, but the left is so insanely just off kilter that a lot of people see me as right wing just because I'm like pro firearm and pro capitalism, but I'm also like pro gay rights and pro women's rights, all these things. I'm pro everything, basically. All right, but here we go. Full story. Police in the UK arrested Maxie Allen and Rosalind Levine in January after the couple criticized their child's school in emails and a WhatsApp group. The school had alerted police to the couple's communication, which was deemed upsetting. The parents who had been banned from the school for questioning leadership appointments continued to send emails regarding their disabled daughter's education. So that's what this all came down to. They have a special needs child who has things she requires from the school to be able to learn properly. And there was a sudden change in the school leadership. So they were just asking questions to try and figure out what was going on. Eventually, they were released later, stating insufficient evidence for further action. But we gotta find the video. There's a video on YouTube. Police in the United Kingdom arrested 2 parents who complained about their child's school in an online chat group, according to reports. 6 officers went to Maxie Allen and Rosalind Levine's home in January after their daughter's school alerted Hertfordshire police that the couple had sent multiple emails criticizing it and posted disparaging comments in a WhatsApp group. The crazy thing is, this is the country we as Americans got the idea of freedom of speech from. And they don't have it anymore. Alan, a radio producer for Times Radio, said police officers arrived at his house and detained the couple in front of their daughter. The two spent 11 hours at the police station, answering questions and being locked in a police cell. The parents said they were held on suspicion of harassment, malicious communications, and causing a nuisance on school property. The couple said the Times they had been previously banned from entering their daughter's school. They said they previously questioned the process for appointing new school leadership. Allen and Levine said that despite being barred from school property, they continued to send emails to the school leadership because their daughter is registered as disabled. The couple said they needed to provide information about her medications and wanted to receive updates about her education. The couple said they told the Times they found about 45 email threads between them and the school during the 6 months they were banned from the school property. Speaking to the Times about the arrest, Allen said he was in complete disbelief. It was just unfathomable to me that things had escalated to this degree. Calliope Primary School released a statement about the ordeal saying, "We sought advice from the police following a high volume of direct correspondence and public social media posts from two parents as this has become upsetting for staff, parents, and governors. We're happy for parents to raise concerns, but we do ask that they do so in a suitable way and in line with the school's published complaints procedure." Police arrested Alan Levine on January 29th after investigating. Police released a statement saying, in part, the arrests were necessary to fully investigate the allegations. As is routine in these type of matters, following further investigations, officers deemed that no further action should be taken due to insufficient evidence. They didn't even say they were in the wrong. They just said there was insufficient evidence. They would have arrested these parents if they had evidence that they felt like they could have. Let's see. 422,000 views. Is this the one where it shows, look at this. This is what they show up with. This is the image I was looking for. We don't even need to watch the whole thing. This is what they show up with if you ask questions in a WhatsApp chat. But they just run away from knife-wielding criminals in the streets. It's absolutely fucking insane. Anyway, I gotta go grocery shop. Yeah, take care, Hasan, as a stupid dumbass. I hope you get some wonderful food out while grocery shopping. Good talking to you too. Stay safe as well.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm not getting ads, man. No, hell no, I'm not reading that. But Piker, who has 4.5 million followers on streaming sites Twitch and YouTube, has called Miley Cyrus a little slut and joked about pedophilia and told his fans to kill Rick Scott, a Florida senator, allegedly harangued his ex to call the police, owns a
I forgot about that. How did I forget about that? He literally called for the death of a sitting senator, and he's still unbanned.
swastika sword, gloated over support for terror groups, including Hamas, and blamed Israel for Hamas' murderous October 7th terrorist attack. What a great guy. Bro, this came out yesterday. And Twitch has still not responded. Daily Mail joined in the right-wing publication attacking Hasan Piker. That's fucking insane, bro. The walls are closing in on Hamas, Diddy, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Piker. And you know who he's focused on? My dad. CNN, NBC, Fox News, Asmongold, Destiny, Dan Saltman, Ethan Klein, Nuxenor are after him. And how does Hasan attempt to fix all of these issues? Talks about my dad's 15-year-old criminal past. Brother, you got your own issues to deal with, man. But I hope it made you feel better. Cool.
That is such a misrepresentation. Like, in my opinion, you can be pro-Palestine and not, you know, support the kidnapping of Filipinos. In my humble opinion, the ends do not justify the means when it comes to, you know, harming civilians or people completely unrelated to the incident. Like, the Philippines are catching a stray once again.
I need to do dishes. Now there's a fork on the floor. 1 second. The plate from the chocolate chip omelet is still there. I need to take that up after the stream. But what was I going to say? Oh yeah. You can absolutely be pro-Palestine and still not support terrorism. It's insane just the way people frame these conversations, where it's like, if you're pro-Palestinian, you're pro-terrorism. Or if you're pro-Israel, you're what's the word? You're pro-genocide. It's like, no, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It doesn't equate that way. Everyone is doing groceries today, for sure. It's a great grocery day. What can I say? That pizza was amazing.
again. You know, if it was another country like Turkey, I wouldn't really care, but like Philippines, they're cool. Do people in Canada even care about Hasan? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been.
I think the only people who care about Hasan are the people in his orbit, and that's about it, man. That's about it.
Fooled, and I think Hasan's shtick is coming
Probably
to an end.
true.
Designer clothing and luxury vehicles are like the worst investment you can make, and I don't mean to flex on any of y'all, but you know, I'm more of a socialist myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's the great irony. It's like designer clothing and luxury vehicles are things that do not exist in socialist, communist countries. Which is crazy because, like, all these white liberal socialists have those things out the wazoo. It's like, do you realize that your lifestyle does not exist in the type of system that you promote? It's so fucked up.
With my RAV4 Hybrid XLE Premium package, you know my mile on the gallon is crazy. Then again, I can't afford a Porsche either way, so please subscribe to help me pay my rent. You just got mogged, kid. And literally, like Icarus, he's flying too close to the sun. He's still glazing. Poorest nation on the planet, and he still find time to make music videos.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure.
Hasan is the most dangerous anti-Semite that there is, I think, as far as a live streamer. I think he puts Kanye to shame. I think he puts Candace Owens to shame.
If you guys didn't know, this is Hasan.
Being purely objective, Kanye is pretty dangerous. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd say
Kanye's pretty dangerous, man. I fucking love Dan Saltman, bro. He's actually one of the.
I don't really know much about Dan Saltman. I just know the name. That people don't like him.
His hat on, so take him with a grain of salt, man. Bro's been on a
good joke.
A roll with all the Hasan coverage recently, and he exposed the fact that another large streamer named Tech to Own a Pixel got banned for calling Frogan fat, and then Hasan.
Did you just call me Tech to Own a Pixel? I was in this video and I didn't know the whole time. Damn.
This is the Nicholas Eat Oreos guy. Nick the Oreo got so fat he split off a second somehow still fat clone of himself.
I personally think both situations are funny, but it does show the hypocrisy.
That's ruthless.
Now, I don't think anybody should be banned for calling anybody fat, but the fact that one dude was and Hasan wasn't just shows the double standard that Twitch has.
I am totally cool with being banned.
But wait, hold on. I hate to defend Hasan, but Hasan did not. Wait, let me hear the whole thing.
Did the same thing.
This is the Nicholas Eat Oreos guy. Nick the Oreo got so fat he split off a second somehow still fat clone of himself.
I personally think both situations are funny, but it does show the hypocrisy.
That's ruthless.
Now, I don't think anybody should be banned for calling anybody fat, but
that's not the same. I hate to say it, but it's not the same. So Tectone came out and straight up, Tectone's the guy who got banned for calling someone fat. Who's this guy right here? He called Frogan fat and just like straight up said it multiple times over and over again, very explicitly. Hasan did not do that, at least not in that clip. He just read a tweet about someone else making that comment, which is that kind of the same thing? Yes, but it's a gray area in that the line wasn't necessarily crossed. There's a difference between just reacting to something someone else said and, excuse me, I'm all burpy now because of the soda. There's a difference between reacting to something someone else said and saying it yourself. And in that clip, at least, Hasan was just reacting to an unhinged tweet, which I think is kind of funny. I'm going to say it's kind of funny. And I honestly don't really have a problem with calling someone fat. I don't think that's a bannable offense, to be honest. I'm probably not going to do it. It's not really my vibes. If it might happen in the future, if someone were to... For me, it's not an insult. It's just a statement of fact, right? I'm not going to call someone fat the way Tectone did to get mad at them and put them down. It's just like, yeah, that person's overweight type of thing. I'm like a very logical, very removed, compartmentalized individual where it's just like, well, yeah, that person is technically medically obese. For me, I don't even care that they're fat in that kind of way. If they want to be fat, be fat, be big, bold, and beautiful. If that's what you want to do, but I think putting anyone down for their looks, unless they like make it your problem. So that dank dumbass, I call her, not because she's fat, but because she's dumb, that I have a problem with her. Her name was like Dank Demoss or whatever. Yeah. It's this woman that she's so fat, the Lyft driver refused to let her into his car because he was afraid she was gonna break it if she got into his car. So it was just like a little car, and the story of Rosa Parks. Oh my god, that is brutal. But I have no problem with her being like 3 people squished into one body if that's what she wants to be. But what I do have a problem with is her making it someone else's problem, ruining that guy's day because he didn't want her fat ass to ruin his car. That's what I have a problem with.
But the fact that one dude was and Hasan wasn't just shows the double standards that Twitch has.
I am totally cool with being banned for calling someone fat as long as everybody's getting banned for calling somebody fat. You know what I'm saying?
Towards him. Even the guy himself doesn't care. He says, I don't want people to report Hasan Piker on my behalf. I'm not trying to become some sort of martyr over a fat joke. I say plenty of vitriolic shit on my own streams all the time. All this really does is confirms the fact that Twitch is, biased to Hasan. Just add that to the evidence folder real quick. If you made it this far, toss a like on the video. And, I hope you guys are either like taking a shit or like, eating your food, because honestly, a lot of this stuff doesn't really matter and it will change your life in any way. So
literally eating my food.
Like, shares a cell with Andrew Tate. Like, that'd be content. But that doesn't change the fact that you're still vaping, Jeremy, despite saying it.
I'm going to say this. This one's juicy. No, I won't say it. I'm going to save that for later. No, I got some really juicy shit I found out. But I can't reveal all my cards yet.
Quit multiple times and are still lacking on the gym. Wake up.
Anyways, it appears that Hasan just might be cooked. Like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, guys. So, like, comment, subscribe. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess not really, because eventually I'm live streaming on YouTube right now, and eventually the VOD will be uploaded to YouTube too. All right. Is there anything else? Oh, I wanted to watch this, but I didn't want to watch this while I was eating. I'm gonna make coffee, and then I'm going to react to the Goblin King continuing to live in filth, despite having enough money to hire an army of maids. I'll be right back once I make coffee. All right. Let's go learn about Asmongold and whatever the fuck died in his ceiling.
I got insanely fucking lucky. I could have hurt myself. I could have broken a bone. I could have died. I'm not doing that again. Yesterday was fucking crazy. Basically, oh god, oh jeez, oh man, we had a pretty big day today, or yesterday, I mean, and yeah, so I had to take the day off. I woke up and I couldn't sleep. Well, it's basically like yesterday was a really good example of how you ever have one of those days where like everything just kind of the dominoes always fall in a way that is not good for you?
Yep.
Well, this was one of my dominoes yesterday.
I saw the tweet.
And so I had to deal
I saw the tweet. And I tweeted about something like him being the Goblin King or whatever. And now I just gotta like watch the video and learn about it. I'm just morbidly curious.
deal with that. I thought this board was safe. This piece of wood, it wasn't. It was not. And so anyway, yep, I fell right through my fucking ceiling. Obviously, I was able to catch myself, and you know,
Oh, I read the tweet wrong. I thought my impression was that the dead animals fell through the ceiling, but he himself fell through the ceiling. That's even crazier. So, one of the things we learned in the fire department is to sound the floor. Do I have an appropriate tool for this down here? I know I have some in my car that would work, but I don't want to go that far. Let me change scene so you can kind of see. I don't know if you can see my floor. I've been planning on changing the camera angle anyways. We'll just do it midstream, how about? You can kind of see the floor back there. I want to wait until I get some of the other items installed, but I think we're going more like this camera angle more like here at some point. But yeah, okay, that'll be good for the demonstration. Also, I forgot to turn this light on. I don't know if you can even see that light anymore. Oh, it actually looks better. It looks better from that angle. I haven't fixed the lights on the floor yet. That's been one of the things that's on the to-do list that I just haven't had time for. I cleaned one or two of them up. There's one that's absolutely broken. Is that the one I put over there? No. I don't know where the broken one is. But maybe that's tomorrow. But the thing I want to show you is, let me get a tool real quick. Okay, this will work fine. It's like a scraper. We actually used it to clean this floor before we painted it. But when you're doing... I'm going to turn that up as much as I can. When you're doing a search as a firefighter, you're going to stick to the wall and you're going to stay low. Now, you don't need to stay low because of the smoke so you can breathe because you have a mask, but the reason you want to stay low is so you can see through the smoke. So, you're going to stay here, you're going to go along the wall like this, and you only ever stay on one knee so that you can push yourself up if something happens and you need to move fast. Never get down on both knees. You only ever stay on one knee. But as you're going forward, you're going to do what's called sounding the floor. And I don't want to do it too hard because then I'll mess up the paint job probably. But you slam your tool into the ground, and if the floor like budges at all, you know not to go through it. So you're going to be going like this. I'm just doing it real gentle and in one spot. But it also just so Asmon is a dumbass. Give me a second to put this away and I'll go into that. Even just tapping that on the ground, I was kind of worried that I was going to, where'd my headphones go? Chip the paint, because I'm kind of a dumbass, and I put the wrong kind of paint on the floor. I wasn't paying attention. I sent it off to be ordered. I had it ordered online, and I got the wrong kind. It's latex paint. And you're not really supposed to put latex paint on the floor because it doesn't hold up as well. But fortunately, it's not a floor that's going to get beat up too much. And I have a rug down here where I have the chair and stuff. So I think it'll be all right. The part that's going to be messed up is if I ever move the desk. That'll probably be messed up there. But there's two things. One, it's like if you're ever on anything that's kind of unstable, before you step on it, you should like bang on it with a tool. Second, based off of what I'm seeing there, like let's go back a little bit.
I'm fine, right? I mean,
I need to check the angle of this now that I changed the camera. That looks kind of good. All right, based off what I'm seeing here,
anyway, yeah.
that looks like it's not a full like finished attic type thing. It's one of those unfinished attics where you're not going to have a real floor up there. You're just going to have the cross beams, and you're going to maybe have some pieces of plywood up there, and that's it. The rest is going to be the ceiling. You should never actually walk on the ceiling itself, because that's going to happen. It's like painfully obvious that's going to happen if you walk on the ceiling yourself. Like it, even though he ended up coming through that board, he could have come through. Well, it's probably not too likely over there because he's against the wall. It's going to have more support over there. But he could have come through there. He could have come through down somewhere in that hallway. You should just never walk on the ceiling itself. If you have an attic like that, go get some plywood and put plywood up there for you to walk on. And if you don't have plywood or you can't set that down, then just make sure you walk on the cross beams themselves specifically, because a ceiling is not made to hold any kind of weight. If you put weight like that on a ceiling, you're going to go through it regardless. And if you want extra proof that Asmongold is a dumbass, watch him try and put a piece of IKEA furniture together. But the crazy thing is, he's still smarter than most people, because he at the very least has some level of common sense. And it sounds weird saying this after I said he was a dumbass for falling through the ceiling, but he's like He knows how to put 2 and 2 together. He just doesn't know how to multiply 2 and 2, I guess would be the way to put it.
Yep, I fell right through my fucking ceiling. Obviously, I was able to catch myself, and you know, I'm fine, right? I mean, aside from like, you know, 4 or 5 other cuts all over me, other than that, I'm fine. But yeah, no, nothing broken. It's only a flesh wound. It's totally fine. I'll heal in a few days, and that'll be it. And so I'm not worried about it. Good one, jackass. Yeah, I know. Well, so here's
He is
what
a
happened,
dumbass,
right? Is that apparently, so okay, let me go back. All right, where do I want to start with trying to explain what happened with this, right? Did you get
I gotta blow my nose real quick. I don't know if I'm gonna watch this whole video because I already know what happened. I thought it was just like a dead raccoon or something that came falling through his ceiling, but he was the raccoon that fell through the ceiling. Okay, I think I can breathe now better. But it's just mind-blowing to me. Like, it just made more sense that there was like a rotting creature up above his floor and he didn't know. And eventually like the juices or something softened the ceiling enough that it came and it fell down. But the fact that he himself walked on a part of the ceiling that wasn't designed to hold any kind of weight and fell through, it's just a level of stupidity that I was not prepared for.
you get your wounds disinfected? I actually took a bath and I washed myself completely because there are so many cuts all over me. Like there's this one, there's that one. I think there's one over here too. I don't know if you can really see that one very well. Where is it? There's like some like little bit.
He took a bath for the first time in a month, probably.
Not a whole lot. And let's see. I'm trying to think. Is there any other ones? Oh yeah. My leg is cut up. Let me see. Can I show the? Yep, there it is. Legs cut up as well. But the fact is, I mean, that's nothing. I mean, really, that's nothing.
No, you're lucky.
It's not.
You're
even a
really
big deal.
lucky.
And so anyway, dude, no, it's totally fine. Like I felt like honestly. So to me, Nan, thank you again for the 10 subs. I appreciate it. And what animal did you find? And did you clean it up? Yeah, I did. Oh, actually, you know what? I can show you a picture.
Oh
yeah,
God.
I actually did.
I'm really glad.
What, for a few cuts?
That
a few like
I ate before I watched this. Because if he's going to show us the picture of the animal itself,
no,
that's not something you want to be see while eating.
There's no tetanus, there's no metal there. What are you talking about? And so anyway, yeah, it can get infected. Anything can get infected. I've been cut so many times, it's not a big deal. Asbestos, not the cuts. So I hate to tell you guys this, but I was reading through a lot of like the comments and everything that people made on this. And I feel like such a bitch saying that.
Yeah, Mudahar's right. Bro, I'd look at getting some home inspected when you get the chance, for real. I hate to say that, but I've given up and I'm hiring a cleaning crew. Try to do it myself, but after today, it's too much of a risk, for sure.
But I have given up. I have surrendered. We are actually going to get a cleaning team out. We're going to have somebody come out and look into whether it's asbestos or not. And we're going to do the whole thing, right? And so I didn't want to have to do that, right? I thought I could do it myself, to be honest with you guys. I thought I could just do it all by myself.
No.
It'd be no big deal. The fact is that
you don't have those skills, nor do you have the yes.
And like I had people telling me like, oh yeah, this happened.
The fact that he thought he could do it himself is insane. Let me show you why. Oh, there's a new Atozi video. I was right when I said we're gonna watch a couple of Atozi videos, even though the new Atozi video wasn't out yet, but it is now, literally 30 minutes ago. All right. 31 if we're being specific. I'm making that because I don't know if you saw about it, but Ye freaked out on what's his name? Pierce Morgan. I think his name is Pierce Morgan. Yeah, it was Pierce Morgan. Because Pierce Morgan said he had 32 million followers on X, but it's actually 33 million followers. So we got to be very specific. We don't want Ye to freak out and be like, hold on, it was 31 minutes ago, not 30 minutes ago. What was I? Oh, yeah. Do we not have... See, that's the thing. Maybe it wasn't IKEA. This clip is actually crazy. Watch this. This clip blows my mind. It's a Emeru clip. So it's relevant. The one that I'm looking for. I'm pretty sure it's an Emeru clip. But this absolutely blows my mind.
Places to visit. Emmy, spin the wheel and give us your first letter.
I'm decently good at Wheel of Fortune, mind you. But I have no idea how she managed to pull this one off.
Oh no.
Starforge? Oh.
Ooh. Yeah.
750's good.
750's pretty good.
750's good.
750's good.
Can I get an L? An L?
Huh.
Any L's?
Oh, damn.
Okay, not bad.
That'd be real
One
funny.
L.
One L.
One L. I spin again. Is the strat to try to farm letters, or should you say it when you think you know what it is?
It's kind of a little bit of both. So, the more letters you farm, the more points you get. And at least in Wheel of Fortune, I'm not sure about this knockoff Wheel of Chaos, that equates to prize money, right? However, there's, assuming that's still on the wheel here, there's still the bankrupt or the lose your turn spin. And if you hit the lose your turn spin, it just goes to the next person. If you hit the bankruptcy spin, then it goes to the next person and you lose all your stacked up cash. So it's kind of a mixed result thing, but you want to balance it out. In general, as long as you don't have 0 points, which is really hard to have 0 points because I think you need to spin before you can guess anyways. I don't remember. I could be wrong there. But you generally want to solve if you can. Simply because if you don't solve, there's the RNG of getting forced to give someone else the next turn and then they might solve it. So when you have the opportunity to solve, you probably should, unless you really need the points for some reason.
I think
early game is you farm letters.
Yeah.
You build up cash.
Sure.
If you
But
say
it's
it,
risky, right? It's risky
Yes.
because I could
you let
pass
other
it.
It is
people
risky.
follow.
Go ahead, say it.
I'll
You
be
know what it is,
risky.
say it. Good.
Wait, do you know it already?
Wait, why am I giving you
Yes,
trash?
I know what
Never
this
mind.
is.
You
You
know
do?
what this is?
I know what this is.
Then
I'm
guess it.
Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Oh!
Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Wait.
Is just one Z in Pisa? Pizza.
Pizza.
That's my favorite part. It's just one Z in Pisa.
Wait.
It's just one.
That's I didn't even remember that it was that, but that's pretty ironic considering we just ate pizza.
Z in Pisa? I thought it spelled like pizza.
Pizza. Is it not? Am I wrong?
She guessed it. Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here. Well done.
I love how everyone's so
If you called
confused.
me out, I was gonna farm and maybe lose it all.
Emmy immediately got the puzzle right. It is Leaning Tower of Pizza. Pizza.
Leaning Tower of Pizza.
Amazing. So because Emmy got the round right, you get 1,000 points. So now you have 2,000 points in the bank.
To 0.
Yeah.
That's how that show works. Happy for you.
That actually like blew my mind.
Yes, Hamster, yes.
Okay,
That's
Asmongold.
awesome.
What the hell was it? It was a shelf or a bookcase. A desk? I'm trying to remember what it was. Why does that one keep popping up? The Asmongold, because it's got 500k views. That's why. 464k views. Putting together desk. There we go. No. There's a... What's that autocomplete? There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, it wasn't Emmy. I don't know who that person is. But I just want the clip. I don't want the whole thing. It's like a fucking hour long. 2 hours for this? Pink Sparkles. I've heard of that day before, but I'm not sure who they are. But this thing, there's this one part where...
That's a good job. I'm proud of you, Izzy.
There's no such thing as chubby. It's thick. Mission. Wait, is this still autofocusing weird? Oh, I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to do that.
He gets it like 90% done and puts it together wrong. Maybe that was the spot.
This part. You put it on the wrong way, you dumbass.
Look, just the utter confusion.
Oh, how can you go so wrong?
This is the guy
Man. How can you go so wrong?
who couldn't even put a piece of IKEA furniture together while reading the instructions. And he thought somehow he was going to clean this shit up by himself.
I could just do it all by myself. It'd be no big deal. The fact is that yesterday I got so lucky And like, I had people telling me, like, oh, yeah,
What's
this
up,
happened to
W
me,
Dill? How's it
you know,
going,
like,
bro?
there's, like,
Good to
one post,
see
like, I
you.
woke up in a
Welcome to the
hospital,
stream.
like, oh, like,
I'm commenting on this thing. I saw this on Twitter, and I read it wrong. Or X now. Sorry. I read it wrong. I thought a rotting animal carcass just fell through his ceiling. Like the juices and stuff coming out of it softened the ceiling so much that it couldn't help it so far. But no, the carcass that fell through the ceiling was actually his own, which makes it both more hilarious and more sad.
like I
How are
had,
you
like,
doing,
bruised
W Dale?
ribs, and like, so all this happens, and like I was also like holding a stick. Like it's one of those things that like it happened so fast that I don't even know how I reacted to it. But the next thing I knew, I was just holding on to the sides, and after that, like a half second later, I was back standing up on top of that, right? And so I was just like shocked, right? And I didn't even really. It took me like maybe an hour to come down of the, you know, from like that fucking, you know, adrenaline high, right? Holding a stick. Yeah, I was trying to move because I thought, did you get the dead animal? Okay, so why was I in my attic? So I woke up and I smelled a dead animal. Now, I can smell like 3 things in my life. I can smell dead rats. I can smell blood. Yes, I can smell blood. I can tell when there's blood. And I can smell the difference between a Dr. Pepper and a Coca-Cola, and I can even smell the difference between a a Coca-Cola and a Pepsi.
I mean, who can't?
That's actually a very good point. Yes, exactly. And
Coke and Pepsi smell so different. Coke is delicious. Pepsi is nasty.
And that's it. And so anyway, wait, you can't smell soda? Yes, I can smell soda. But that's basically about it. And
But then again,
anyway,
I can generally smell between different types of coffee. So I'm sure not everyone has scent like that. Like, he can smell 3 things. I can smell 30,000 things probably.
So this is kind of like what
Like,
happened.
look at the
is that
size of this thing.
I woke up and I was like,
You
oh
know?
my God, there's a dead animal in the house. Again, fuck. Why is this happening again? So I go into my attic and I can kind of smell it more. I have such a really bad sense of smell in general, though, that it's very hard for me to track any scent and find it. And so anyway, I was in my attic trying to find this dead animal. I never found it. And that's why, and I think the reason why is that, like, this morning I woke up, it wasn't as bad. I think what happened is that it was actually a raccoon that died underneath my deck in my backyard, because I walked out into the backyard and like I could very, very strongly smell it. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And so, yeah, that's basically what happened, right?
So it wasn't even a dead animal
in my backyard. I mean,
in
it could
his
have been a cat or
ceiling.
a fox, but like I think it was a raccoon.
in his
'Cause that's
backyard
usually what
outside.
there is around here, right? And so you aren't supposed to walk between the beams when you're in the attic. Do you see this right here?
That's what I said.
This is like, you know, like in Dark Souls where they have like the piece of ground where there's like cracks through it. Yeah. Yeah, bro, that's about what happened. And anyway, so it's rack. Yeah, and so that's what I think happened. So the funny thing is that I did all this for nothing. That's what's really funny about it, is that
that makes it even better.
All of this drama, all of this bullshit, I think was all for nothing. And I'm pretty sure that the actual dead animal isn't even in the house. So, and that's... And,
of course
to be
it's
fair,
not.
Though, so I walk out into my fucking garage, and there's literally a rat sitting there. Like, back in the day, they would at least have, like, the fucking dignity to run away. But he's lived there so long, he didn't even give a fuck about me. He's like, hey... Anyway, so yeah, where the fuck is this food? And like, he didn't even think about it. He didn't even give a fuck, right? Yeah, he owned the place. And so we got to, and so basically this is what happened, right? So I fall through the ceiling.
I don't know how this is a 30-minute
myself,
clip.
As I said, you
We're
know,
not watching the whole thing.
I
want to hear the end of the
by
story.
way,
We'll give
also,
it 3 more
one of the
minutes.
reasons why I was stepping and walking in a weird way. Really fun fact. I moved my foot in a way that morning where I tore my entire toenail off one of my toes. The entire fucking thing. And
How do you do that?
A bandage to like press everything down to stop all.
How
the
do
bleeding.
you do
so
that?
I was walking in a weird way anyway because of that happening. Ouch! It doesn't matter. It's fine. Who cares? And so anyway, listen.
So I had a thing once where I kicked a step really hard, and eventually the toenail fell off, That was disgusting. I was worried it wouldn't grow back. But I definitely understand the pain. But like, bro, cut your fucking toenails, man. That was when I was young. At his age, that shit shouldn't be happening. Just cut your toenails, bro.
If I have scars. I used to tear the skin off my back just because I like the way it feels. Like, I have scars all over my back from it. If you ever see me outside, if I'm ever not wearing a shirt, you can see it. And yes. And
He really is the Goblin King.
The fork in my arm. This is nothing. Okay, it's not a big deal. I've broken my own teeth out. It's not a big deal. Now, I'm not an enjoyer of like any of this kind of stuff anymore, but you know, when I was younger, it was a little bit different. And so anyway, that's what happens. Another Tuesday. Why? Well, it depends. The fork in my arm is because I missed a Spell Reflective Cyclone and Burning Crusade, which if you played the game, you'd understand. You'd understand because it's just bullshit, right? Just total bullshit. And
imagine just like playing WoW. And you get so mad at the game that you stab yourself with a fork. So don't get me wrong, I will get upset at times. But I've never been the type to like break a controller or anything. That like I'll definitely get animated and angry and maybe say some things. But the idea of being physically violent because of a video game is just so foreign to me. I don't comprehend it.
And so anyway,
and controllers are expensive.
And it makes
you know
sense.
how
Yeah,
much
exactly. When it
I
rains,
paid
it pours.
for this
Yes, when it
shit?
rains, it
This is
pours.
the Monster
And
Hunter
so I
Special
wake up,
Edition.
I couldn't sleep. I slept for
And
like
I, like,
3 hours. I
almost
wake up,
don't play
I
Monster
immediately
Hunter
tear
at all.
My fucking toenail off.
But it looks
There's
cool.
blood everywhere.
It's got-
and I actually had to put a bandage.
it's got
on
a
for
giant
this one
silver
because
dragon
of how
on
bad
it.
it was. And so then I wake up and I go to the store. I'm about ready to go.
Oops. What did I do? What the fuck did I do?
Of like any of this kind of stuff anymore. But you know, when I was younger, it was a little bit different. And so anyway, that's what happens. Another Tuesday. Why? Well, it depends. The fork in my arm is because I missed a Spell Reflect.
We
You'd
went back,
understand
like,
because
10
it's
seconds.
bullshit, right? Just total bullshit. And so anyway, and that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. And when it rains, it pours. Yes, when it rains, it pours.
That's true.
And so I wake up. I couldn't sleep. I slept for like maybe 3 hours. I wake up. I immediately tear my fucking toenail off. There's blood everywhere. And I actually had to put a bandage on for this one because of how bad it was. And so then I wake up and I go to the store. I'm about ready to go stream. And I get into my room. Like, this smells like fucking dead rats. God damn it. And so I go into my attic. I fall through the fucking ceiling in my attic. And then I'm sitting there like, this is me. I'm right here. And I'm like, son of a fucking bitch. So I get up immediately after this happens. I do the smartest thing possible. I literally just get up and step over the hole. And I keep doing it, right? I'm still looking. I don't even give a fuck about falling through. I'm like, okay, I'm like doing this. I'm like, okay, I can move my legs, move my arms.
Nothing's
all right,
broken.
Nothing's
Just
broken.
not,
I'm
yeah.
fine. And so let's just keep going. And anyway, I still couldn't fucking find the thing, right? That was it. Is the TV still there? Yeah, this is my ex-girlfriend's TV. She left when she moved out. You know how it is. But anyway, so yes, that's her TV. Is it? Yes, this is Pink. That's Pink Sparkle's television right there. And she recorded this. If I could have, I would.
When did Asmongold and Pink Sparkles break up? 2018. Oh, 2019. That TV has been sitting there for 5 years. 5 years that TV's been sitting there. That's insane.
Would have, okay, guys? I understand
Goblin King.
that it was really funny. And I've fallen down my stairs probably 30 times. There was one time I fell down my stairs and I was putting on like my space heater and my drink.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
And I was just sitting there laughing after I was falling at the bottom of the stairs. I was just laughing. I was like, man, this should have been so funny if somebody could have watched it. But I've never broken a bone.
I think the last time I fell down the stairs was like 5th grade. And actually, I fell up the stairs. I didn't really fall down the stairs. I was walking up the stairs, and I had like my books, and there was a girl in front of me that I had a crush on. Maybe it was later than 5th grade, like 6th grade. It definitely wasn't 8th grade, I don't think. Sometime between 5th and 7th grade was the last time I fell on the stairs. And no, well, I guess there was one time that I lost consciousness at a party and fell down the stairs. But that was because I was in a very inebriated state. And it wasn't just clumsiness is the point. The only time I can recall falling on the stairs due to clumsiness was like 5th or 7th grade, somewhere between there. And I was distracted by a pretty girl. My foot slipped off the stairs, and like it was this girl I had this crush on, and I actually fell up the stairs because we were walking up the stairs. She was ahead of me, and I'm sure she thought I was absolutely insane because I just started laughing. I thought it was like so ironic. I was a little bit embarrassed because I was like, here's this girl that I have this crush on, and I just totally ate shit right behind her. My books went everywhere. I think my pencil case broke. I don't know if kids still have pencil cases these days, but and like my shit was just all over the stairs. And she just like walks away, pretend like nothing happened. I was laughing so hard because it was just like the great irony of all of it. I was a little bit embarrassed, but more I just thought it was funny as shit. But besides one time when I was mostly I was overwhelmed by cigarette smoke, actually, because like nicotine used to just really mess me up, especially once I had a little bit of alcohol in me, and I ended up passing out while on the stairs. Those are like the only 2 times I can ever recall falling down the stairs, and one of them I was not sober at all.
I've never even come close. I've never fractured anything ever. I've like ran into things. I've slammed my hand against things. I've had my foot run over by a car. You know, I'm.
He's like a Teletubby,
right?
basically.
I mean, unless something crazy happens. So I'm not really that worried about it. But knock on wood. Hey, yeah, knock on wood. Well, actually, a really funny thing about that. About knock on drywall. And so yeah, this would be good content. Yeah, sure. And so you broke your crusty toenail. Not necessarily, no. It was just I tore part of it off, and there was like a little edge of it that was like, you know,
I feel that in my spine. That's like the one thing that messes with me for some reason. Like fingernails and toenails. Eyeballs a little bit. I'm not bothered by 99% of gore, but like fingernails and toenails and some eyeball shit kind of mess with me. One of the most disturbing movie scenes ever is the scene in District 9. I don't know if you've seen the movie, but there's this part where the main character, I forget his name right now, he's just like a bureaucrat that is supposed to do like a bunch of paperwork about resettling the aliens. And he's got to go like door to door, and he's got to be the one that like knocks on the door and like goes and tries to get them to move and stuff. And at some point he gets exposed to this substance, and he starts going through a transformation, and he's sitting at his desk chewing on his fingernail, and it just comes off in his mouth. That was one of the most disturbing scenes I have ever seen in any movie. Dude, that made my skin crawl when it happened. I I have nightmares about that. Not actually. But like meanwhile, I can watch Aliens and like the chest burster comes out and I think that's the coolest shit. But the dude chewing on his fingernail, that messed me up so bad.
Just caught it against something and it tore the entire fucking thing off, right?
Yo, sup, bro? I can see you're grinding. I feel like, yeah, no. You're definitely. I have seen almost this exact message like 20 times in the past week, dude. I'm not adding you on Discord. It's just not gonna happen.
That's what it was. And is that a support beam? No, that was a support beam. And so anyway, yeah,
was
basically
a
I had
support
this
beam.
happen. And by the way, I already fixed this. And so yesterday, after all this was happening, I'll go ahead and show you right here. My dad always taught me whenever I was a kid, he said that every time that something bad happens to you, turn the situation in a way to make it even better than before it happened. And so I try to use that as much as I can. And so yesterday, I used my vacuum cleaner. I vacuumed up the entire floor. Everything's totally fine. To be fair, I didn't vacuum this. I just fucking shook it out outside. That's why it's kind of dirty. And I did everything. It's already done. Like, it's already done. And this is after, by the way, I had to, and then I had to go to Verizon to help my dad.
I wonder if that was the first time he vacuumed that hallway in 5 years. Because the TV has been there for 5 years. Now, it doesn't look like he actually moved the TV. Where's the other? Maybe he did. I don't think he moved the TV. It looks like he moved that piece of wood, though, because the wood's at a different angle. No, he didn't move the wood. It just... He didn't really vacuum. He vacuumed around that bullshit that was already there. The wood's at the same spot. And you can see whatever was behind or up against the wood didn't get cleaned up. So he did the bare minimum. But that kind of lends credence to the fact that he might not have vacuumed that hallway in 5 years.
I use that as much as I can.
I bet you the last time that hallway was vacuumed was when he had a girlfriend that came over and did it for him.
And so yesterday, I used my vacuum cleaner. I vacuumed up the entire floor. Everything's totally...
The fact that he says, I used my vacuum cleaner. You know that shit doesn't happen often. If he says, I used my vacuum cleaner. I do need to vacuum this room, actually. But it's mostly just because of the cat fur. There's like cat fur under my desk. We'll do that this week.
Fine. To be fair, I didn't vacuum this. I just fucking shook it out outside. That's why it's kind of dirty. And I did everything. It's already done. Like, it's already done. And this is after, by the way, I had to, and then I had to go to Verizon to help my dad get a new phone, right? And so I'm getting my dad a new phone at the same time. And then also, like, I'm like, okay, well, you want to try an iPad, right? Because I was going to buy him an iPad. And so then I do this, and I actually took a bath yesterday, too, because I was like, well, I was picking my nose.
The way he says that, I actually took a bath yesterday too. It's like it happens like once a moon cycle. Asmongold takes a bath.
Be honest, right? I was picking my nose, and all the boogers were black. And I was like, I think we need to get some professionals in here. This doesn't seem...
Why weren't you wearing a mask? Oh my god. Let me go get it. I think I lost one of the filters, but... I can tell you, after having been a firefighter for nearly 15 years of my life, and also a maintenance guy for like 10, whenever you're doing any kind of housework, wear one of these. This is not the highest you can get. It's a P95. Basically, you don't necessarily need one of these. You can get an N95 mask. It's like, this is basically like the same. So the N95, what's the difference? I don't know if there's a difference between the P versus the N, but what the 95 means is the size of particles that get through it. P95 versus N95. Yeah, let's see if there's a difference. Both P95 and N95 respirators offers 95% filtration efficiency for airborne particles, but they differ in their resistance to oil particles. N95 packs are not... Okay, so this one is oil proof, but the N95 masks that people were using for COVID aren't. But if you are going to be doing any kind of like hardcore cleaning or renovating in your house, get a blank 95 type mask. If you're just doing dry stuff, you're not going to need the P95. And this is filters, by the way. You can put all kinds of different filters on this bad boy. But you really want to get some type of 95 number filter, whether it's a full-size mask like this or just the little these type of P/N95 masks. They're basically the same thing, except that the N95 isn't going to protect from oil like the P95 that I have here does. But what the 95 means is that it's 90% filtration efficiency. So this is going to get 95% of the stuff that you would breathe in and protect you from it. I think the next level is a 98, but that's like one of those diminishing return things where the P98 the P98 filters start to get a little more expensive. That's not the right thing. Let's do 3M mask filter. Yeah, you can get the full ass cartridges too, but we don't need these. Those will fit on this mask as well. But what I want are these little guys, yeah. So you can get a P100. P100s. There's the P95 I have. Okay, so it's not a P98, it's just P100s. But my point is, it's a diminishing returns type thing where the P100s, is it going to tell me? How do I find where to buy them? Whatever, we can just search. P100 mask filter. Amazon. These ones are the ones we're looking for. 18 bucks for 3 pairs versus P95 mask filter. These ones, $8. So it's one of those things. Now this is only a pack of 2, but still, it doubles in price for a 5%, essentially. Doubles in price for a 5% efficiency increase. And actually, that's discounted. It says $39, although who knows if that's actually true, because a lot of those discounts are just marked up and then discounted. But it was one of those things where when we were in the store and I was getting this mask to do the renovations in this place, I looked at the P100 mask filters, and they just, for the price, they weren't worth it. Let's see what it says. Yeah. So you really only need the P100 respirators for the most intense shit. More hazardous environments like asbestos, mold, or welding fumes. General dust and construction environments. It's possible there's asbestos here, but I'm not really doing any supremely hardcore renovations like pulling out drywall or plaster and replacing it. For me, it's mostly things like sanding and refinishing, that type of stuff. And this is plenty good enough for that. But the fact that he wasn't wearing some kind of mask is insane to me. And I know he wasn't wearing some kind of mask because he said his fucking boogers were black. We're gonna listen to the story more. I'm kind of more invested than I hoped I would be. I said we weren't going to watch this whole thing, but we're halfway through it now.
Very good.
Let's keep listening to him. I need to switch scenes real quick because I don't want to show something. Good.
My goal originally, whenever
good, because you are woefully ill-equipped, both mentally and physically, and also as far as your resources, not monetarily wise. Monetarily wise, he's got all the resources, but clearly the necessary tools to do this yourself. Hire someone that actually knows what the fuck they're doing.
whenever I clean my house, this was kind of a while ago, and blood, no, I can tell the difference between blood and dirt. Trust me, it's not blood. And anyway, so that's what's going to happen. I've already begun the process. I have somebody that's working on it for me, like making it happen. It is literally happening as we speak, right? And so that's pretty much it. I'm too under-leveled for this dungeon, man. I am, and I thought to myself,
at least he admits it.
How insanely, like, because I can say, oh, I have super fast reflexes, and I was able to stop myself or whatever. Yeah, maybe that's true, but I also really got lucky.
Yes,
I got insanely fucked.
You really got lucky, and it should have never happened in the first place. Okay, we are logged in, so we can switch scenes. It's not going to dox my account.
Lucky. I could have hurt myself. I could have broken a bone. I could have died. I'm not doing that again.
You could have got stabbed by something on the way down and got a nasty-ass infection.
But this is a bit much, right? Were you alone? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I live by myself. And so, yeah, that's it. And, so glad you're okay. No big boss. Well, hey, I'm the kind of guy. Okay, listen. Like, I used to always do things that you shouldn't do with my friends whenever we grew up.
Yeah, I'm sure.
One time we almost got in trouble with the individuals that get you in trouble, and you get in trouble a lot, right? We almost really almost got caught. And I told myself, and I was like, I was like, okay, guys, that was it. That was the last time I'm ever going to do this again. And so they're like, oh, yeah, right. And like, I actually quit entirely. I quit. They didn't. One of them went to prison. And I never went to jail. I never got arrested. I never even got pulled over. I never got in trouble at all. So I know when to hold them. I know when to fold them. And bro, I fucking folded yesterday. I'm going to be honest. I folded. And so I figure, you know what? That's okay. And I'm going to go and get, like, basically, there's like maybe 5 or 10 different things that are wrong with my house in like a big way. And somebody was talking about like asbestos and everything.
I'm surprised that's it.
Because like his grandma lives up the street and like, you know, we grew up together. I've got to ask him, like, do you know?
Considering all the lore we have on him and his place at this point, 5 or 10 different things, I would have said bare minimum 20.
Did your grandma ever get the ceiling checked for asbestos? Because like our houses were built at the same time. Yeah, I've got to hit up Zach McElreevy and see what's going. Is your tailbone okay? Sure. Yeah. No, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Yeah, there's no issue at all. When was your house built? I think 1975, somewhere around there, 1980. So yeah, we're gonna have it checked for asbestos.
Yeah.
Yep. We're gonna have it checked.
And then you're gonna find out that it's there,
for sure.
And you inhaled
And so,
all that shit because you weren't wearing a mask, dumbass.
It'll take a little bit of time, but I've already got everything patched up and everything, and we're okay. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Give me 1 second.
That cough. That was not a friendly sounding cough.
From it. Not really, because like, I've been trying
people in chat are saying
to see if there's any.
People in chat are saying asbestos cough. Oh my god.
Debris in it or anything. But no, not really. I looked it up also, by the way, and this is what they said about asbestos, is that it's not, well, number one, they said asbestos is not good for you.
Yes.
Do not put it on pizza. Don't use it as a mixer for alcohol.
Unless an AI tells you to. I'm sure the same AI that was like, you can use glue to help your cheese stick to your pizza might suggest to add asbestos to make it more texture.
And also do not inject it either. Yeah, they said this is not good for you at all. And so anyway, you know, but they said that if you have brief exposure to it whenever you're doing home renovations, that it's almost completely non-problematic, right? And that's what they said. The issue really is that when you're in it and you're dealing with it for like a long period of time, right? Because like basically they were explaining that
it'll only maybe give you cancer.
Right? Why not?
Whereas if it's long-term exposure, it will definitely
like, so
give you
live in a
cancer.
house with asbestos, and basically what asbestos is that it's like a it's like some sort of thing, and if you have what do you call it? If you have too much of it in a certain area, or sorry, if it gets disturbed, it can be damaging, right?
Yeah.
And so that's
it's not bad,
I guess, right?
It's not bad unless you start inhaling it. And you're really not going to inhale it unless, well, I don't know, you fall through a ceiling that's lined with asbestos. It's really frustrating. The more I learn about this, the more it frustrates me. Let's go watch the Atozi video.
Theo was sued for $30 million by the guy behind one of the first viral memes on YouTube, and Theo found out in the middle of his podcast.
He pretty much does some type of algebraic equation that gets to a demand request somewhere around $30 million. I think it's around 29,750,000, something around those damages he ran from YouTube and Instagram views.
Well, what do I do? I'm just have to work. I mean, do I have to work forever or what?
I mean, it sounds like he's claiming you've already made this money. So the question is, what have you done with all that money?
Dude, what is he talking about, dude? I drive a Ford Ranger.
So maybe asking, what did Theo do to get sued by this guy?
Ford Ranger is one of the greatest trucks ever made, by the way. The new one isn't as good because they made it too big. But the old Ford Ranger, like, we'll go look at the new ones. The new one is too big. The nice thing, it's like almost a full-size truck now. But the old Ford Rangers, like, I don't know if they made him in the 90s. Can we find? There we go. This guy. Yeah, the 95 Ford Ranger. This is one of the greatest trucks ever made. The new ones kind of suck. I was so excited when they announced that they were bringing the Ford Ranger back, and then they made it way too fucking big. At this point, you might as well just get a full-size truck. Like, what's the Maverick? Isn't the Maverick like the same thing? The Maverick is smaller than the Ranger. So the Maverick, I think, has a Mustang engine in it. It's like a... Oh, so it's smaller. Okay, I was wrong. It's a hybrid powertrain that's not a V6. What is it? Which Ford truck has a Mustang engine? Oh, it's the Ford F-150 has the Mustang engine now. Specifically, the Raptor. Oh, that's what it is. The Raptor, the Ford Mustang Raptor, has the Mustang engine. Look at that one. That one's got some modifications to it. I don't know if that's even actually. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's actually the real thing, and it's a RC truck. That's why. Anyways,
Can ran up behind him with a hatchet. Smash, smash, smash. Yeah.
Wow, seeing that video again really brings me back. I mean, this was
I
released
don't-
in 2013. The simpler times. Back then,
I don't remember
I was
that.
in high school uploading funny
I
moments
did
of
not
gaming
see
videos
that.
on this channel. But I would also assume that Kai looks back at these days in a positive light as well because, you know, he's made some terrible decisions after that viral clip, which now includes suing Theo Von. But the reason Kai sued Theo Von is because someone else made a fake image of Theo's face and put it on a meme of Kai's viral smash, smash, smash moment.
A while back, somebody made a face fake of me and put it onto the internet and social media.
Right.
And so I am in it. You know, it's my face put over Kai the hitchhiker. Smash.
That's
smash.
insane. Like,
so I guess this
the
face
deep
swap
fakes are
ended up
getting way
Face
too
put
good.
over, Kai the hitchhiker. Smash, smash.
You can't even tell.
Hitchhiker. So I am in it. You know, it's
Like,
internet
what the hell?
of me and put it onto
You can't even tell that's a fake.
internet and social media.
Like,
and so I am in it. You know, it's my
the
face
only
put
way you
over,
would know would be if
Kai
you've
the
never
hitchhiker.
seen the original. I mean, if you've
So I guess
seen the
this face
original.
swap ended up making its way across social media, and it appears Kai, or at least someone who legally represents him, was not thrilled about it. So Kai then demanded that all the videos with the memes were to be taken down, and if Theo didn't comply, U.S. Marshals would come to his door and deliver a summons.
You'll never, if you want to settle outside of court, now's your chance. I'll settle for what my costs are, which is approximately so-and-so amount. And then he wants the videos down. And and he will withdraw the lawsuit.
So Kai is sending this entire lawsuit over while he's sitting in prison, considering he's currently serving a 57-year-long prison sentence.
57 years!
The whole thing is just hilariously bizarre, especially since Theo was just watching Kai's documentary when the lawsuit hit.
He's sorry. It's a mother. Yo, no, you're all good. Yeah, he has this whole kind of outlandish theory that you have a.
This is insane.
A fake identity daughter account where you made this to then repurpose it to then post.
How is he even allowed to file this lawsuit?
Person that he could go after.
Wow.
It's like a 30-page manifesto complaint. He's doctored up from this federal penitentiary.
So is this so what is when do I what?
Right, that's a sane and normal conclusion of what happened. A 30-page doc.
I so very much relate to Theo Von there. Just the pure and utter confusion trying to figure out how this is possible. Just listen to what he says here. Well, listen to what Theo says.
He's doctored up from this federal penitentiary.
So is this so what is when do I what?
Right.
There's no better possible way to describe that. This is the epitome of what's going on in my brain when I hear about this lawsuit.
That's a sane and normal conclusion of what happened. A 30-page document where he provides theories on how Theo made a fake secret account before reposting it and then suing for $30 million. You're telling me that him doing a bit about your viral bit caused you $30 million worth of damages? Now, this whole situation recently went viral again, which is why we're talking about it now, as my Twitter and Instagram timeline was flooded with this story. And a bunch of people were asking for the context of the story.
Hurts my head.
It was not as famous as what he is right now, so it seems like that story just kind of flew under the radar when it happened back in 2023. So the case has since been dropped, and Theo Von is in the clear. Naturally, who wouldn't be surprised? But since I was looking into more context for the story, I found something pretty interesting about Kai outside of the whole, convicted hatchet murderer thing. So back in 2018, Kai was involved in another lawsuit, this time against a tabloid magazine that he accused of defamation. Yet again, I guess
I'm not surprised.
Did the same thing that Theo did and said some things that Kai wasn't a big fan of. So I guess his response is just to sue people. And just like the other lawsuit, he also demanded some serious cash as well. Because just when you thought things couldn't get weirder,
he's just destroying his own life by doing that.
Kai with his legal hatchet. And honestly, I feel like that just kind of sums up Kai's entire vibe. Unpredictable, meme famous, and apparently spends his time in prison writing up lawsuits because he sued other people as well, including the YouTube creator Dr. Grande, who many of you guys probably know of. But
never heard of him.
Just so we have the timeline correct, Kai the Hitchhiker, whose real name is Caleb McGilvery, he first gained internet fame in 2013 for his news interview where he talked about an incident where he used a hatchet to smash a man who had allegedly attacked a woman. However, just a few years later in 2018, Kai was arrested and charged with first-degree murder for killing a 73-year-old man named Joseph Galfi, a New Jersey attorney. Kai had traveled to New Jersey where he stayed with Galfi. After a night of heavy drinking, Kai allegedly killed Galfi, and his story about the events were very inconsistent. He later claimed that he was assaulted by the attorney leading to the murder. So at this point, Kai's in prison, but then fast forward again to 2021 and he's back in the headlines. But this time, it wasn't for another violent crime. It was all for a defamation lawsuit Kai, now behind bars, filed against the YouTube creator Todd Grande, accusing him of slander in a video that he published. So Theo Von is not Kai's first internet personality lawsuit. He's done this before. Grande, who's a licensed therapist and counselor, had uploaded a video titled Kai the Hitchhiker, Analysis of a Hatchet-Wielding Personality, in which he provided a psychological breakdown of McIlvery's behavior based on the whole smash incident and the events that followed.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Caleb McGilvery, who is also known as Kai the Hatchet-Wielding Hitchhiker? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoy this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. So first I'll look at the background, the timeline of various incidents.
I guess Kai heard Patreon and his name and started rubbing his hands together like some evil villain. Also, side note, what is this guy gonna do with the money when he's locked up for another 50 or so years?
Right?
Like, dude's trying to buy cigarettes for the whole yard or something? Like, it just doesn't make
sense.
Maybe. Why are you filing
that? I heard that
lawsuits,
commissary
especially
ain't cheap.
creators with outrageous amounts of money attached to them. But here he claimed that Todd caused emotional distress and hurt his potential for earnings, particularly from the viral meme persona. Because, you know, Todd's video was really what damaged his reputation,
And like,
not...
Atozy might be hitting it more on the mark than you thought, bro. Like, being able to get that kind of stuff in prison and have money like that to throw around, just like have snap kicks and all kinds of things, that like makes you the boss in some prisons, if not necessarily like compared to like gangsters and stuff like that. But if people know you can get shit, then it gives you a lot of power when you're all locked in that little area together.
You know, murdering a guy. One would think that would do a little bit more damage to your reputation, but
plus, hey, considering he's in there for a violent hatchet murder, I'm sure that gets him a little respect too.
$2.9 million from Todd. The amount of ad revenue he believed Todd had earned from that video is just absolute. Dude, I mean, hey, if only we made that much money off of videos, that would be outrageous. You would have so many YouTube billionaires at that point.
Right?
So it's safe to say that's the most disgusting overestimation I've heard of what YouTubers make. I mean, not even Mr. Beast.
Still here, just listening, trying to get the pizza sorted.
A single video.
What type of pizza did you get, bro? I'm curious. I gotta know. I love pizza way too much.
And his videos cost millions of dollars. Kai also wanted the video taken down and sought ownership of Todd's YouTube and Patreon accounts because that's something the court apparently can do. I
That's
know Kai
insane.
was looking for money here, but after watching Grande's video, it's just loaded with fascinating takes from Kai.
He continued to...
So, theoretically, there could be ways to take ownership of a YouTube account. But as far as I'm aware, first of all, you'd need some kind of claim to it. Like if the YouTube account were totally based on your likeness, or if you had done things for the YouTube account. Like the thing that comes to mind most in relation to that is SS Sniper Wolf and her ex-husband. They ran the YouTube account together where she would pretend to play video games, but it was actually him playing the video game. And they had split ownership of the YouTube. But actually just like claiming you want someone's YouTube account, the only way I can think that that might happen at all would be like an Alec Jones situation where the amount of money that is owed as a result of the lawsuit is so much that the business has to be sold off. Sent it on Discord. Oh, let me check this out. I heard that, but I kind of like zone it out. I also forgot to do that. So you're going to hear a couple more. Alright. Let me check this. The Shakaroni Pizza. Extra cheese. 3 cheese blend. 3 cheese rent. Bro, I'd be shitting my brains out for like 3 days with all that cheese. Not that I wouldn't eat it, but I do have a little bit of a lactose sensitivity. I get lactose-free milk because if I don't get lactose-free milk, my insides are all torn up. That being said, I absolutely love cheese. I would totally eat that whole pizza and then regret it for the next 2 days. But that sounds amazing. I just have to try it, or it comes with half a pound of cheese. That is absolutely insane, bro. I love cheese. Cheese just does not love me.
To make controversial social media posts.
You'll have to let me know how it is.
Stated he wanted to be in an adult film and have the profits go to a group that gives shotguns to single mothers in poverty-stricken areas. I guess so they could blast their way out of poverty. I'm not really sure.
I just want a really big cheese stick. I mean, so one of my favorite subs from Get-Go. I used to go to Get-Go all the time when I was working a regular job because I would just get it on the way home. Get-Go subs. Let's see if I can find it. Is there... Do I need to, like, log in to see the menu? I don't want to do that. The Parma Mia chicken parm. I used to get this sub all the time. No. Yeah. Okay. So it's basically fried chicken fingers with I think that's provolone, but I guess Parmesan maybe? One of the two. Either way, cheese, marinara sauce, and fried cheese sticks. That thing is so good. That's one of the best subs I've ever had. Get-Go makes absolutely amazing subs. They totally clear Wawa or sheets. Yeah, that thing was so good. Just fried cheese sticks on a sub. Oh man, it was amazing. Drenched in marinara sauce with chicken fingers. It's absolutely heavenly.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the most reasonable thing Kai has said in the last decade.
Yeah,
Honestly,
speaking of food, by the way, we have a Factor sponsorship going right now, which Publix has good subs too. Yeah, I don't think they're as good as Get-Go's, but then again, Get-Go is owned by a grocery store, Giant Eagle, so it's kind of hard to top that when they can just get like all the freshest ingredients. But yeah, speaking of food, we have a Factor 75 sponsorship going on right now, which you can get a Factor subscription. Basically, you get adult TV dinners delivered to your house that they take 2 minutes to microwave, and it's supposedly really good quality. I haven't had any myself yet because I unfortunately can't afford it at the moment. I'd love to try it out at some point, but it's made by the same people that do HelloFresh, and they generally have really good ingredients. I'm pretty sure my sister used to do one of them, and I'm pretty sure it was HelloFresh. And my brother and I helped her make one of those meals once, and it was really good quality ingredients. I was surprised. Often better than what you find in a lot of your grocery stores, because they have to like go through and do quality checks and all that stuff. So the difference between Factor 75 and HelloFresh is that HelloFresh sends you the raw ingredients unprepared, whereas Factor 75, they basically pre-make the meal and then you stick it in the microwave and heat it back up. So since we're talking about food, that's why I chose that. There's like 18 different sponsorships I have available through Stream Elements. We're probably going to do more soon. Like technically this one goes for the whole month, but I don't know if I'm going to run everything the whole month because I've already met the minimum requirements and it doesn't seem like people are at this point really that interested in it. But the problem with like most of the other ones is they're like gotcha games and what appear to be scummy mobile games. But I absolutely love food, so I'm totally fine endorsing a food sponsorship. But I don't really want to push gotcha games on anyone. I did try, like, some of this shit is just weird. I did try Genshin Impact. I didn't like it. That's how I learned I don't like gotcha games. It's not even that Genshin Impact wasn't great, because I've heard there's much better ones. One friend in particular told me that they liked Wuthering Waves a lot better because the combat was so better. I just don't like the gotcha mechanics at all. I don't like the fact that it ends up being a combination. It's basically, as far as I can tell, gotcha games are a way to introduce children to porn and gambling. And I just don't want to promote that on my channel. I'm totally fine having conversations about those things, but I don't want to be a path for young individuals to get addicted to that stuff, you know? We can have all kinds of conversations here if you want, but I'm not gonna help promote that. So there's actually some better ones now that I'm looking as far as games. There's some that are mobile only. I don't know if I'm gonna do that, because like doing mobile only is often weird, especially because I don't have a proper setup to stream mobile. But like, let's see, there are 2 different Honkai Star Rail ones. There is Zenless Zone Zero, which is another gotcha. There's something called AFK Journey, which looks kind of gotcha-like. Rise of Kingdoms, that's PC only, but it looks like a mobile game. I don't know. King of Avalon, that looks like a mobile game. Yeah, that's totally mobile. But the 2 that I'm interested in are Star Trek Fleet Command, which is definitely a mobile game. It looks like a base builder. Yeah, it's a base builder for Star Trek. But I'm just a Star Trek geek, and I do kind of like base builder mobile games. I just don't like gotcha stuff. And something called Warpath, that also looks like a base builder, but it's on PC. Like we could look into those games. But the big thing I really want is food. I always want food, you know? How long does it go for? Wife's gone to her mom's kiddos till the end of the month. I'll try and order it when she gets home. Let's see. I could tell you. One sec. 16 days and 54 minutes. So you've got time, bro. Don't order it if it's not within the budget. I just want to say that for anyone that's ever watching, for any of the sponsorships I ever do, for subscribing to the channel, for buying merch, any of the ways you can possibly support the channel, don't support if it's not within the budget. You know, I said it so anyone can watch the stream for free. We don't do sub-only mode. I don't want to... The entertainment is free. I just want you guys to support if you enjoy the content and want to help out. And the only way I would ever do sub-only mode, I feel, would be... There's 2 ways. The first is I mostly would just use it as protection. If we get like some kind of hate raid or something, then I'll either use like emote only mode or sub only mode to prevent the ridiculous spam or like a bot raid or something like that. Then I would turn it on just to shut that shit down. If we ever get to a point where I have like hundreds of subs, then I might do a sub appreciation stream once per month, you know, where it would be like a sub only stream, but that would be like I said, like a once per month type thing. For most of it, I'm just trying to build a community, have wonderful people to have these discussions with, and uplift each other. For me, it's really about getting the message out there, and the message is love. Just love everyone better.
The court found
And
that this didn't
I'm
have
never gonna
jurisdiction over
paywall
Grande,
love.
as
That's
Todd
just
had no
bullshit.
professional or personal ties to New Jersey, where McGillivray was incarcerated. And the judge also noted that Kai had no facts connecting the video to New Jersey, dismissing the claim that Todd's content aimed for New Jersey specifically. The judge also stated that the defendant's YouTube channel and his videos are passive. Defendant's videos are intended for a wide audience and may be viewed by any person in any location. So fast forwarding to 2023, and the Theo Von lawsuit is starting to make a lot more sense, because Kai is just good at getting involved in legal troubles for no real upside even. I guess he's just bored in prison. He's just filing lawsuits as a hobby.
But it's not even that. He's a grifter. He's a straight up grifter. Like, the guy, you can tell from the 15-second clip you showed of him talking that he's got a very inflated opinion of himself. And I'm sure he's just seeing it as a way to get money, but also sees it as an attack on his ego at the same time.
But if there's anything we've learned from Kai's history, he is no stranger to the courtroom, even if his legal claims are as strange as his life story. I guess though, when a dude behind a viral meme decides to take on a podcast host over a simple joke, we know we've truly entered like uncharted waters when it comes to the courtroom. I feel like I always comment the internet just keeps becoming more and more fascinating, to put it lightly. So it's safe to say that that's staying true even with the story here today. But because there was so many people talking about this story over the last week, I decided to cover it, even though that it was back in 2023, but I still thought it was an interesting story.
No, I'm glad
But
you
other than
did.
that,
Thank
we
you,
got
Atosi.
so many wild stories that are coming in the next few weeks. So
I didn't
make
know
sure to
about
subscribe to not miss those, and I'll see
Kai
you
the
in the
hatchet
next
wielding
video.
hitchhiker.
Peace.
I didn't know about Kai the hatchet wielding hitchhiker before today, and I feel kind of disappointed in myself that I missed out on such an epic internet meme. Right, time to go pick up pizza. Be back soon. Yeah, bro. That's been there for a minute, because I remember reading that when I read the previous one. I just didn't comment on it. I think that's actually perfect, because I need to go make more coffee. So I'm gonna be back soon too, and then we're gonna watch this. I've been following this a lot. This chick, this person, I think they're they them, so I shouldn't use a gendered thing. Although I kind of use, well, I don't use chick gender neutral like the way I do dude. This individual being is pretty much the entire reason why I watch any Tectone content at all, because I wouldn't know about any of this going on. I'm not in the gotcha space, but being someone that was a theater major, I am very much familiar with SAG-AFTRA and all the incredibly toxic and dystopian shit they do. And I've never been like huge on drama. I more find it interesting as a way to like track just how degenerate the human race has become. But this one I have to admit I'm kind of invested in. I've never seen such a dislikable person be like so out there with it. I don't know how else to put it. I'm gonna go make coffee, and then we're gonna watch Paimon's VA continue to ruin voice acting for everyone and make SAG-AFTRA look even worse than it makes itself look. All right, I'm back. Coffee. I think one of the plans for this week, not this week. There's too much to do this week. One of the plans for this month is to get a table down here in the studio set up with a coffee maker. I'm going to leave the Keurig, the K-cup maker, upstairs. But I do have a coffee pot that I want to bring down here to use during the streams. Coffee maker next to the rig. Yeah. So that way I don't need to go all the way up. Also, having the regular pot to use during the streams, one, it'll cut down on downtime for me going up to get more coffee and stuff. Two, it will cut down on the wastefulness of using K-cups. I have the coffee pot set up on the coffee bar area upstairs, but it's not fast enough, really. And then we have the issue of it just stays on up there and burns the coffee unless I run up to turn it off. And then when I turn it off, it goes cold. But if I have it just down here and I just refill it at the other end of the room, hey cat, I woke the cat up when I was upstairs. Now he's down here begging for attention. So, if we just set it up in here, then I can use the coffee pot more frequently, reduce the waste of the K-cups, and make use of the other types of coffee grinds I have. And I actually have a thing to put in its place. My mom, she has like one of those espresso / cappuccino makers that has the frother and all that stuff. She gave me that when they moved out of the country. And I just haven't set that up yet. So I'm going to put it where the drip maker that I have is. And, hey cat. I'm going to put it where the drip maker that I have is and move the drip maker down here. I just need to find a table to put it on. My dad, there's like a camping table that my dad uses that I can use as the temporary coffee table until we get a real coffee table. Ow! That was, you like went right through my jeans with your claws, cat. That hurt. What's up, Charlie? Begging for attention again? Oh, nice, they escaped the country. They did. Yeah, they actually did it towards the end of last year. That was part of the whole thing of me moving up here, because they need a permanent residence in the US still, technically, to do banking and like retirement and to send the mail and stuff. So they bought this house and I agreed to move in here and renovate it. And that's like my version of rent. So it's technically their house, but it's just me and Charlie that live here. And I renovate the house and I accept their mail for them and any like things like that. And yeah, that's the situation. That's a good gig. Yeah, it's not as good as I thought it would be, because there were definitely some difficulties. Like I don't want to. I'm very grateful of the opportunity I have, let's just say, but it didn't exactly play out the way they said it would, or the way I thought it would at first, which is why it took me so long to get back to content creation, just because there was a lot of bullshit to slog through first. But we're done with most of it, you know. Managed to get good internet sorted out, kind of. We're still on. The biggest gripe I have is that they were like, oh yeah, you can go and do all your streaming stuff up there, and then they didn't get good enough internet for me to stream on. And we still have like they got wireless internet. And what I mean is that there's not actually like cable or fiber optics. It's cell phone tower internet that we're connected to. So if the stream ever goes out and it's not a power outage, that's probably why. No, I would have taken Starlink. I don't know. Starlink has mixed feelings. It's Verizon cell phone internet. It's like Verizon 5G. So we don't have like a real internet connection here like we did in Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we were on Verizon Fios, which was amazing. I don't like Verizon as a company, and if it were up to me, I probably wouldn't use anything Verizon, but they're the ones that decided to get the internet. So they just do like, they don't really plan ahead, which is weird. They like do, but in weird ways that don't make sense to me. They like make the opposite of every decision I would make. Like, I don't want to say too many negative things about my parents. I absolutely love my parents. It's just that everything they do confounds me because it ends up causing more problems for them. And I'm like, well, you know, if you would have listened to me when I told you that was a bad idea 3 years ago, you wouldn't be in this situation now. But it is what it is. Did you get the MetaQuest 3 for getting the internet? Not that I'm aware of. I do have an Oculus Quest. It's not a Quest. Is it a Quest? I have a headset from before it was bought by Meta, but like immediately before it was bought by Meta. It might be the Quest 2, or maybe it's the Quest 1. My dad is the same way, and my wife's parents are the same way. Yeah, it's really, really strange. I don't know why they do the things they do. Because, like, I want to say it's because they're products of the times, but honestly, a lot of the choices they make don't even make sense for the times they grew up in. I feel like a lot of it's societal programming, kind of, and I've never been the type to be programmed by society, so that could have something to do with it. We talked about the MetaQuest and the ad that's dude, I'm telling you, Big Brother is watching. They need to make sure that everyone that doesn't have MetaQuest has one, so that they can continue to brainwash you as the lizard people that spawned what's his face, Zuckerberg, into this planet can continue to take over. Right, Charlie? He doesn't care. He's like, just pet me. We got... I think the thing that woke him up specifically was I had to bring a big old box inside the house. Technically, Charlie isn't even my cat. He's actually my brother's cat, who my brother abandoned when he went to college. Then he moved down to Charlotte after college and got a dog instead. And then my parents, they didn't know what to do with him when they were going out of the country. Yo! Midget Cal subscribing! Appreciate it, bro. I got a cat in my hands. One sec. Charlie, I need my hands. Don't fall off the lap, because if you do, you're just going to, like, scratch my legs up. Thank you so much, bro. Really appreciate it. The subscription. You don't got to do that. Right, Charlie? But yeah, now we take care of Charlie for them. So, they will order Chewy stuff, like food and litter for him. And actually, the most recent one came with Frontline Plus because he goes outside. He's like a dog. He poops outside. He will pee in his litter box, but he only poops in his litter box if he absolutely has to. And he will like whine at me in the morning when I wake up to let him outside so he can go poop like a damn dog. I don't know why it says 11 months in a row. I don't know why it says that either. I think it's just, I guess that's a Stream Elements thing. Because it's the bot that said that. It's 11 months total. I'm aware of that. The bot's just, trying to make everyone forget that I stopped streaming for 2 years, basically. Ow! Okay, he's getting up. But he only like jumped a little bit. But yeah, thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate it. That's okay. I stopped for what, 5 years now? Yeah, pretty much, right? Do you still remember that? I'm sure you do, but you still remember that destroyer roam we did into like goon territory? Those were the good old days, right? I miss Eve, but every time I go back and play Eve, it just reminds me that it's not the Eve I miss anymore. What was that one? My dude!
Say substreak. Laughing face.
My dude coming in with the subscription. How's it going, bro? Good to see you. My dude, I woke up and I saw what I wrote in Discord last night, and I totally forgot I said that shit. I was so tired that when I get tired, all my filters disappear. And I was like kind of annoyed at Amaranth at the time because I don't know why, but I keep getting Twitter notifications about Amaranth, and I'm not sure why it keeps happening. It's frustrating. I have like, so originally I followed her because I wanted to learn. I was like, how do I become one of the top streamers in the world? And I don't know if she still is, but at the time she was the only female streamer in the top 100 streamers. And she just says some really ridiculous things. Like just recently there was a clip of she's just off the wall at this point. There was a while where I had a lot of respect for her and what she's accomplished, but I'm really starting to lose that. And one of the things that explains exactly why. Yo! Bro.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Smartbone87.
I'm famous for my streaking habit. Yo, we got a streak going. You started a whole streaking train. People are just naked all over the place, and it's your fault now, bro. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter, my dude, and Midget Cal for getting the streak train going. But yeah, so it's like I followed her for a while, and I actually ended up unfollowing her this week because I couldn't figure out how to get Twitter to stop sending me notifications. Like, it's like random. I think it's just stupid shit that it does to drive engagement, right? even though I don't have notifications for her turned on. But I'm hoping if I unfollow her entirely, I'll stop getting notifications, because I don't even find any of her shit entertaining anymore. Where it's like, the last thing I saw from her, it was a clip where someone asked who her zombie apocalypse team would be. And her choices were The Rock, which is like, okay, fair enough. He's kind of like on his own downhill slope lately, but like, I can kind of respect that one. And then the other ones were Andrew and Tristan Tate and Donald Trump. And now I was like, bro, she's just saying all the meme names to get attention. It's like she's not even a good content creator anymore. She's just doing anything she can to stay relevant. I don't want to say that on stream, because I could, yo, bro.
Dex 100. Let's finish the train level 1.
There we go. Level the hype train. Okay, I'm confused because that said level 1, but the bot says level 3. What is this? I'm waiting for Twitch to finish. It's like scrolling. Thank you so much for the biddies, bro. That's what it seems like, hitting all the buzzwords. Yeah, it's like she's actually desperate for attention now. Level 1 complete. Appreciate you guys finishing off the hype train. That's so cool. So here's one of the things. I pay a lot of attention to stats, because I'm trying to learn. Always trying to be a better content creator, give you guys better content. So I look at the top streamers to see how they're doing. Non-existent at this point, but she's a kick streamer now, I think, which is one of the big things. And one of the things I've noticed, and that I've been working really hard to try and fix with myself, every time, so the green line is basically how well you're doing as a content creator. The red lines are how much you're live. If you notice, when the red lines go down, the green line starts going down. Now, I'm not sure what she did. March? Is this... This is when the whole invasion dudes going after her crypto thing happened. That's why she blew up then, probably. And I have my theories on that, but we're not going to say them. I'm just going to say I've got theories about that whole thing. But then let's go, like, look at some other people real quick. This is not actually his channel. It's Zach Rar. This channel is going to show nothing anymore. Yeah. 2023. It's, I think, is it Zach? I think it's that. Oh, he's live right now. Damn, that's like him from 2019 or whatever. This is, yeah, 200k peak viewers. That is the correct channel. 2.4 million hours watched. But look at these red bars. The red bars stay consistent and the green bars going up, you know? Then I'm trying to remember who the guy was. But there was someone I watched recently that became totally irrelevant. I don't think it's this guy. No, this guy doesn't stream. I think he's a YouTuber. But let's look at Hasan. Is it Hasan Abi? Yeah. Similar stats to Asmongold as far as the consistent slight upwards trend. 2.3 million hours watched, very similar, although half the peak viewers of Asmongold. I'm sure that bites his ass. Is Asmon rank 1 and Hasan's rank 2? I wasn't paying attention to the ranks. Rank 5. That's weird. I wonder who's rank 1. It's gonna be a non-English channel, maybe? No, it's an English channel. You know what? Let's just stats, overview, channels. Oh, active streamers. Where is the channels? Maybe. Oh, there we go. Who the fuck is K-Drill? Never heard of this person before. Who the hell is this person? League of Legends. Okay, that explains it. That explains why I've never heard of them, but also why they're pretty popular. Never heard of this person. I know Kai. Don't know that. I've heard of Queso, but I don't really know. I think they were like an Overwatch coach or something. Heard of Jinx, you don't know anything about them. Never heard of that guy. 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 I know Summit. Summit's cool. Never heard of that guy. Never heard of that guy. I feel like Twitch has this weird thing where there are people that are supremely successful. I know Shroud. He used to do a lot of Tarkov. I don't know if he still does. But there's a lot of like niche streamers on Twitch that are super successful that somehow nobody's ever heard of them. We all know XQC. Emmy's awesome. Yeah, I don't think I know any of these. We'll go top 100. Any other ones I recognize? I know Quinn. Quinn's kind of funny. I only know Moon because of OnlyFangs. I think Moon was an OnlyFangs. We all know who Pirate Software is now. He was also kind of blew up because of OnlyFangs. I knew who he was before OnlyFangs. I think Miskiff's kind of funny. I've heard of Iron Mouse, but I don't recall anything about them. I can't watch VTubers. They mess with my brain. It's like a Uncanny Valley type thing. And that's it. So who is this? Loud Karinga? What the fuck is this? This looks like a more annoying ninja knockoff. Grand Theft Auto 5, so that probably a Grand Theft Auto RP here. Top #1 Portuguese channel. That's pretty cool. Shroud, PUBG, Valorant, WoW, Tarkov, as to be expected. But yeah, I don't even remember what I was looking for now. There was a channel that I saw recently that was talking a lot of shit on someone, and it made me sad because their stats were the opposite. You know how I said, like, generally, when you're going up, it's because the red lines are going up. You could clearly see when I was struggling and going through it. You can see where my heights were, how I originally like blew up, and then when I came back, I kind of started going upwards again for a while, and then I stopped streaming, and I kind of just held steady. Like every time I would come back, it would about be the same. And now, hopefully, we have that little up there. I hope that keeps going that way. But I feel like the most telling thing right here is this stuff, you know? Where if you look, when I'm consistent, we just have these big updoots. And I don't... The thing that makes me a little upset with myself is look at that initial upwards burst. And then I stopped and it just flatlined. And then when I came back, it was slower. And this, it's nice for me to see that I was growing consistently, even when I was inconsistent. You know, you look at a lot of people and they have like big follower ups and downs. I'm sure I'm going to get some downs eventually as I get more exposure and piss some people off because I just speak the truth even when they don't want to hear it. By the way, this is one of my favorite stats. Average hours watched, 69. Giggity. I want to get my average duration to 6.9. That's one of my true streaming goals. But then we go look at, like, I want to see, let's look at Amaranth again. Let's go look at their follower. So if you look, her followers have actually been going down lately, that's significant, right? Because this isn't super significant because as the hours stream goes down, the interest always goes down as far as like the average viewers go down. Once you stop streaming, people stop watching you. It's just that simple. And she streams mostly on Kick now. So a lot of people have been saying that like Amaranth is falling off. This isn't the one that really demonstrates that. It's this graph here that demonstrates that. When you start losing followers, even when you're not streaming, that's a thing. Because people generally don't unfollow you unless they have a reason to, you know? That's effort, and people don't want to put in effort. So the one that makes me really sad, though, I forget who it was. It was just some guy who's like a full-time streamer, I think may even be a partner, and he got involved in some of the streamer drama. And the crazy thing is his red lines keep going up, but his green line has gone down and like bottomed out, and he just kind of rage streams now to smaller and smaller audiences, but he's streaming more and he's just become completely unhinged, and I feel really bad for the dude. But anyways, that was a long ramble about things that I pay attention to that most non-streamers don't care about at all. Me just trying to diagnose how to grow and make this more viable. But let's see. Let me catch up with chat. This is what it seems like. Just hitting all the buzzwords to keep interaction. Exactly. Yeah. Like it made me actually really annoyed to hear her say those specific names, because there was absolutely like no logic for that choice. It was your zombie survival group, right? If it were something like, who would you have a potluck dinner with? Well, that would make way more sense for those names, right? Because The Rock, Tristan and Andrew Tate, and Donald Trump all in the same room having dinner together. Now, I would love to be there for that. That would be cool. But those people, I would be so entertaining. I don't even know like what that experience would be like, right? I would need to go to it out of morbid curiosity. But those people for your zombie survival group, it makes no sense unless you're just trying to draw attention to you. Get that viral clip and that's all you care about. I mean, I guess it worked because I watched it, but only because Twitter kind of made me and pushed me to her X account when I was like trying to unfollow that shit. The gun thing, yeah. And there's my intuition tells me something is off about it. I'm just going to leave it that way. And my intuition is rarely wrong. I don't want to say exactly what I think because there could be repercussions that I don't want to deal with, and I don't have any kind of evidence, and I'm a very evidence-based individual, but my gut says it's not what it appears to be. I'm just going to leave it at that. Let me know if you ever want to chat about that, and I'll get my tinfoil hat and the aluminum foil unders. We could do it off stream. I don't want to say anything that could get me in legal trouble to say. Like, everything I have is just raw speculation. But there's just so many little things about it that really make me want to put the tinfoil hat on. And I try and be a bastion of truth in a world of liars. So I don't want to put any kind of misinformation out there, have anyone misinterpret things. But let's just say I have questions that I don't think I would ever get honest answers to. She made so much money before she went under. If she was smart with the money she she still makes amazing amounts of money. That's why she doesn't need to stream on Twitch anymore. She has a beer that was made using yeast sampled from her vagina. And she makes money off that from just like weird, lonely, degenerate dudes buying her snatch beer. So, yeah. And I'm sure that like, her OnlyFans is doing better than ever. I think she's got like 2 or 3 different OnlyFans now. And I'm pretty sure she just pays people to answer those for her. Because I'm not sure how she has money to like has time, to message all these individual thirsty dudes, but then also go on all these podcasts and do all this live streaming and stuff. I'm pretty sure she just has people that she's hired answering for her, or maybe even has an AI bot or someone talking to these people. It's just a theory. I don't have any evidence to back that up. I just want to say it. It says I only streamed 254 hours. So sometimes it's off, right? I don't even know what my total hours were. I didn't look. But also sometimes Twitch is off too. There's been times when Twitch has said I had 1 viewer, yet there were 5 people talking in chat. So I'm like, I wonder how that works. Also, I guess you clicked on all time, right? Does it tell you all time? I have almost 3K hours streamed all time. It makes me hopeful that since I've started streaming again, the line is going up again. We're almost at that 1K finally. We've been almost at 1K for 4 years now. Because I went through such hard times in my life that I couldn't stream for a long time. I want to know what the fuck happened this month. What the fuck happened that month? Like, why is that green line so huge? How did I get 90 average viewers? What the fuck was that? Like, what was going on there? That doesn't make any damn sense. But if you look, I was like starting to get into those 30, 40 ranges. And then I just flatlined. Because, to be honest, this first time, I pushed too hard and I burnt myself out. If you notice, Eve, there was like one other game in there. Oh, Star Wars Republic Commando. That's one of my favorite games ever. I played that for May the 4th. Beat it in one sitting. And then I come back. No more Eve. Eve is like non-existent from that point on. Not only did I burn myself out on Eve, and then when I came back again, I tried to do a little bit of Eve, but I like outgrew the Eve community. I realized kind of how toxic and selfish they were when, like, the moment I started streaming things other than Eve, I got a whole bunch of negative hate. Oh, dude, my Lost Ark, that was interesting. Look at the long break I took after that. Like, Lost Ark hurt me. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah. All right. Back. Enough of reading the boring statistics again. Choo. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys with the level 2 hype train. Y'all are awesome. 100%. I was just about to say Walmart Ninja. It's the blue hair. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's like we're on the same brainwave there. You will get some downs from the people who started following from Eve, I'm sure. So that already happened, I'm pretty sure. That happened when I was in the ESO section. Lots of people that still have VIP in the channel don't show up anymore. And I have no problem removing them. There are some that I'm never going to remove. Like one, Total OG, we'll give him a shout out in a sec. He changed his name, but he's always going to keep VIP. I'll never unfollow though. Appreciate that, bro. I'll never unfollow you either, unless Twitch unfollows me, because sometimes it does that. But I'm still following you, I'm pretty sure. So if you ever stream again, I'll probably see it, assuming you show up on the side. Let's see. Wait, how'd you do that? I didn't know that just anyone can do that. But yeah, we'll go through. I'm not gonna say people that don't deserve it. VIPs, but other slash. Oh, I thought you needed to be like a moderator or something to see that, to be honest. I didn't know that like random people could do that. Wow, she only has 38 active subs now. Yeah, that's one of the big things. But she doesn't need it anymore. One, she's very smart with business. So, plus her like OnlyFans and all the other stuff is just making money for her. I wouldn't be surprised if she makes more money just from her investments than most streamers make from streaming these days. But it's definitely interesting. I just looked, there's a lot. Yeah. I think you used to need to be, but now every internet rando can do that. Same for mods. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, so like ones that are OGs that will never get removed. And that's not saying if you aren't on the list, that doesn't mean anything. Because some of the people that aren't going to be listed are relatively new. Other people aren't really related to it. But the one I was going to say who is on the list is Erst. He used to go by Erschlog. He really cool, chill dude. Still a full-time EVE Online streamer. He's one of the few full-time EVE Online streamers that will never get removed, even though he doesn't really come by the channel, because he's the guy that got me affiliate.
FART was the federal adoption rescue troop. We have
Single-handedly
federals for over a year because that content is somewhat inaccessible.
I was streaming EVE till like 3 viewers.
And we didn't have access to the in-game channel FART.
I had like 20 followers.
Capacity, so that was super annoying. No MOTDs and whatnot. Now we changed the name. It is still somewhat farting related, plus it sounds funny, and we are tutoring new players, which makes a lot of sense for the
he rated me with 120 viewers, and I got affiliate that night, well, the next morning. And he's also just a really chill, really cool, funny, friendly streamer that always has positive vibes. 100% will always support that dude. Immensely thankful for basically starting my streaming career. Bio is another EVE OG. Blyce Wretch, also an EVE OG. Let's see. Cybergig, EVE OG as well. A lot of these people are post-EVE, from the ESO phase. Or even later. Hail for Sun, EVE OG. Dude, I miss his streams. I recently saw him streaming not too long ago. He was playing one of my favorite games ever, Battletech. I've played so many hours in Battletech, but that's Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Oh my god. If anyone played that game, it would be him. This guy has one of the best, if not the best voice on Twitch. Seeing a pattern with EVE OG.
It mentally brain fucks me every time I have to click at it. Just look at it, go, oh. And this.
That's an EVE clip. Medi's absolutely an EVE OG. Joe Bain. Dude, I miss Joe Bain. He doesn't really stream anymore either. Joe Bain used to be one of the top PvP streamers for EVE. Holy shit, I miss this guy's streams. Johnny UK. Oh, dude. Also, another great OG. He streams GTA 5 RP. Who does? Johnny UK used to be part of Bomber's Bar.
Hey,
Joe
question.
Bain? Okay, that's
Is anything
cool.
wrong with my stream? Or is it working okay?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Do you mind checking?
There's some GTA 5 RP. Johnny UK used to be part of Bomber's Bar, which is like a stealth bombers group. Then there was like some drama, and I think he moved to Spain, and he kind of stopped streaming after that. He was really fun. Who else we got? Specifically from the EVE OGs. Like I said, Medi. We're going to give him a shout out, though. Medi also played a lot of ESO and Warframe. He plays like pretty much every game we play. Also super 420 friendly. Midget Cal, of course, always keeping your VIP. Who else is EVE OG? So Monar is not EVE Online, but he's permanent VIP because he is the one that literally got me on Twitch in the first place. He's an IRL friend that I've known since we were like 10 years old, and maybe like around that, I'm not sure. And he's the one that got me on Twitch in the first place because he used to stream old school RuneScape. And at the time, I was working as a custodian, I think, and he convinced me to make an account because I had Amazon Prime, and I could give him my Prime sub for free. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll totally do that to help one of my bros out. I thought EVE was a joke back then. That was back in 2016. Man, if I had started streaming in 2016 and stayed with it, I'd probably be going toe to toe with Asmongold right now. But immense love always to Monar for getting me on this platform in the first place. Anyone else Eve specific? Ola Fat Human was from Eve as well. Cephis is Eve, and I think that's the last of the Eve OGs. But at least the ones that will be keeping it. There's some people that I removed already, I guess, that I thought would still be on there. But yeah, we make room for people. But some of those people definitely are never getting removed. I've just got to grow bigger so I can get more people. And I don't need to worry about removing old ones. Let's go watch this because, oh my god, this is the most annoying, obnoxious, self-destructive person I've ever seen in my life. Like, so, maybe not quite ever in my life, at least recently. So insanely hypocritical about so many things that it immensely frustrates me. I don't like to see people fail or have their life ruined, but I do like to see people get their just desserts, you know? One of the things that people don't realize is that treat others you wish to be the way you wish to be treated. The golden rule handed down by Jesus Christ himself, it works both ways, right? If you treat people with love and respect, you are going to be treated with love and respect. If you treat people the way this person has been treating people, they're going to get treated the way they've been treating people. Which is, well, we're about to see how Tectone's going to treat them. And that should give you, like, I don't know how they are still doing this. This has been the most insane self-destructive spiral I've seen in years. They did a video of them like puking into a toilet because their anxiety got so high and thought that was a good idea to upload that to TikTok or whatever it is they're on.
I thought she was gone. She came back to deliver us another banger. She is still talking. Every moment she doesn't shut up equals more content for us, baby. So let's get into it.
Tuning in, we've got some more exceptional behavior from English voice actors.
This person, Karina Bottiger or whatever, is the primary reason I watch Tectone at all, because he does the best commentary on this person's spiral of self-destruction. So that's how he ended up on my watch list. I disliked Tectone a little bit before this whole thing happened. But with the people that have chosen to make Tectone their enemy recently, I can't ever side with those people. And it made me start to appreciate Tectone more. You know, you have to be like a terrible person when people choose Tectone over you.
Amazing. In this video to get a laugh from, starting with this post on our Genshin Impact where they call out Paimon's VA, Karina Boatger.
Dumbass.
And spoiler alert right away, it's actually even worse than this because after this post was made, Karina got even worse.
Oh my god.
No way.
So they say,
because I've seen this. I haven't, well, I've seen vaguely this. How did it get worse?
VA, who has worked the entirety of the quote-unquote strike, retweets telling her fellow VAs who are financially struggling due to the strike to suck it up. Also dismisses the need of fan support. Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't want to like do a whole Dawn of Time thing, but I feel like it's kind of necessary if you haven't been following the situation based off just that message. I want to catch some people up. So basically what happened is this Karina Boatger person is the voice actor for Paimon, arguably the most important character in the Genshin Impact series because they're like the helper, you know, they're the Clippy of Genshin Impact, and I use that specifically because in reality they're more like, I think it was Navi, right? Yeah. So Navi, in reality, they're a little bit more like Navi, the fictional Airy that acts as a fictional fairy, who acts as Sirius protagonist and Link's navigator throughout the 98 Nintendo 64 video game, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So, very much like Navi, where they kind of pop up, guide you through, give you some helpful tips and stuff like that, except for in the most insanely annoying and unnecessary way possible, just like Clippy. And if you don't know what Clippy was, if she doesn't know what Clippy was, she's too young for you, bro. But Clippy used to be in Microsoft Office 97 and 2003. And it was like this little assistant that would pop up, and you could be like, "Dear John," and he'd pop up and say, "Looks like you're writing a letter." I loved Clippy, but I was like 7, right? So, but eventually, but he became known for being more annoying and intrusive than helpful. Microsoft eventually phased him out. And honestly, that's what they need to do with Paimon. Because the one thing, even before all this happened, the one thing I hated most about Genshin Impact was Paimon. Just the most insanely annoying, condescending, freaking loud ass, annoying ass voice character that would never shut the fuck up. It was so immersion breaking and just insanely frustrating. I would rant. If you go back and watch those streams, they're on YouTube on the stream channel, I'm sure. The Steel Drifter streams has all my stream archives, except for the most recent ones, because I've been working on a new workflow with the new programs and stuff. I'm a little bit behind on the uploads, but go back and watch those streams, the Genshin Impact streams, and I spend most of the stream just ranting about how fucking annoying Paimon is. So, when all of this Paimon VA drama started happening, I had to know what was going on. And basically what happens is it's really convoluted, but I'll give you a Clippy was from a time when artificial intelligence was more artificial and less intelligent, for sure. I'll give you guys a quick rundown. So basically, there's this union called SAG-AFTRA. Now, I'm all about workers' rights, and I believe there need to be significant significant rules in place to keep workers and consumers and all that safe. I'm very anti-corporatist. I'm pro-capitalist, anti-corporatist. I don't feel like explaining that right now as someone that studied political science for basically my entire life. But if you think America is a capitalist country, you're wrong. We are a post-capitalist country. Capitalism does not exist in this country anymore. Some people argue that it never did, but basically, I don't want to go into the specifics of that. Anyways, I'm very pro-consumer, pro-worker, but I'm also not a fan of unions, because unions often end up doing the very exact same worker exploitation that they claim to be protecting the workers from the corporations. They often treat the workers way worse. And I feel like SAG-AFTRA is one of the best examples of that, in that their shit is so insanely fucked, but it's always been low key, right? The only reason I knew about this is because I was also a theater major in college. I was a double major, political science and theater arts. I would have made a perfect politician, right? But I hate politics. The whole reason I joined political science was because I thought it was more political philosophy. The introduction courses were there was a beeping. I need to figure out what this beeping is. Give me a second. Okay, it wasn't anything serious. It was just the dehumidifier being full. If I learned anything from Rise of Nations, capitalism gives you a president that heals trucks. So one of the biggest things about capitalism is free trade and no monopolies. In the United States, we do not have free trade, nor do we have powerful anti-monopoly and antitrust laws. We do have anti-monopoly and antitrust laws, but they aren't strong enough. If you want a perfect example of areas where we don't have free trade and where there are oppressive monopolies, healthcare system. Why do you think the healthcare system is so fucked? It's because it's not a capitalist system. I don't think healthcare really should be a capitalist system necessarily, but it's a corporatist system or a post-capitalist system, which is the worst possible way to have healthcare, because then what you have is you have a bunch of monopolies that have an insane amount of money to throw at lobbyists to manipulate the system to keep people stuck paying more for something that is absolutely necessary. And it's really, really fucked. One of the worst things that happens is, so the reason capitalism is good is because it's competitive. And competition does two things. It drives innovation forward and it drives costs down. Because there's no competition in the healthcare system, our innovation has slowed and costs keep going up. And one of the number one things they could do is right now, you can only buy healthcare from healthcare providers in your state. That's one of the only industries that are that way. Now, telecom providers are the same way. That's kind of fucked too. So that's why you only get like one or two options for who to get your cable or your internet through, the same way you only get one or two options for who to get your healthcare through. It's because they've basically divided the country into or counties or states, whichever way you want to look at it, into little small sections where they're like, all right, you get to have your monopoly here and you get to have your monopoly here, and then there's no competition there, so they get to price fix at whatever they want. It's all fucking backwards. But You mean like Martin Shkreli jacking the price of HIV prevention pill up to $700? Exactly. But if they were to open competition up, then we wouldn't have $500 insulin or things like that. And that's not to say that certain things aren't insanely expensive when it comes to medical expenses, but you have the stupidest, insane things that hospitals get away with and aren't held accountable for because there's no oversight, which is another thing. Skin to skin contact with newborn fee. The cost of skin-to-skin contact after birth can vary depending on the hospital and location. In some cases, it may be included with the overall hospital charges for delivery, while in others, there may be an additional fee. Hospitals charge you money to hold your own child after your child is born. Just think about that. They charge you money to allow you to hold your own child. Anyways, I've really gone off the deep end on like how fucked all these systems are. I know too much. I can just rant for anything about forever because I've spent my entire life studying and reading, and most people don't even read at a 7th grade level these days. That's true, by the way. Or they read at a 7th grade level, not an 8th grade level. And that means that most people in the world don't even read at a high school level yet. And we're talking about freshmen, like the very first level. High school starts at 9th grade. Most people in the world don't even read at a 9th grade level, the freshman level of high school. We live in a world of illiterate idiots. And people wonder why things are so bad. Somehow the media kept us distracted from that one. I'm sure there's so many different things that they can keep us distracted with. I think it's ironic, all the stuff that Ye is doing right now, because I realize he's just crashing out. I feel really sorry for the man, to be honest. He's got some demons in his head that have absolutely grown out of control, but he's trying to wake people up to the reality of the things that fucked him up, but he's lost the plot so much that he doesn't realize he's become another distraction from the things that people need to be paying attention to. But let me reset. Talk about the topic at hand. So, with the whole voice actor thing, I've always known how fucked up SAG-AFTRA was because I was a dual major in college for a while, poli-sci and theater arts. And when I was looking at what I would do after I graduated and where I would go and how I would like find acting jobs or like poli-sci type stuff, we had to look into the union, the actors union, because the thing is, if you want to work for like Disney or something like that, I don't know if it's 100% sure, but if most of the big acting jobs are union only, right? So I'm not going to say Disney specifically because I don't know that for a fact, but generally most of these big blockbuster movies, large shows, things like that, often the large video games too, are union only jobs. You can only get them if you're a member of the union. And there are some jobs where you can get it on a temporary basis if you're non-union, but if you hold it long enough, you have to join the union. Unions are very, very oppressive. At least SAG-AFTRA is. And just in general, I feel like unions are too oppressive. I feel like many unions do more worker oppression than the corporations themselves do. And that's why I'm not a big fan of them. As much as I approve of workers' rights, I believe in workers' rights and collective bargaining, but I don't like unions. And I especially don't like SAG-AFTRA because it is so, I don't know how to properly put it into words, just how evil and corrupt SAG-AFTRA appears to me. But it's very oppressive, where they kind of gaslight you and extort you into joining the union. And then you don't even get most of the benefits unless you're one of the top union earners. And keep in mind, this is not like joining a metal workers union or a post office workers union, right? I'm pretty chill on those type of unions because, one, those are very, not saying that acting can't be dangerous. Plenty of actors have been hurt or died on the job, and often it was because of a lack of proper safety. But then also, like, there are actors that just go and shoot a woman and get away with it because they blame it on the armor, even though they were being absolutely careless with a firearm. Not naming any names or anything, but with things like metal workers or truck drivers or post office workers, there's been a lot more exploitation of the workers, but it's also more of a level playing field, right? Now, there's some really fucked up things that unions do, which is like seniority, where if you've been in longer than someone else, you just always get your vacation days and they never get theirs. There's a lot of cronyism and just unfair bullshit that goes on in unions, which is ironic because unions were supposed to make things fair, but they often make things even less fair. And they take a cut of your paycheck to fuck you over. But specifically with SAG-AFTRA, it's like, depending who you ask, $3,000 to $4,000 to join, and then you don't even get any benefits. Well, not any benefits, but you don't even get a lot of the benefits from the union, even once you're in it, until you become, I think you have to make $20,000 a year or something through union jobs only. And Global Rule 1 is that you're not allowed to accept non-union jobs. And there's two problems with that. One, we're going to relate specifically to voice actors. One, we're going to relate to all actors. So the big difference between being part of like a metal workers union or being part of an acting union, SAG-AFTRA specifically being the major one, is that in a metal workers union, there's always more metalworking jobs, and you're not really competing for the same metalworking job. And it's just, you show up, you do your work, you go home. It's like, yeah, maybe there end up being too many people in one town, so you can like move to another town to go and get a job at a different factory or something. But there's generally always options for most of those blue collar type unions. But the thing with acting is, let's talk about voice acting specifically for a second, and then we'll apply it to the whole thing. So one of the big problems with voice acting, being a voice actor in the union, is 80% apparently of non of voice acting jobs are non-union. And Global Rule 1 says you're not allowed to take non-union jobs if you're part of the union. Now there's some weird exceptions to this, but it's basically very what word am I looking for? It's very nefarious in that you're allowed to take non-union jobs when you're trying to force them to become union jobs. It's very backhanded and disgusting. But there's also a special category of like union worker where you're in the union and you have to pay the union, but you don't get union benefits. And you're allowed to take the non-union jobs. I forget what that's called. But the second thing is that after you limit yourself to only 20% of the available jobs, you then need to keep in mind that not only do you have this tiny portion of available jobs that you're even allowed to apply to, but you have to compete with the best actors in the world for these tiny portion of jobs. So for factory workers, it's one of those things where, cool, you just need 300 factory workers, right? For this one factory, or maybe 2 or 3 different factories in this area. For an acting job, you need one actor for that job. And you're always going to want the best actor for that job. So when you're in the acting union, you're only allowed to apply for acting jobs, and you need to compete with Tom Hanks for those jobs. Now, obviously, Tom Hanks isn't going to be applying to all the low-level stuff, but sometimes a lot of the larger actors do like to do lower shows, lower like hype shows, not necessarily like lower quality or anything, but just things that you would think is more of like an entry-level stuff. A lot of those top actors like to do those things because they feel like it's more real acting almost. It's more artistic. So not only have you, first of all, signed yourself up to eliminate your ability to even accept most jobs, but the small percentage of jobs that you have left that you're even allowed to apply to, you now are forced to compete with the best actors in the world to even get them. And if you don't earn a certain amount of money for the union, you don't get the union benefits that you paid for in the first place. It is like the most toxic bullshit ever. On top of that, when the union says you have to strike, and you're not allowed to earn money. But this is where it starts to get interesting. That's only for union acting jobs, right? You don't have to strike for non-union jobs, and in fact, you're not really supposed to strike for non-union jobs, but that's exactly what's been happening with the Genshin Impact bullshit, is that Genshin Impact is not a union job, yet there are people in the union that are doing work for it, even though that's a violation of Global Rule 1, where you're not supposed to do work for non-union jobs, or you can get kicked out of the union. But they're doing it anyways. And the crazy thing was, there was a strike on other games that are union jobs. So these people started striking Genshin Impact, even though it's not a non-union job, and started refusing to do work. And they would shame other people that weren't supporting the strike. But the craziest thing about this all is that the Paimon voice actor, the very central character, the one that has more voice lines than any other character, I'm pretty sure. I can't say that for certain, but I'm like 97% sure, because she's just harassing you the entire game. She referring to Paimon, not the voice actor, because the voice actors, they, them. Paimon is just harassing you the entire game. Has constant voice lines. The voice actor for Paimon, they went in on people who weren't supporting the strike, and yet they themselves refused to strike, and their excuse was, well, they can't strike because then they can't afford to pay their bills. That's true for just about literally every single actor anywhere remotely near their level. It's just the biggest insane toxic hypocrisy I have ever seen. And this person has been getting called out for their bullshit. They fucking crashed out on TikTok, and then they tried to claim it was an AI video that someone made of them, not actually them crashing out. But they uploaded it to their own TikTok themselves. This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen, and I'm so glad that it's been exposing SAG-AFTRA for just how evil it is, because it really drew a spotlight onto all these insane practices that the union has. So that's the backstory of this whole thing, and there's like hours and hours of lore at this point, to be honest. But I just want you to understand that going in, so you're all caught up. I was at Food Basics grocery store. They were unionized, and it led to two types of people: those who didn't do any work because the managers couldn't fire them at all, and those who worked like normal but felt the management was always out to get them over every little thing. Yeah, unions just end up being generally bad. I think we need collective bargaining, and I think we need worker protections, but I don't think they look like unions in a perfect world. Apparently, Samuel L. Jackson is the best actor because that guy is in everything. Oh, he's in everything. Did you know he actually almost turned down Snakes in a Plane? Or Snakes on a Plane, whatever it was called. They were going to change the name of the movie. And he said he wasn't going to do it if they changed the name of the movie. Also, he's the reason that we have varied colored lightsabers in Star Wars. So, up until he entered Star Wars, it was very strict in that there were 3 lightsaber colors. There was red for bad guys, green for wise master type Jedi, and blue for like the headstrong warrior type Jedi. That's why like if you look at his lightsabers, the one that he starts with, the Padawan one, is blue. And then when he later crafts his own lightsaber, it's green. So it was very specific progression of red are evil lightsabers, blue are like Padawan beginner Jedi lightsabers, green are like master level Jedi. And that was it. But Samuel L. Jackson was like, I'll only do it if I have a purple lightsaber so you can see me in the crowd. Let's do this on YouTube.
Look!
Around the survivors, a perimeter create.
He wanted to be the one guy that you could see in every scene with the purple lightsaber. Good old Samuel L. Jackson. Because that was his thing. He was like, man, in that massive battle, even in that scene, he just stands out. That's awesome, right? Now we have like every color of lightsaber in the rainbow. All right, let's actually watch the video. I've been ranting for like an hour just off of this image, I feel
She
like.
came back to deliver us another banger.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like the flood. You know how like in Halo, every game you think you wipe out the flood and then it just comes back stronger and more insane than before? That's this voice actor. You think they're done and then they come back for another episode.
Still talking. Every moment she doesn't shut up equals more content for us,
Dude,
baby.
like,
So let's get into it.
Tuning in, we've got some more exceptional behavior.
one of the funniest things is watching the original Crash Out video. Every time you pause it, the freeze frame, you're just like, oh my god, that's a crazy face. Like, you, it's absolutely insane. What's her name? Their name, Karina. All right. Is this the original one? It's gonna be so hard to. Is this the one? Stop licking the boot. All right. I think this is the original one. Yeah, this is the original one. Where's the volume?
There's both non-union and union in a video game. Want a game to go union?
Let's just
Okay, here's the thing. If voice actors both
go to the
non-union
source.
and union in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union.
First of all, that's a lie. The non-union voice actors did not want it to go union.
Nobody else's opinion matters.
Look at like the crazy eyes. Nobody else's opinion matters. Well, if nobody else's opinion matters, your opinion doesn't matter either.
And YouTubers don't know anything. YouTubers.
This was like one of the craziest statements because some of the biggest voice actors are YouTubers, right? So a lot of people really dug into them on that.
YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my
Yes, they have.
industry is about. They don't know
Yes, they do.
anything about SAG. They don't know anything about being
Yes, they do.
a non-union actor either.
Yes, they do.
Stop telling me to go to liars.
Says one of the biggest liars we have ever seen.
Liars. They are paid to lie to you. Oh.
Says the person who is still showing up to the job, getting paid to do this stuff when everyone else is striking.
Also, I'm sorry. They have more incentive to lie. They have more of an incentive to lie because idiots like you fall for their shit and they get paid for that.
Says the person who's getting paid.
Hello? God forbid. I want my industry to actually, function and that everybody gets paid.
Then why are you just throwing a massive wrench in it? Why are you the biggest problem in your industry right now if you want your industry to function?
And everybody gets, health care? Did you know that,
You don't even get health care unless you're one of the top earning union members. So do you even pay attention to the actual contract of the union that you're in? Oh wait, you are the biggest character in the entire game. So yeah, you probably do meet that threshold to get health care. But none of the other union members that don't get the health care don't matter, do they? They don't know anything, right?
Like, once things become union, people get paid a lot more, so people are like, oh, but, you know, then...
That's not true, especially not in the voice acting world. Like, generally, once you take out the union fees, you're getting paid the same, if not less.
Some non-union actors will have to join the union. Yeah, they'll be able to, easily, because they'll get paid more. Also...
It's just so condescending and so dumb. Nothing they say is making any sense, and it's all... So this is like what brainwashing looks like, because people have found that they went back in history, of course, you know, because like everything's recorded these days, everything's on the internet. They went back in history and they found an interview of this person saying they were forced to join the union, that it wasn't their choice. And now this person is trying to force other people to join the union. This is indoctrination at its finest.
So there are options that the union has to help pay for those.
The condescending bullshit I just can't handle. See what I said about, like, no matter when you pause it, it's just always crazy eyes. The entire video, it's all crazy eyes.
Those things, there are options to help people pay for the union dues within SAG, but you don't know that.
Yes, we do know that. And we know just how corrupt and broken it is. Why are you so evil and corrupt and condescending?
Oh my god, it's almost like you're not an actor. It's almost like you're not a voice actor.
I'm not even gonna say it.
And neither are those YouTubers.
But they are! They are!
Bottom line is that both non-union actors and union actors in a video game want it to go union and have wanted it.
No, the non-union actors didn't. Stop lying. You were the one that was just ranting about liars, and like 70% of what you've said this video was a lie.
Union for a long time.
Just wait. How it ends is the best part. I can't believe they actually said it.
So nobody else's opinion that is super fucking wrong anyway matters. Hope this helps.
They said the line. They said, hope this helps. They actually said it. All right, so that's the backstory. And this is like, this person is primarily responsible for why I started watching Tectone stuff. Let's see if I can go back to the original one. This has been going on for a while now. This was the one I was talking about, them puking in the toilet and figuring it was a good idea to record that and post it online. This is the guy that's a YouTuber that is a voice actor that disproved everything that the Paimon Voice Actor was saying. Where's the first one? Have we gone back too far? It doesn't look like I've watched any of these. This looks like it didn't have anything to do. Maybe I watched one Tectone video before the Paimon stuff. But this says, was this the first one I watched, maybe? This might have been the first one I watched. I think, so this all started on Twitter, I think.
I guess let's do it, man. I mean, I've been telling you guys, the voice actors, not all of them, but a lot of them in the
Yeah, I think this was the first one I watched.
It's f***ing insane. And Jesus Christ, we're going to talk about the dumbest one of them all. I've had problems with this person for like 4 f***ing years now. How they were claiming me that I was like maliciously not using their pronouns correctly, fucking them in real life. And it's like, real quick, Karina Boatger. Yeah, let's talk about talking them in real life. And it's
so one of my favorite things about this video is that he calls it.
like, oh my God, we got so much.
I'm not
to
sure
go.
when he
Let's talk
calls
about
it.
This big dumb fucking idiot real quick. Karina Boatger. Yeah, let's listen to this shit real quick. Here we go. How to be unlikable as fuck 101. Here's the video for it, guys.
Okay, here's the thing. If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union. Nobody else's opinion matters.
Bro, this bitch is such a Karen. This is the embodiment of white people going, hope this helps.
He called it. She literally ends the video with that. He's 5 seconds in and he calls it. He's like, this is the embodiment of people saying, hope this helps. And then they literally do it at the end. I'm going hoarse from shouting about this. Let's just watch the new one. See
From English voice.
Every time I've thought it couldn't get worse, they have to wake up eventually and realize how stupid and self-destructive they've been. It always gets worse.
Amazing.
In this video to get a laugh from, starting with this post on our Genshin Impact where they call out Paimon's VA, Karina Boatger.
Dumbass.
And spoiler alert right away, it's actually even worse than this because after this post was made, Karina...
It always gets worse.
We'll get to that
No way.
So they say...
Because I've seen this. I haven't... Well, I've seen vaguely this. How to get worse?
VA, who has worked the entirety of the quote-unquote strike, retweets telling her fellow VAs who are financially struggling due to the strike to suck it up. Also dismisses the need of fan support. Yeah, that's going to be a recurring theme throughout...
The person who said they couldn't strike with everyone else and was yelling at people for not supporting the strike because they wouldn't be able to afford their bills is telling actors who can't afford their bills because they did strike to suck it up. What the fuck?
Throughout this video, because we're going to take a look at a few other posts as well from VAs who are like, oh, we don't need the fans, like screw the fandoms. Yeah, coming from the same people who tried to manipulate the fandoms, manipulate the fans into supporting them for months. Now that that's failed and they got called out for their lies, oh, we don't need those people. We don't need them. It's actually impressive how these VAs and the other SAG-AFTRA directors are so good at making themselves come off unlikable. It seems so effortless for them. Like, it just comes so natural. And so the context here is the screenshot included of Karina's Blue Sky account where she's reposting Blue Sky posts like this.
Saying the strike.
I hate the way this guy says Blue Sky. I can't, like, watch the video because, like, VTubers just fuck me up. I just want to take a giant inflatable hammer and like beat VTuber avatars to death. There's like some uncanny valley thing with me where there's a part of my brain that's just like kill it with fire before it breeds. I'm very much a visual person. Like when I don't watch streamers that don't have cameras, I like watching the facial interactions, the way they sit, the way they move, all the little things for me to like really, I struggle to understand people on a telephone because I'm very much a visual person. So when I see the avatars that don't act like humans are supposed to, they're just like these weird animated things, and oftentimes that are like very different from what I can hear they should be moving. It just immediately triggers Uncanny Valley stuff. If you don't know what Uncanny Valley is, I've gone on enough tangents already. Google it and learn about it yourself.
Strike will end, we get our deal, and saying to suck it up. Why would you ever want to deal with people like this, man? Like legit, just.
But I really despise the way this guy says Blue Sky. Blue Sky. I'm like, what the fuck? Every time I don't know. We're just gonna use they for that. Every time they say it, I'm just like, no. Can you stop saying it that way?
Get him out of the company.
Shauna Breyer had said, we covered this yesterday, hey, I'm going to be real. To all the rich VAs saying this strike needs to end because your bottom line is starting to hurt, suck it up. Those of us at the bottom who have a heck of a lot more to lose are running Uber Eats, etc. to make it through this. The strike will end when we get our deal.
Okay. Or you could just, I don't know, do your job and then not ask people for sympathy when you're not doing your job.
Right?
What the fuck?
Like, imagine complaining that you have to run Uber Eats because your job isn't paying you enough money when you're refusing to do your job. That's just the most, like, backwards ass, selfish, ridiculous, self-destructive thing I can think of. Maybe if you're struggling to make ends meet, you should show up to fucking work.
As mentioned, I already commented on that yesterday, as well as some other stuff that Shauna said. But there is actually something new I want to show you guys regarding Shauna Breyer that I think you'll find amusing. First, the other two retweets here in the screenshot, both from a little Karibo.
And let's be clear, this is not over some like, oh, we're like losing our arms in factories or something. This is literally just over an incremental pay raise. They kind of made it seem like it was about AI protections at the beginning, but that's been entirely debunked because it turns out that the game itself already has AI protections in place. And in some respects, they're better than the ones the union has put in place. Because one of the really fucked up things that the union did was it kind of sold AI rights. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember exactly how that went down. But SAG, AFTRA, AI deal. They basically like, is this the one? Yeah. From the end of last year, a lot of people felt really pissed about this. Oh, this is their spin on it. Let's get an actual non Forbes might be spinning it too, but basically here, SAG-AFTRA, the union representing 160,000 actors and media artists, has signed a landmark agreement with AI startup Narrative, an online marketplace where brands create audio ads using artificial intelligence. Under the agreement, SAG-AFTRA members have the option to license a digital replica of their voice for use in audio recording. The union and Narrative have negotiated terms that address informed consent, compensation, and other essential AI-related protections. Not all members will be interested in the opportunities, and that's understandable, but for those who do, you have a safe option. This agreement is promoted as an ethical framework, but it could also accelerate the shift from human to artificial voices, raising critical questions about the future role of human in media. Do they talk about the part I was concerned about? No, but a lot of, maybe they do and I didn't see it, I was skimming really fast, but a lot of SAG-AFTRA members were really mad about that deal because they didn't even know the deal was being made.
The first one saying, I remember seeing someone post, one of the most important things in the strike is fan support, and they've lost ours. And thinking to myself, I rather doubt when the steelworkers refused to work, they were super concerned with how their fan base perceived it.
Okay, there's a big difference between voice acting in a game and providing steel to forge national or things that are needed on a national level. Like, what is this, bro? How is this little Kareem?
So that's not even what I was getting at when I made my comments, because the dangers are entirely different, right? So the steelworkers were striking partially because they were being forced to work insane hours, and because they weren't having appropriate worker protections, where they were just getting mutilated and killed and things like that. So that was one of the driving things behind their strike. But that's another good point that TechToad made, where they're literally providing a vital, necessary industry of the entire country is built on steel and concrete. And at that time, almost all of our steel was home produced. Whereas this is an entertainment industry. Here's the thing. No matter how hard you work, no matter how good at your job you are, if you're in an entertainment industry and you're going to complain that you're not getting paid enough, people are going to say, boo-hoo, poor you. Now, have I talked about my financial struggles sometimes? Yes, absolutely. But I do exactly the opposite. I always make it sure that everyone who's watching knows for a fact you should never contribute to the stream in any way, shape, or form if you can't afford to and you don't want to. The support opportunities are there for you if you choose, but they are not necessary. We create this content to inform and uplift people, to spread love out into the world, and any monetary gain from it is secondary. This is exactly the opposite of what SAG-AFTRA is doing, where it's like, you should be thankful we're entertaining you. I hate the whole dance monkey dance mentality, but even worse than that are monkeys that are demanding you feed them bananas.
Rebo guy this stupid.
How tone deaf do you have to be? Little Kribo, are you kidding me? So first of all, the strikes that he's referring to from the steelworkers, this was stuff that occurred around 100 years ago. If not more than that in some cases.
This is insane.
Quite a different set of circumstances.
Yeah,
and
you
I don't think the steelworkers were concerned about their fan base because they never had an online fan base that they were asking for
Right?
support, obviously.
That was one of the
actually trying to
stupidest
compare
things.
that.
I forgot to mention about that. Like, I was just getting triggered on the other stuff. I rather doubt when steelworkers refused to work, they were super concerned with how their fan base received it. What the fuck do you mean, fan base? Steelworkers don't have a fan. How dumb are these people? I'll tell you, they're so dumb that the only thing they know how to do is read lines off of a piece of paper into a microphone. They can't even act in front of a camera. They are the lowest Chill, Charlie. He's attacking my foot. He's begging for attention, just like these voice actors are. They are absolutely the lowest bottom feeders in the entertainment industry, and yet they're making the biggest noise asking for more pay.
Entertainment sector against video games.
Now I get why he's a voice actor, because bro couldn't hack it anywhere else, brother. Bro is just lucky that he can talk goofy. Jesus,
Exactly.
man. This fame and
Exactly.
success just falls on some people's lap where they get told, hey, talk in the funny voice and read these lines. Guys, trust me, my opinion is important. Shut the fuck up.
Where the union that's holding the strike has openly been asking for fan support. In which case, yes, the current SAG-AFTRA video game strike is absolutely concerned with how fan bases are perceiving the strike. And I have evidence of that. It's crazy that little Kribo's out here acting like this is not a thing. Does he even know the strike that he's supporting? Like what?
The worst thing is there's no one calling him out on this. And the like to dislike or the like to comment retweet ratio is
That's because it's Blue Sky. Blue Sky is a fucking online insane asylum.
Completely normal. What the fuck?
I know I have a Blue Sky account, and I have had to ban and block, not ban, I can't ban anyone. I've had to block more people on Blue Sky in the few months that I've had it than in the 15 years I've been on Twitter.
He's not even a voice actor. He just did the abridged Yu-Gi-Oh channel. Oh, stop, bro. Stop.
They're all about, because it seems like he doesn't understand what he's trying to defend. And I'm about to show you why Little Kribo and Karina Bokar are very foolish for making those tweets, and it shows that they don't even know what they're talking about, as I have SAG after.
Wait, you're telling me Karina Bokar, the voice of Paimon's an idiot? I would have never guessed.
Own website here, and I'll show you what I mean. But first, before we get to that, we have to interrupt this program, because do you remember yesterday when we were talking about that crazy person bossing on Blue Sky?
I can't look at it.
People are just spreading hero hate propaganda. You know, it's a bunch of nonsense. But now,
like, especially now that it's full screen, there's nowhere else for me to look, and it's just like bobbing around and jerking in the most disturbing way, like it's possessed by a demon.
Support our troops and terrorism bad.
What's up, Hasan, as a stupid dumbass? We are
prepare to be radicalized even further.
We're getting updated on the whole newest Genshin Impact voice actor crash out, and I can't really watch VTubers. The VTuber models freak me out on an intrinsic level, where it's like some uncanny valley shit for me. The only time I ever watch VTuber stuff is when other people watch VTuber things, and I wanna get the information so I can learn. But the VTuber, especially now that the model is full screen, it's really fucking with my brain. Like, I just can't do it.
We got some adorable art. This one from Free My Soul.
I'm gonna put the microphone in front of it so I can't see it.
Beat comments. Well, you're definitely gonna like this one that I was sent from Okineto and Anon, so thank you both. And yeah, it's definitely accurate.
What is that?
I'm out of coffee. I need more.
On my VTuber Twitter account, linked in the description and/or pinned comment. Okay, now that you guys have been radicalized, back to the main topic. We were discussing how Little Kribo and Karina Bokar were attempting to
Also, did he speed this up? It sounds way too fast. I can't listen to these super insanely fast videos either. I don't know if Tectone sped it up or not. Where are we? We're at 432.
I thought she was gone. She came. Every moment she doesn't shut up equals more content for us, baby. So let's get into it.
Tuning in, we've got some more exceptional behavior from English voice actors.
Amazing.
To take a look at in this video to get a laugh from.
It does sound like he sped it up.
Where they call out Paimon's VA, Karina Bokar.
Dumbass.
And spoiler alert right away. It's actually even worse than this, because after this post was made, Karina got even worse. We'll get to that.
No
We're at 432.
Because I've seen this.
Doesn't need fan support, which is hilarious because the policies from SAG-AFTRA and their own executives disagree, which make Karina Bokar and Little Kribo sound.
I just need to slow it down. It's going way too fast.
They literally have a section for how fans can support their strike. This is clearly indeed something.
Just to let you know, Karina was voicing Paimon in Genshin 5.6 story, hypocrisy at its finest. Oh yeah, of course. She wants everybody else to do the hard work while she reaps all the rewards. So she's a fucking hypocrite, 100%.
Something that they perceive as important, despite what Little Kribo on Blue Sky.
Now he's actually talking in a normal speed. I don't understand how people have like these super insane, I'm addicted to crack ADHD videos. It fries my brain. It's really, I know why they do it. It's because they don't want you to think, right? There's this weird perception on the internet that if you talk fast, people think you're smart, but it's actually usually the opposite.
I might be saying and or suggesting. SAGafter.org says, for fans, why should the strike matter to video game fans? But we're going to skip to this part specifically where they say, how can I show support for the striking video game performers? You can help amplify our messages online using hashtag #LevelUpTheContract, hashtag VideoGameStrike, and hashtag SAGAfterStrong. Click here for a look at how you can engage.
Now, to be fair, Tectone speeds things up sometimes, so maybe the original video is this speed. But I don't know.
In this fight.
I didn't
another idea, or why don't you just
find the spot
here?
where he
How
clicked
about we
on
put
it,
the link? Yeah,
but I
look at
wouldn't be
this. They got a
surprised
whole
if he
other
did.
section here. Video game performers are stuck in a grind. AI is stealing voices, and companies are hoarding profits.
But I do think it's hilarious that now that I slowed it down, it sounds normal to me.
The future of voiceover and performance capture artists is at stake, but our fight isn't single player. Oh wow, how meta. Whether you're a gamer, a fan, a performer, a labor ally, or just someone who believes in fairness.
Like this reads like one of those signs that 12-year-olds have on like the outside of their bedroom, where it's like, careful. Real gaming hours are occurring. I might rage on you if you enter. Enter
When he slowed down, Tectone sounds crossfaded.
at your own risk. I paused my game to be here. Like, oh, bro, it's so cringe.
Fighting is real. Hey, but fairness. You want to talk about fairness when you guys openly disparage non-union VAs, call them lesser quality and like not as talented, and that you guys are better and all that. But okay, fairness, right? Huh?
Yeah, but that doesn't fit their narrative, so why would they bring it up?
Union protections on a game you're working on or have been offered a job on. It's not as hard as you might think. Contact our organizing team
All right.
for more information.
I don't get the point yet.
Social media niche 2023 at Comic-Con, the number of voice actors, a part of SAG after, and how fans actors on the panel agreed that by publicly calling out the creators. And
This isn't what I thought we were talking about.
If you
What's
see someone's voice
the
being
what's
used
the new
to
Paimon shit?
Call the modder out. VA Jones said, and where they say Jones there, they mean voice actress Sissy Jones. Continuing, they say, secondly, the panelists.
All voice actors that people with agreed that people with fan communities can be proactive. Okay.
Man, you could not.
So I guess he's pointing out the hypocrisy right now, where he said originally the voice actors were asking their fan communities to help, and now the voice actors are saying, you know, fuck the fans because the fans turned on them, when the fans said, well, you're just being greedy, annoying pieces of shit.
They are literally suggesting that you take your cosplay and you put some sort of SAG support on it. I don't know, like, come on.
2 years lying to their community, maybe more people would want to support it.
For
just to
Duncan
get
crap quote from him, if I recall. Dudes from cosplaying into cos with your fakeness, send a mess or genius acting is Karina Boker, Paimon VA, and Lil by the way.
All right,
yeah,
so
right.
this is the part we're here for.
Geniuses, Karina Boker, Paimon VA, and Little Kribo over on Blue Sky, acting like they don't need fan support at all. And do you remember Little Kribo's good buddy Kaiser Neko? He previously said that he was done talking about any of this stuff in reference to all this SAG after VA stuff. Well, I guess he's not against reposting stuff related to it, as he reposted what Little Kribo said. Guess he really likes that point about steelworkers. Thinks that's a great point. So yeah, it's absolutely
It makes no sense.
Little Kribo and Karina Boker and some others that are probably responding to this stuff, and like, yeah, it's absolutely said. Guess he really likes.
How stupid do you have to be to think that steelworkers had a fan base? Like, I was talking earlier about how people are illiterate these days. Most people don't even read at a freshman high school level. This is the type of person that was just like giving blowjobs under the bleachers instead of going to history class.
Likes that point about steelworkers. Thinks that's a great point. So yeah, it's absolutely hilarious that Little Kribo and Karina Boker and some others that are probably responding to this stuff and liking it and also reposting it on their Blue Skies, well, they're all saying that they don't need.
See, the problem with people who live in echo chambers is they'll cite things that make no sense as long as it even slightly co-aligns with their narrative. And
he sounds just.
Community is just as brainless as.
He sounds so stoned when I slow the video down. And it's his fault because I'm pretty sure he sped the other video up. And I couldn't listen to it like that.
They are. That way they'll also mindlessly gobble it up, bro. It's embarrassing.
The fan support. Meanwhile, SAG after on their own website are asking for fans to support them. They've gone on record at panels, including SAG executives on said panels, trying to get fans to support them. Now let's have some fun by taking a look at the top comments in that Reddit post and what they got to say about Karina and Little Kribo.
I'm like over this, to be honest.
Yeah, by one.
It doesn't seem.
I
thought we were gonna have like some sort of like other type of unhinged crash out, but it's really just Tectone farming. This, by the way, was our example. So this guy, who is a Genshin voice actor that is also a YouTuber, came out and proved literally everything that Karina Boger said was wrong. One of her biggest things that she claimed over and over again was YouTubers aren't voice actors. They don't know anything. Yet this is a guy that's a YouTuber that's a voice actor for the same game and knows way more about it than she does, apparently. This guy came out and he did a whole ass video that was about like all the huge breakdown of the situation. It's very informative. Go check that out. And putting that link in chat made me realize I forgot to link the other videos we've watched today. And I always do my best to make sure I do that, so y'all can go ahead and give people their upvotes and that stuff. So we watched this one. Well, we watched that too, but we only watched half of it. We only watched half of that. That we were just looking at. I mean, this is a good one, but sure, we'll just throw all the links in there. These are the ones we watched. Did that last one work? Yeah, Hasan might. That was the first one, right? No, IRL streamer. Okay. So we got this guy. Guys, I would appreciate it if you would give all these videos a like if you were here to watch them. I don't like feeling like I'm stealing views from someone else, but at the same time, I do want the opportunity to commentate on these things and share my thoughts. So go ahead and give these content creators your support. This is just a Twitch clips thing, but still, it's a great clip. That still just absolutely blows my mind how she was able to get this from one damn letter. This woman has to be brilliant in her own weird way. I've seen some very interesting Emmy clips. All right. Two more. Another Tectone video. I didn't used to like Tectone at all. The guy kind of annoyed me, and still kind of annoys me to this day with certain things. But it's really the people that have decided to go after him. It's not even that I like Tectone. It's just like an enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing, you know? There's definitely some things he does that I'm not fond of, but at the same time, same thing with Asmongold. My voice is cracking. I've been like ranting too much. We got to do something chill in a bit. But it's the same thing with Asmongold, where it's like I don't even necessarily agree with him. I just disagree with the people that are trying to go up against him more. So it's just insanely frustrating that everyone's trying to... I used to agree with Asmon more, but recently he's been radicalized by all the radicalists trying to cancel him and just throw all kinds of bullshit at him. So now he's getting radicalized himself, and it's just... It's so frustrating to watch the world crumble like this. I'm going to make more coffee. Then we're going to do some chill gaming so I can forget that the end times are here. Alright, I'm back. What's that? What's blue? Still here, just in the kitchen, AFK. Sweet. What you making in the kitchen? I'm always hungry. Like, I just ate all that pizza, and I still want to keep eating. I'm kind of like the Hulk. You know when Bruce Banner said, "That's my secret. I'm always angry." That's me, except I'm always hungry. When I was in the fire department, there was one time we went out to this all-you-could-eat Chinese buffet, and there was like two skinny guys. I was one of the skinny guys. There was like the skinny guy that's just skinny. There was the skinny athletic guy. That was me. Then there was like the dude that was like larger but not fat because he worked a lot. He was on the borough crew. And then there was the fat guy who mostly sat and drove a truck all day. And we went to this great China buffet, and me and the two fat dudes all went plate for plate, right? We came back like 3 or 4 plates just filled to the brim. This skinny guy that's just skinny, he had like 7 plates, and he was bragging that he beat the 3 of us, but he didn't like fill the plates up. He like had a little bit of space on each of the plates, and he would go back and get like a few things, whereas like every time the other 3 of us, we just had like a mountain of food on our plates. And one of the guys looked at me and he was like, "You're just a skinny dude. You're just a fat dude trapped in a skinny dude's body." And I was like, "Yeah, pretty much." I didn't realize it at the time, but when I was in college, I was on the cross country team, and we would eat so much food then, because you could literally, you just used all that energy. You needed to eat a lot of food because otherwise you wouldn't have the energy to do it. We just run it off, and we would have a spaghetti dinner every Friday night, Saturday night maybe. To carbo load before the race for the next day. And I need to change my we're gonna do some gaming. I've done enough ranting for a day. So basically what would happen is once I left the cross country team, I kept eating the same way, and I really blew up, to say the least. That was the first time I ever actually started putting on weight. And then I was like, oh man, I guess I can't eat like I'm running 8 miles almost every day anymore. Let's see. And then there was like another wake up call I had several years later. I was on a fire call actually. And I ended up in such a rough spot at one point in the fire call. So we put out the fire and we were checking for extension, which is where you like tear open the walls and see if there's any fire in the wall or the ceilings that didn't get put out. And I started to get really dizzy. I didn't feel good, felt like I was going to throw up. I'd been on the first team in, And I'd actually been in for a very long time because I went in with the first search team. I came back out when my air bottle got low, put on a new air bottle, and went back in. And I was about halfway through that air bottle, which, and I just started feeling sick. So I said to, I think it was assistant chief at the time, he was either assistant or chief or captain. It was the leader of that team at that point. I was like, hey, I think I need to go outside. At that point, I'd done plenty of work too, so he was like totally fine. He was like, yeah, go get checked out or whatever. I don't know if he specifically said that, but I immediately walked over to the EMTs and they started checking me out. My pulse was insane. I was like, they didn't know what was going on. It was a hot day, so they actually took me and put me in the ambulance because of the AC and stuff. And they took my blood sugar and stuff. And I know now it was probably due to a lack of sleep and a lack of food the previous night. But they said there were some warning signs that I was potentially pre-diabetic, even though I was like still skinny at that point. But I didn't watch what I ate at all. Like eventually after I went to the doctor, this was late 20s. Eventually I went to the doctor and they were like, yeah, your cholesterol's pretty high. You should kind of do things about that. But like my blood sugar wasn't bad. I wasn't actually pre-diabetic. I just had really bad blood sugar issues that day. I was having, I had an insanely high pulse. It was just all kinds of not good things that really gave me a big health scare. So that was when I started really taking care of myself. When I turned 30, I looked at my dad too, where he was having problems even just getting in and out of his car because of hernias and things like that. And I was like, yeah, when I'm 60, I'm not, oh, it's 65, I think he was at the time. I was like, when I'm 60, I'm not going to have trouble walking up and down the stairs unless it's due to something out of my control. So that's when I started taking my health more seriously. Alright, let's hope the game does not lag out this time. I've done enough ranting today. My voice is hoarse from all the ranting and yelling I've done. We're gonna do some chill gaming. Hopefully. So last time I was streaming this, I wasn't even streaming this. Maybe. No, I was. I'm trying to remember if I was streaming. Last time I was playing this, I nearly died because the game started lagging out. But I think we're fine now. The problem was last time I didn't restart the PC before the stream, and I edit videos at the end of every stream, and sometimes in the morning too, and that will fuck up the virtual memory. And I think the PC had been on for like an entire week, and that, in addition to all the editing I'd done before then, was what I was what I thought was causing the stream to lag out. Almost died on this character, except thankfully there was another player there that was able to save my ass until the game unfroze. And then I immediately just Hearthstoned out. I wanted to like thank them or trade them some things, but I started lagging out again. So I was like, you know what? We just Hearthstone back to the inn and log out before my character dies. I don't even remember their name. I was lagging out so bad. I wish I could remember who it was and I could thank them. But, Can't always get what you want, I guess. Alright. So, we need to go explore the waters of the Forgotten Pools. And the Kodo liver and the talent. So the Kodo livers we can do anywhere. Those are more south. But it looks like the harpies we need to do up here. Yeah, that's the only place I see these harpies. So, while we're kind of close to this, I want to know why so many people die there. I don't want to find out, but I want to know. You know? Does that make sense? Do we have any dungeon missions we can drop? Nope. Doesn't look like it. That's fine. Where's this egg hunt thing? Okay, this is apparently in Crossroads too. Alright, so we'll just leave that for now. Let's go this way. Alright, we've got... Oh, we should... Wow, I've got a lot of stones. Why do I have so many stones? We can sell our extra stuff. Curved dagger of power. We don't use daggers. This is really good, but we have a wand. The only reason we have the dagger still equipped is because we're doing skinning on this character for now, and we have the skinning knife. Eventually, we will probably equip a dagger as a stat stick, but for now, we're not worried about that. This is the same tunic we have. It's not bound. Do I have another character that's using cloth on Horde? I don't think so. I don't have a character that's using daggers. So we just mail those both to the bank for them to disenchant for the materials and skills. Where's the mail? We're running into the mailbox. Oh, we do have some boar meat though. Okay. So gonna mail that. What's everyone up to tonight besides making food in the kitchen? We've got an extra bag. Sure. Just mail it back to the bank. I guess I can mail this stuff to the bank too. Because we need wool. For both, I think. Like, let me see what, do I still have that tab open? I do. Tailoring. What level? Reinforced linen cape up to 75. We're at 86 now. Next, we need to start making bolt of woolen cloth. Yeah, so we're just doing wool at this point. And I don't have any wool cloth. I don't know where we get that as a drop yet. Maybe slightly higher level. So we can send this to the bank, and then the bank can send it to the characters that need to use that to make whatchamacallit, bandages. Alright. So let's go sell this other random stuff we have. I wonder if I can cook in here. There's got to be a place around here that I can cook. Let's see. Sell. 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 probably sell the bananas too, right? Yeah. Alright.
Be careful.
They're probably not gonna let me cook in here by the looks of things, but you never know. Oh, it does let me cook. Perfect. We're not really getting much from that, but as long as it's still green, we get at least some level. And it's free meat. We got 2 levels from that, so I'd say it's worth it. I don't think there's any, no food buffs from eating that, so we're not gonna worry about it. Alright. So let's go this way. The problem with doing this is there's 2 quests in that direction. And we only have space for 1. Looks like we have quests complete in the area, but oh, there's one. Do we go up north and turn that in first? Are there any other quests we can turn in the area? It doesn't look like it. Let's go turn in the other quests first and see what happens. Hopefully it's not a series of quests. That might be the only thing there too for that guy. Oh yeah, okay. Oh! I think that's the guy that I died on. Yep. Well, almost died on. I was trying to kill that to complete the mission. There's like a boss character over here. Oh, but I'm gonna lose Rend. So we'll just save that for another time. Until I either have someone to group up with, or I can run that solo with world buffs. But I got 30 seconds of my world buff left. It's not worth risking death. Because it was too close with the world buff on. With the world buff gone, it's going to be even worse. Now, the problem, too, was we had all the lag. But if it wasn't for the world buff, we absolutely would have died. What's that one? Destroy the demon seed. Well, we can do that probably. That says it's only level 13. Oh, I'm kind of exhausted already. It's been a long day. I spent a lot of energy ranting about bullshit. Oh. I got a lot of adulting done the past 2 days, which unfortunately means a little less streaming in that same time period, but not too much less. Oh shit, I need to update my add-ons. Totally forgot to do that. Check updates. Update all. How much farther do we hit the demon seed? It's got to be, yeah, we're like 2/3 of the way there. Alright. Looks like all are updated. Cool. It's not probably going to do anything until we reload the UI. But I don't feel like doing that yet. Alright. Is it inside here? No, it's on the other side. Is it in the tower? Kinda seems like it's in the tower. Oh no, it's right here.
Strength and honor.
Nero wants the demon seed destroyed, does he? Strange. Very well. If he wishes the seed gone, then I will tell you how to remove it.
For the Horde.
The demon seed is a powerful tool for the Burning Legion. It rests in a cave on demon peace. Prepare power stones. That will disrupt this connection with the Legion. Take a stone from the table. Alright. Get a flawed power stone. Bring it to the altar of fire before the stone expires. It's kind of better. Just barely better. The loss of intellect means we deal less damage. But we're also stronger. Take a stone from the table. Okay. So we already took the stone. Place upon the altar of fire. Where's the altar of fire? I've got too many quests active. Alright. I don't see the spot. Alright. Alright, man. So no trading or market in hardcore? There is trading and market. That's only if you're doing solo self-found. I'm not doing solo self-found. Hardcore basically just means if you die, you die. Alright, man, have a good night. Gonna head out and to get some sleep. Still trying to get over being sick. Day 6 of 10 on the antibiotics. Oof, that sucks. Finish your antibiotics. Don't create a superbug. We don't need you to be the next COVID patient zero, bro. Get some sleep. Appreciate you hanging out. I won't be much farther behind you. I just wanted to wind down after all the ranting I've done today. Get some chill gaming in. We can get this H.E. Keys hide and the keg. Pneumonia and sinus infection. Oof, that sucks. I've had both, actually. I got pneumonia on a trip to Florida once, ironically. And I have dealt with chronic sinus infections for most of my life. In fact, so a lot of it was due to the place I used to live. There's a lot of black mold and dust there. And I had no control or ability to reduce that. To reduce that because of the people I lived with was utterly out of my control, which would really piss me off. But all right. So we're supposed to kill certain things here without getting killed by the red things. It was made worse by the fact that when I was looking for solutions, we learned that I have a deviated septum and a spur in my nasal passages. So, it would be really rough for me at times where I just literally would wake up and I have one side of my nostril that's like 90%. I was not able to breathe out of the 90% side. So, being able to only have like 10% of my oxygen because the 90% side was so messed up would just give me the most insane sinus headaches that would often trigger full-blown migraines. So I know just how much that can suck, dude. I really hope you get over it quickly. Best of wishes, bro. I will see you around for the next one. We have to kill the same thing he did, but I was kind of waiting because, one, we didn't want to fight him for it. Two, we also, wanted to make sure he was fine. So we, pulled the other guy off him when it was about to hit him. But we're gonna have no problem killing this thing. Alright, that's the quest. Today sucked because it was up to high 90s with 90. Ooh, yeah. See, the humidity is a real killer. That was one of the other things too. Living in Pittsburgh wasn't good for it because the humidity is always pretty high. We're just like trapped in the soup because you have all that just in the middle of Three Rivers. I love Three Rivers, except for when I can feel them in my nose. And it's not as bad as like Florida or something like that, where it feels like you're like literally walking through chicken noodle when you go outside. But I really want to eventually move to the Midwest, like Arizona, Oklahoma, just get that really dry air where I can breathe freely, you know? That just sounds so amazing. Oh, Kodos. We need to kill Kodos. I was like, what the hell is here that I'm supposed to kill? I saw one earlier. It was over this other direction. But yeah, I totally understand the feeling, bro. I hope you get over it quickly. I will see you live next time. Well, we should be live again tomorrow. Today's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, right? If today's Thursday, I gotta put the laundry out before I go to sleep. Not the laundry. the what is it? It's not laundry. I know what it's called. Garbage. I gotta put the garbage out. Clearly I'm starting to get a little tired. So we don't want to be going too long, because playing hardcore tired is how you kill a character. Alright. We need to kill the Kodo. I am 3 miles from the Florida line, which ironically is only 3 miles from the ocean from me. So we have marsh and marsh. Oh yeah, that's got to be constant humidity. The only way you get any relief is when you get a northern wind. It's coming from pretty much any other direction. You're just like, oh yeah, it's another soupy day. That's got to be rough for sure. Well, I hope you feel better, bro. Appreciate the subs. Starting the train, the streaking train, as we're calling it now. We gotta go up that way. Is that the correct direction? Close, that way. We're just gonna call it a streaking train from now on. I'm probably gonna forget tomorrow to call it that. But if I remember, we're going streaking in the quad. Anytime, man. Always here to support you. So much love. Tell the wifey I said hi, and I hope you feel better tomorrow, bro. Finish your antibiotics. Ooh. Blood-splattered gloves of the whale. Oh, they're male. We can give them to... They're pretty good for the warrior, actually. Stamina and spirit. We'll take that. When I speak to her again, I will do. She's at her mom's till the 29th. Okay, word. I hope she travels safe, and you don't get too lonely by yourself there. Well, we got another hyena. I was gonna kill the Kodo next, but I don't want the hyena to crawl up our ass and chew our sphincter out. These hyenas really love them tasty buttholes. This is what? Number 3 deadliest in the Barrens. And it's not even that they're that strong. It's just that they're highly aggressive and very fast. So I'm sure people die to them just because they're not paying attention and back into them type thing. And then they can't get away. So that's not gonna be us. Alright, we need to go this way for the quest. That's fine. I wasn't trying to do that. I was just trying to walk forward. But I'm putting my fingers on the wrong buttons, which is another sign that we shouldn't go too long. Because fat fingering is also how you die. Oh, it resisted? Stop walking this way. Okay, cool. It listened. We're going right for it still. Just hasn't shown up on the mini-map yet. There are lots of these savanna lions. See, these don't even rank in the Barrens because they just chill in the corner. But look at these hyenas wandering around. There's another one right there. Alright, one more than we want. Okay. No, it's that way. You know what? I'm not taking chances. Oh, shit. Pull him back this way. Okay, cool. There's that prowling prowler. We didn't want to fight two at the same time. We're high enough level over them that especially with our Void Walker, I think we would have been fine. Rather not take chances though. We were killing that guy so we didn't die. We wanted to be safe so we didn't accidentally aggro a bunch of stuff. We don't really need to kill those prowlers. They were just in the way. We are going to kill the hyena we are going to kill the hyena though, for the reasons mentioned. Alright. Why does the game sound so loud to me? We'll wait till we finish this and then we'll fix the sound. Alright. Audio. It's at 50%? Put it to 40. Alright. Let's kill this guy. Are there more Kodos here, I think? We'll check once we, oops. Cast the wrong spell. Yeah, this is more Kodo livers. So there's probably going to be 2 Kodos wandering around randomly. I think we... there we go. Don't see the Kodo yet. We're mostly heading for the quest mark though. If the Kodo's dead or wandered out of the convenient area, we're not going to worry about it. Probably dead considering how many other people there are in the area. Holy crap, there's a whole group here. They've accepted me to the group. Alright. Let's do the thing. We're all doing a bunch of quests here in this thing. I love just grouping up with random people here.
It's too far away.
We just leveled up. That guy was taking some damage. I need to touch what now? I need to touch something here, but I'm not sure what. Shut off main control valve 2. I gotta do it twice? Or... Yeah, okay, it just wouldn't let me do it yet. I had to wait, I guess. Blinking lights. No. Indicate that the main... What's the other thing I gotta do? I saw something over here. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I need a target.
We're fine, I think. Alright. I got a little hairy for a sec. But we're good. Then we gotta go over here and do the part they did over here. Which is get the console key. Which I assume means... probably this Tinker Sniggles guy drops the console key. Where's the quest for it? Why don't I see the console? Salmophage is the quest. Am I? There it is. Tinker Sniggles, yep. So we need to wait here and kill Tinker Sniggles. It looks like they're gone. So we're just going to leave the group. In the meantime, we'll kill the random guys that are walking around to avoid pulling too much shit. Okay, that was kind of expected. Oh, am I disconnecting? I don't know why we like stalled out casting that. It kind of scared me a little bit. We need Sniggles to respawn. And I don't want to... If we kill this over here... then it probably doesn't respawn on top of us. That thing's running so hard. Why does Sniggles take so long to respawn? Where's the health zone? We get to make those health stones for free, basically, so it doesn't matter if we give them away to teammates. Health stones are really good in that they're like a free potion. That's actually better than a potion sometimes. Ours is not quite as good as a lesser potion, but we've modified it as best we can. Eventually we'll be able to make better health stones. We can't do that yet, though. Alright. I love just grouping up with random people. Is this quest done yet? I don't know how many more tiers there are to this. One of these following. Okay, that looks like it's somewhere else. Yeah, he left group. Cool. Alright, so anything else I gotta do in this area? I need to kill more Kodos, but I don't see another Kodo. We still need a liver. Someone needs a Kodo liver. Why they need one of those, I don't really know. Let's do the gateway thing while we're up here. We're pretty close to that. If we happen to see the Kodo on the way there, we'll kill it. I don't think so unless it wandered over this way. We're going away from the spawn, but that's fine. I think, yeah, I'm 18 now, so I'm legal. Who wants to come spend the night with me? No, I mean, I need to go get new skills. Alright. I don't know why I killed this guy. It just happened. I guess I was going to walk through him, and I was kind of just thinking, you know what? I should take him out before he starts gnawing on my anus. Alright, we got to... I think this is the, yeah, so this is the the orphan thing. We're helping out orphans here. We're going a little bit too far that direction. That's the one that kills all kinds of people. The ornery plain strider. I've seen a lot of people die to those birds. They're kind of fast. Decently high level. And especially since the other... Normally, I think people see the plane striders and think they're not a threat because most of the plane striders won't attack you. But that one absolutely does. 3? What about 3? Sorry, hello, I got done eating, opted to drop my phone. Perfect. I love it. 3 is a divine number, so maybe it's a good omen. How was your food? Did you have a good dinner? Alright. We're going to finish giving the tour to our little orphan. And I don't know what we do after that. We haven't completed the orphan tour on anyone else. Okay, there's 2 things we do here. We talk to this guy.
Blood and thunder.
But our most successful...
For the Horde.
Okay, so he gives us a new quest. Let's summon our orphan. Talk to them. Gateway to the frontier. Thank you for taking me to the frontier. You're the best. Uh-oh. He gives us 2 more quests? If a turtle doesn't have a shell, is he homeless or naked? Both. Damn it, I thought that was all we needed to do to get this little kid off our back. But I was wrong. Now we have 2 quests from him instead of just 1. It's taking up all of our quest space. I probably could have just not accepted those, but that's fine. Where do we turn in some of these quests? Is it... Okay, there's at least one we can turn in Crossroads. The other one is over there. Alright. So... We're gonna Hearthstone back. Not too bad. I had a spectacular dish that I like to call poor man's casserole. Frozen vegetables, unspecified ground meat, can of manwich sauce, and that's about all there is to it. Really, that sounds amazing, actually. Depending on the vegetables and the ground meat. But manwich sauce, that's always good. I love a good casserole. Like, just about any type of casserole. I'm a huge fan of it.
Well,
especially like a green bean casserole or something like that. Alright. We can sell all that stuff, I think. Yeah. That's an 8 slot bag. Ooh, we're upgrading our bags to 8 slot bags. We can sell our little pouch. And then we mail the crafting material. I don't think I can make lion's meat yet, can I? I'm probably missing something. I probably need... Okay, we'll hold on to the lion's meat because this is my cook. But all the other crafting materials I think we mail to someone. Let's see. The first wads can get that and that. And to reduce the amount of mailing around, and the bolts, Wads is going to need the bolts. then for Bald Old Orc, we're gonna send those green gloves to them. And Heart Ripper is our leather workers, so send all the leather to Heart Ripper. Okay, so let's turn in this quest. I put a little sriracha sauce in it this time, so I can't feel my tongue anymore. It's great. Nice. I do love sriracha sauce. I don't think it's as hot as most people think it is, but at the same time, I eat a lot of hot food. Not really much anymore, mostly because I like don't ever eat out or anything. Like literally, all I really eat are hot dogs because they're super fast and quick. And then twice a month I have pizza. Oh, I do have frozen chimichanga burrito things that I'll have as a snack sometimes to keep me from getting too bored with the food. Okay, so we're going to Ratchet because we're trying to pick up some trailer trash. No, I mean, we're going to Ratchet to turn in these quests. That sounds really good though. I love sriracha. So my favorite thing to do with sriracha was I never liked hummus. I'm not like a chickpea type person at all until one of my friends had me try hummus with some sriracha dripped on the top. Now that was good. Sriracha sauce is a weird thing for me. A lot is just as spicy as a little bit, so I don't bother loading it up like you see on TV. Yeah, sriracha sauce is definitely one of those ones that it doesn't get hotter the more you have. It's just always the same level of spiciness. I'm trying to think. Oh, there's these chicken fries that I used to get all the time. I don't remember where I got them. What the hell am I supposed to interact with here? There's too many things overlaid with each other. Samaphage. Crane operator Bigglefizz. Where are you? Oh, it's just... I couldn't see it because it was all in his name. And I was too zoomed out.
Keep it real. Have a good one.
We can get almost 5 silver or ooh, almost 8 silver. We're just selling that, so it doesn't matter. Oh my god, he gives us another quest. That's fine. Whatever. Oh. Dude blew himself up with the thing we gave him, which explains why he gave us another quest. There's 2 more quests to pick up here. We don't have space for them, so that's fine. We'll come back later. One of them is a dungeon quest, and we're not doing dungeon quests right now, so that doesn't even matter. We're gonna go to the Flight Master, and we're gonna head back in. What's that? Oh, the Demon Seed. Did our stone disappear? Yeah, our stone disappeared. We got to go back and pick up a new stone. That's fine, because I wasn't sure where I was supposed to take that damn thing. So we'll worry about that later.
What's up?
That has a cooldown, like a time limit on it. So we'll pick that up later. We're gonna head back into Orgrimmar. We have new abilities. Oh, we also we definitely have new talents we can spend. So we have maxed our Voidwalker. We can either increase the mana, increase the health from Health Funnel, which I'm not super huge on. We could increase Demonic Embrace. Our Hearthstone is maxed. Let's see if there's anything else. Our Healthstone, I mean. Reduces the chance for enemies to resist your affliction spells. I mean, that's okay. Improved corruption's alright. What about destruction? Oh, Shadow Bolt? Your Shadow Bolt critical strikes increase shadow damage dealt to the target by 4% until 4 non-periodic damage sources are applied. I think improved Shadow Bolt is just generally pretty solid, right? I don't really care too much about Cataclysm, but Shadow Bolts are main spammable, so I don't see why we shouldn't increase shadow damage. It seems kind of random though. Affliction, it's really annoying when they resist my affliction. So what is that? That is... What all is affliction? Drain life is affliction. Drain soul. Fear is affliction. Yeah. Especially with fear being affliction. We're going to go with suppression. We don't want people to resist fear. That's an ability that keeps us alive. So we're going to max suppression. And then we'll probably go improved life tap after that. Or improved drain life. One of those two. But yeah, so the thing that I had that used to get hotter the more you ate them, I don't remember where we got them. Maybe it was Aldi's, maybe it was somewhere else. No, it might have been Giant Eagle. But I would get these spicy chicken fries. And like 1 or 2, 3 wasn't bad. But by the time you ate like 10 or 20 of them, like your sinuses were totally cleared out. Like just nose running. You can hear your own heartbeat. Those things, the more of those chicken fries you ate, the hotter they got, and I fucking loved it, bro. That was so good. It was like the crucible of spicy chicken fries. Oh, I need to find those again. They were delicious. When it comes to spicy food, I'm kind of... Oh, God. Do we have a spammer? I saw someone join the Discord. No, where is that? Oh, we do. We'll wave back and see what's going on. I don't know. Oh, let's see. A dude. Okay, so we're here. And what's that? More... Oh, Dark Moon Fair. I don't even know where that is, and we don't have space for it now. You scream, I scream. Is that for the... For your award, the lad seems to prefer Teagule's brand ice cream. Okay. So let's do this. I will... First... Is that my orphan? It is. Do I still have my orphan with me? I guess I had my orphan with me for a while. I didn't realize that, but that's fine. I guess I never dismissed them. Where is Teagule's ice cream? I'm not sure where I'm supposed to get that. It just says right here. Teagule's strawberry ice cream. Where the fuck do I find Teagule's strawberry ice cream? I need to look this one up. That's not English. Okay. So, Teagle's strawberry ice cream. Can be purchased in Orgrimmar, but where? Where do I find Teagle? You're Kaja.
Greetings, traveler. Go in peace.
I have no idea. Where to find this shit? Region for sold by. Okay, here we go. I need to find an Orgrimmar. There are 2 in Orgrimmar. 1 all the way over that way. They're both down. Where is that? It's over. In the last one on the way out. So one more. Alright, let's see what this is. This the spot? No. This is an armor merchant. Did I read that wrong? Valley of Strength. Right outside. Oh, it's the second to last one. So we're not gonna find it in here, I don't think. We're taking our orphan for a ride.
Victory!
I don't think it's either one of these. No, we can't talk to those. Can't talk to any of these. Not the innkeeper, right? No, tell me about dungeons I could explore. Dude, where the fuck is this shit? I doubt it's upstairs, but we're gonna look anyways. Nope, nothing up here. Let me, let's see. Okay, we'll worry about that after stream. Where is this damn... Okay. Valley of Strength. It says they're right there. I'm reading this right? Oh, this is... That's a different map. That's new WoW. We need classic WoW. Okay. Sold by... Dude, it says he's in the same place. I'm so confused. Over here? We're looking for someone's sweet treats. Orgrimmar, Grunt, Banker. I don't get this. I am confused. Right there? No. The weapon merchant. Meat vendor. That's a sweet treat if you ask me. Alright. Why can't I find this? I understand that this person can be found in Orgrimmar, but I don't see them. Screenshot. Okay. It's a little goblin. Okay, this is showing him more north of where we were. On the back side of the tavern. Does he wander around or something? Is that why we can't find him? That guy is brave. Jumping down that far. We're trying to find ice cream for our orphan. They want a very specific type of ice cream. And I don't know where to find it. I'm just looking everywhere. Because at this point, I'm confused. Maybe up here somewhere. Nope. Back here? Nope. Where the hell is this ice cream vendor? Let's keep searching. Is it still? They might have despawned. The May 6th. Okay, yeah. So I don't think we can get it anymore. Yeah. Okay. I think they've despawned because that event is now over. So I guess we abandon it. That was last week's event. And then the other one is Karn's Hoof Print. We can probably do that, but we're just gonna abandon it anyways, because we're not going all the way to Thunderbluff. And then we're going to get rid of that. Oh, wait. Let's not do that until we dismiss it. Alright. Don't need extra shit. What is that? Where'd I get an engine? Oh, mace. Ooh. I mean, we get... That's soulbound. Yeah, it's soulbound, and we get a quest for that. So we're gonna go ahead and sell that. We'll get that on the shaman when we need it. I ended up coming back here. No, I didn't come back here for nothing, because we still need to
Looking for something
get our abilities. That was the main reason we came back. Take that, almost 8 silver. Alright. So, let's, deposit our meat.
What are you looking for?
Alright. Horse thread.
Strength.
So now we go dive into the Shadow Snatch and turn in. Oh, not turn in, but rather buy our new abilities. We are level 18 now, so we're gonna have new abilities. You get new abilities every 2 levels. You get a new talent every level, I believe. I don't know what we get level 18. I feel like we're about due for a health stone upgrade. But I don't know what else we have in store for us. Probably new demon abilities. Hopefully I have enough cash. We don't really have a lot of cash on this character. But I think we have at least a gold or close to a gold in the bank right now. Which isn't a lot at all. Like, eventually we're gonna need, I think, 60 gold to get our mount. Well, actually, I think it's cheaper to get your mount on Warlock. But we're still gonna need money to get the mount. Alright. Warlock trainer.
Sug.
I think we still need... Ooh, so we get Curse of Agony rank 2. That's good. Oh, a soul stone. What's a soul stone? Creates a minor soul stone. The soul stone can be used to restore one target soul. If the target dies while their soul is stored, they will be able to resurrect. I don't think this is useful. In hardcore. Can you use Soul Stone in hardcore? Okay. Yeah. Oh, you can Soul Stone pets? That's not really worth it. Sacrifice Soulstone pet surely doesn't work, right? As you can get Sack Shield plus we summoned. Haven't bothered to pick up Soulstone. So, not played WoW. Warlock. Pretty sure Sack is a cooldown. None of the Sacks, Demonic that gives certain, and Voidwalker that gives shield have cooldown. The only cooldown is so. Basically. Will a Soulstone, but since everyone replied, as of June 2024, you cannot Soulstone Warlock pets. You get a message, target is not a player. Okay. You cannot use Soulstone on pets. A lot of people are saying you can maybe use it on the hunter pets, but if it says target is not a player, then you can't use it on. The new ability is Searing Pain. Inflicts searing pain on the enemy target, causing... Ooh. So this is kind of like a taunt. I don't know if we're ever gonna want this, but we'll grab it for now in case we need it. Even though it's a lot of silver, we're not getting the soul stone.
Go with honor.
Watch us need to buy a pet ability. So, Curse of Agony is now rank 2. That one's actually huge. And then we're gonna add this destruction ability. But we're not really trying to taunt. Yeah, it doesn't do as much damage. But it causes a high amount of threat. So we can use this potentially to pull threat off of our pet if we need to, or to pull threat off another player. And then pet trainer. Demon trainer. We'll wait until we summon the imp. Sacrifice rank 1 we already have. Consume shadows. Yep, that's the new one. Why can't I buy that? Does it already... Oh. I think I need to summon it probably.
Mukra.
Oh, it's 13 silver. I thought it said 3 silver. It does say 3 silver, but okay, so we're gonna send silver. Where's the nearest mail? Now I'm feeling like we shouldn't have bought silver pain, searing pain, silver pain, but that's fair. We'll send 30 silver. That way we can ensure if there's a imp ability. I'm pretty sure the imp has all the abilities, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll send 30 silver just to be sure. Assuming I can spare that. I'm pretty sure the bank is doing all right. I think we were close to back up to a gold. We're about to find out. We sold some stuff on the auction house, so that's good to know. Some stuff expired, so we'll sell the stuff that expired.
Well met.
So that expired. I think that expired too, the linen bag. And I know that expired, but we already know it. Those... Do I have another cloth thing? No, I don't think so. So we're just gonna deconstruct both those. Alright. So then... Okay, we do have a little bit of silver. We're gonna send 30 silver. We're running out of cash. That's fine. I can do cash farms at some point. I haven't done a cash farm yet. We can absolutely do that eventually. Alright. So just bank all this stuff for now. Do I even have bank space? Not really. We can take this. This is the... Oh no, that's alchemy. Never mind. We'll take the wolf meat out. And the Kodo meat out. And send that to Drifter as well. We can send the leather to Heart Ripper. I think the eggs are for cooking too. So we'll send those to Drifter. Not sure what the sharp claws are used for. We'll wait on those. But we wanted to put this back in. And this in for now. Alright.
For the horde.
So... Gonna do that. The leather looks good. Okay. I just want to log into Heart Ripper real quick to pull those mails. Also, log in so I don't get kicked from the guild for being inactive. Let me go back to checking. No, I'm good now. I had chat gone because someone was sending me messages and I brought Discord up and I forgot to check chat. I'm sorry. How you doing, guys? Good to see you, Rossi. My apologies, my dude. How's it going? Tweet my hashtag. We were just talking about VIPs a little while ago. Your name came up. How goes it, friends? It goes wonderful, dude. I'm a little tired, too. So that definitely contributed to me not seeing chat. How is life, Tweet? Good. Steel Drifter's probably good, too. We'll see when we're in chat. Exactly. We all ping him together, we can get his attention. That works too. What kind of coffee is that? This was Sumatra blend. I just finished it, but it's done now. Tired, but not covered in mud? True. That was yesterday. Yeah. Now I'm just tired. And it's like still a little bit tired from yesterday, but at least we're not covered in mud anymore. Oh, why is it just suddenly nighttime here? Oh, it's just the section we're in. I see. We can actually grab the mail from here. So that's fine. Let's grab the mail that we just sent to this character. Bunch of leather. Not a bunch of leather. It was like 4. Okay, 14. It's a little bit more than 4. Lupine, Legs of the Falcon. Okay, we need to be level 14. We're level, what, 13 on this character? Yeah, that'll be real close. Alright, let's go back to the main. We just hit level 18. Now, how are you today, Tweet? Let's get some shout-outs for all the wonderful streamers we have in chat at the moment. Guys, check out Tweet my hashtag, an educator of young minds. Lots of MMO games. Last seen playing Lord of the Rings Online. I think I played that back when it first came out, like way back in the day. But I don't know if I'd like even remember my account to recover it. Then we got Medicated Outrage, one of the OGs, one of the Eve OGs. Playing Fallout 76, another MMO player. Also plays all kinds. There's a Beavis and Butthead. Awesome. Also plays all kinds of MMOs. We got Warframe, obviously Fallout 76. Used to play ESO. I don't think he plays that anymore though. But yeah, I do miss ESO sometimes, but I'm really enjoying this. We gotta at least get one character to 60. That's my goal for hardcore. And I honestly, if I'd just been focusing on one, we'd probably be there by now on the Warlock, assuming we didn't get ourselves killed. But it's been fun to play with other people and other characters. So consume shadows is what we're after. We don't have that ability yet. So let's go ahead and teach our thing consume shadows. What does this do? Voidwalker consumes nearby shadows to bolster its form, recovering 403 health over 10 seconds. Can we tell it to autocast? No, we can't. Fair enough. So I've just got to start paying attention to these. I don't know how to... There was one pet ability that we found. There we go. Pet actions. So Shift E is sacrifice, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. That's actually cool. It drops his shoulder pads. So that gives us an overshield, I guess. Absorbs all damage. Okay, I didn't know it did that. That's cool. I thought it just gave us health back, but go ahead and re-summon that guy. Sorry, I walked away. No worries. It was my fault for not paying attention to chat. I'm a little bit tired at this point, and I was tabbed off of chat because I was getting a lot of Discord messages. I had to read what those were. How's life treating you, Tweet? Good to see you as always, bro. I hope everyone in the Nerds Tavern is doing wonderful. We are looking into these new abilities. I kind of want to dismiss this, actually. And see if there's any new abilities for the Imp. I don't know if there's new abilities for the Imp at this point, but we're definitely checking them out. Then we need to rebind
Blood and thunder.
the pet abilities, I think. So let's see. We got that. Oh, there is. Firebolt rank 3 is the new one. Let's make sure there's nothing else new. Yeah, okay, so glad I sent 30 gold. I mean silver. Because we ended up using both sections. Upgrade our minion. Alright. What's that? Your pet will attack nearby. Oh, that's not. Fire shield. It's just automatically casting those things. I wish we could make it auto cast consume shadows on the I'm changing these keybinds. So we're just going to special. The pet actions are control. We're gonna leave 1 and 2 where they are, but we'll leave the rest of these back where they were. So this is control 5. So I'm gonna have to remember if we need to sacrifice, that's control 5. That's kind of hard to hit, but that's fine. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 pet actions that we're gonna use. Alright. Let's see. I have not played WoW in a bit. Been playing so much Lord of the Rings online. Yeah, so, that reminds me. What I said was I played that way back in the day, I think. But I don't remember, like, any of my account info. I don't even remember what exactly I did in the game. It was like when it first came out, maybe.
I don't like this place.
But I've been going hard on the hardcore WoW. We have mostly Horde. So these top 4, 5. We have 4 characters in 1 bank on Horde, and then we have 2 characters and 1 bank on Alliance that's currently alive. So we got our Warlock is our main. We got a Warrior, which we're dueling with Snow Ninja, so we only play that when Snow Ninja's on her Warlock. We got our Hunter right here, which this is my Leather Crafter. This was the second highest until I made the Shaman, and I really was enjoying the Shaman gameplay. And then both of our banks are level 10 rogues, because that gives them sprint, and I think evasion is the ability, and they have stealth. So if someone's trying to grief, the rogue has the best chance of surviving that shit. This one has fiery enchant, because someone gave me a bunch of gear. So we got glowing swords on that one, even though we like never leave the town with this character. Eventually, I will level the rogues to at least 22, I think, is there's like an ability you get at 22 that I want. But we're not gonna, it's either 22, 22, or 24 that's the target for the banks. But we're not going to do that until we have at least one other character 60. The Paladin has been my favorite Alliance character so far. I haven't really played the Druid much, but let's go look at the dead characters, not the ones that we haven't deleted. So most of these I killed on purpose for content. So Bald Wads was the first character I killed. I killed it intentionally because I got a raid from Eloa, and like I didn't kill it on purpose, but I was playing safe. And after the raid, I had a bunch of people. I decided not to play safe, and I got them killed in a pretty funny way. This was going to be our original bank, but we didn't lose anything because we didn't make stuff over to the bank till he was level 10, and he wasn't level 10 yet. This was the first like legitimate death. It was with Snow Ninja. We were working on a boss, not like a serious boss, but just like a quest boss, and well, she didn't attack the right people. So we split our DPS, and the boss killed me. And we were trying to get her out alive, but I couldn't see. I found her as a wisp, and I was trying to guide her back to the town, but as a wisp, I couldn't see the creatures that were alive, and she was just following the wisp and not really paying attention to the creatures, and kept running into aggressive creatures, and they killed her, and there was nothing I could do. Then we had Falling Up, which is a character that we created on this realm just so she could like play without needing to worry about dying. We had Dead Drifter, which was our second Snow Ninja group carrier. She ass-pulled while we were fighting a rare spawn, and the other thing that came on to us finished us both off. We had Dimrod. This character I killed on purpose. I was trying to tame a named wolf, and some asshole ran up, murdered it while I was trying to tame it, and ran away. And I was just mad, so I went and fought something that I knew I probably wouldn't beat, and it killed me. Then we had this. This was the first character I was actually mad about losing. This was going to be my hunter on Horde, and he was my potion maker. Or no, my leather worker. I sent him a whole bunch of leather. I'd already started leveling leather, and then I got killed by the corrupted blood raptor outside of Orgrimmar while I was preparing to tame it, and that's why we're using that. We're using the thing that killed this hunter as our pet on the new hunter. And this was just me fucking around. I was kind of annoyed with this because I had I think it was like a respawn that killed me, but I was just playing solo and died on that character. But we've been doing really good overall. I was a little annoyed I lost the Warlock on Alliance, but not super annoyed because I don't really play Alliance. I mostly play Horde. But yeah, this is the raptor that killed my other hunter. So I made sure I went back and tamed that. It's our bitch now. For a LOTR fan, it's amazing. Yeah, I definitely had a lot of fun when I played it, but I feel like there was something about the game mechanics that made me not want to play it anymore at some point. But who knows if that's even true anymore. I should play more WoW, but I don't know. So, do they actually die? Like, yeah. If you're on a hardcore server, which is what this is, they're just completely dead and they can't respawn. But what you do is you get a free realm change token. So you can move it to Doom Scythe for free. And then once they're on Doom Scythe, you can resurrect them. So like, let's see, what's the highest level one? We have the Priest Dead Drifter. We can resurrect this guy on Doom Scythe, but we can't resurrect on Doom Howl. Dream Scythe. That's the warning for being low health that we have set up for hardcore, even though we're not on hardcore now. So we can resurrect at the spirit healer now. But if you actually die, I don't think I can find my corpse once we've transferred. But if you actually die, then you can't resurrect on Doom Howl. But on Dream Scythe, you can move your characters over here for free, and then you can resurrect. I do kind of like Priest gameplay, but I'm enjoying the... Oh, we should probably log this character out in an inn. Is there an inn here? Yeah, the end's right there. But yeah, on hardcore, once you're dead on that server. You can transfer that character to a non-hardcore server, so you don't lose your progress, but you're still definitely dead. Interesting. Yeah, it originally, like, hardcore, I think, was just an honor thing, and then people made add-ons for it, and then they made an actual server. So, there's, like, downsides. Because now, with the server, you're just dead. But with the add-ons, you could at least request to, like, get your character back. But the only way you can get your character back with the official servers is if you died during a DDoS. Other than that, if it was like a regular DC or even some bullshit like that, if you're dead, you're just dead. I almost died on this character due to, like, game lag, but thankfully someone saw I was lagging out and saved my ass. I didn't see who it was because I was lagging out so bad that before I got into trouble again, I Hearthstoned out. I wanted to try and thank them, maybe like trade them some potions or something, just whatever I had on me that I could give them, but I was lagging out so bad that I had to just Hearthstone out before I pulled aggro from something else and died. So that was an interesting downside of playing on the official servers, but it's honestly way more fun than I've ever had in WoW before, just because the stakes are so high, and it's cool, like, leveling with people too. But I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm getting tired. I really have to pee, and I don't want to, like, pee and then come back and do not much. It's been a long day. We'll be back live again tomorrow. Let's see. You know what? We got someone we're gonna throw you at. I'd appreciate it if you guys would stick around for a moment. Can I spell this right? Alright. Yeah, I am struggling to put words to thoughts. It's been like 2 really busy days of adulting. So we're gonna go over send you to a friend. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. Guys, if you're new here, don't forget to follow the socials. We upload to the YouTube. I post, like, unhinged, just random bullshit on Twitch. Love seeing you live. I love being live, sweet. It's so good to be back. I'm sure I'll see you guys around. I'm not great at being social right now. I've just got so much back-end work I'm trying to catch up on, so I don't really have time to spend in other people's Twitches, but give me like another month or two, and I'll start making the rounds again. Thank you everyone for stopping by, the follows, the subs. You all are wonderful, gorgeous people. Keep spreading the love, and I will see you live tomorrow. Go show some love to Preacher. Oh wait, we've got the commands. Here's the raid command, and if you're a sub, there's that one. See you guys next time. Peace.
Okay.